Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry's mysterious return shattered the wizarding world's peace. Here is short summary. After vanishing for 25 years, Harry Potter returns from the icy north, disrupting the fragile peace of the wizarding world. Severus Snape, who has built a life of solitude, must confront old memories and unexpected truths as Harry's return uncovers buried secrets and reignites long-forgotten battles. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. 4 years after the war, Severus Snape has found solace in isolation, believing the past is behind him. But when whispers of a powerful figure returning from the north reach the wizarding world, Severus finds himself drawn into a web of secrets tied to Harry Potter's shocking reappearance. Harry, now a changed man with unknown motives, carries with him truths about the war, the wizarding world, and himself that could either mend or shatter everything they fought for. Together, they must unravel the mystery of Harry's disappearance and face the consequences of his return. Severus Snape smiled thinly and, holding the joint between his thumb and forefinger, tapped the end with his wand. The twisted paper glowed. With delicate care, he put the mouthpiece to his lips and drew in a slow, even breath. A buzz started from his head and lapped down to his feet. He sighed. He studied his surroundings with leisurely contempt. It was typical of a den, the nightmarish cross between a Muggle nightclub and an aristocratic opium lair. He was very glad he was not the only one refraining from squirming like lust-stricken beasts against each other or, worse, on the floor. There were quite a few others, he noted, some much older than he. Most were bent in various angular forms over the overstuffed poofs, a lone stream of smoke curling from their mouths. Some, though, were eyeing the uncovered bodies with a disturbing gleam in their eyes. Snape took another draw at the joint before self-loathing could overtake him. He had come for business and for pleasure, not for a sunny trip down memory lane. That he could do on his own in the mustiness of Spinner's End. The note he'd received that morning had told him to wait at the back of Hell's Chateau. The time had been listed as night, which, Snape thought with a snort of derision, was a highly relative term. 9, 12, 3, was it even limited to 5 in the morning and the break of dawn? Not that he was anxious to return to his own particular dump. His life, whether day or not, at home or in the streets, was a cesspool of ennui and false memory, constant, predictable, and dreary. He took another breath. At least, he thought, the message could have provided some description of the agent. Anyone with even a modicum of intelligence would have done that. Merlin, loath as he was to admit it, even Longbottom would have done so. He had come to realize that dealing with these idiots was no better than suffering the stupidity of Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. Not that he'd expected much different when leaving Hogwarts. He had predicted nights of drugged numbness, days of acrid memory, twilights of muted self-hatred, and that was what he had gotten. Part of the reason, as he told himself when the sun was too strong for the haze to creep around his awareness, was that everyone who might have written him a suitable recommendation was dead. Or crazy. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Voldemort. Granger had offered, after he had brought up the issue as an excuse during one of her unwanted visits, but he had quickly disabused her of that notion. He might have very little left, but he still had pride. But in times like this, when the dreamy tingle of the drug was eroding his self-delusions, he realized that it was because he did not want to live anymore. At least, not a life of sunlight, which Granger and Weasley so eagerly embraced. No, he wanted night. Dark night, dim night, a choking curtain to grind him slowly, hour by hour, until he was a shadow, waiting complacently, like Albus, for the end. He twisted the ring on his finger. Yes, that was what he wanted, his greatest fear, his surest longing. There was a stir in the crowd. Snape looked up irritably, annoyed at whatever had interrupted his reverie of self-pity. A bunch of people had gathered in the middle of the room around a table, on which someone was standing. A boy, barely a youth, with half-lidded eyes and a hapless smile. Snape swore under his breath. Wasn't there an age limit to this place? He could feel the memory of hands and a self-satisfied voice circling the edges of his mind. There had to be, but of course, it was probably enforced the same way that Dumbledore handled Gryffindors. The boy had lifted a hand to his bare chest, and another hand holding a funny black pestle-shaped object to his lips. His gaze, half-lidded as though confiding a secret, wandered across the crowd. They seemed to settle on one person in particular, and he began to sing in a low, husky voice. "Give me a map, marked with an X. That'll lead me to your heart." Snape had the urge to clap his hands over his ears. Was it not enough that he could barely have peace with all these flesh-crazed teenagers tangled at his feet? Now he had to deal with enough sentimentality to burn a hole through a cauldron. "I'll pave out the way, with cloth spun from air, and woven with my dreams." He understood the purpose of the pestle-shaped thing now. The way the boy was crooning into it, caressing it with his fingers in the meantime, was positively obscene. "All that I ask, 'cause that's all I have, is that you please tread softly." Snape's hands clutched, convulsed, and the joint snapped out of its mouthpiece and fell to the floor. He snatched it up, feeling countless eyes staring, and stuck it back into place, then tried to take a shaky breath. He swallowed thickly. It was close, too close. The boy was still singing. Snape could see from the corner of his eye that his hand was now resting on the rim of those inadequate trousers. "Tread softly," he was whispering, "because you tread on my dreams. Tread softly." Snape flicked the joint into the fireplace. He'd had enough. Another moment of this and he'd hex someone, badly. He stood and stared over the crowd. For a moment he considered the front exit, but the vial of tranquility potion pressed hard against his ribs. He snapped around, feeling his robes lift behind him like a bat's swings, and stalked further into the back of the den. There was a door. He snarled at the cluster of boys around it, and flung himself out into the night. A cool breeze darted over his nose and brow. He was in an alley of sorts, alone except for a streetlight that flickered at the edge of the main avenue. Further down, he could see shadows walking. In the other direction, he could make out the outline of a hulking shape. Above it, an unlit window. He sighed. Now he was regretting having wasted the joint. It was expensive, too. Of course, if the transaction of the tranquility potion went through with the enigmatic Monsieur Neant's missing agent, he would be more than compensated. Perhaps he would wait here, in what was undeniably the back of Hell's Chateau. But what he wanted was another joint. He shook his head. Damn his sense of self-preservation. He knew too well what each heavenly breath did to his brain and his magic. When the mood was gone, the ramifications were difficult to ignore. Damn that idiot boy. Damn the Hell's Chateau. Damn everything. He made his way deeper into the darkness. Next to the vague shape, it turned out to be a stack of Muggle furniture. Here, he could only barely make out the thunderous beat of music, registering in his ears like the sprinkling of hellebore in the essence of murtlap. The air curled against his damp skin. It felt good to be alone. He twisted the ring around his finger for the second time that night, and stared up into the sky. There were no stars visible. Either it was cloudy, or the glare of Muggle streetlights had veiled everything. Words, lines, rose unbidden to his mind. The blue and the dim and the dark cloth. Of night and light and the half-light. He sighed. He really should not have wasted that joint. The door opened, and shapes emerged, figures. Snape instinctively pressed himself deeper into the shadows. He could not see their faces, but one was slim, pale-limbed, a boy, and the other was bigger, heavier around the stomach, an older man. "Ah, so you want a private place to do it, I told you already, let me alone, will you?" Snape straightened. He could see the boy trying to pull away, but the bigger man seemed to have an iron grasp on his wrist. "Come on, you've been teasing me all night," the older man slurred. His voice had both the disjointedness of alcohol and the giddiness of another drug, mort, perhaps, which was Muggle cannabis altered with that evanescent hint of a memory charm. "You're a nice guy, but I'm warning you. But you were looking at me all night. Come on boy, don't be a fool." The man's voice was now a growl. "I know you want it. Stop fightin'." The boy's voice had been spiraling upwards steadily, and was now high and tense. "I mean it now." The man gave a vicious tug. The boy jerked forward like a puppet on a string, but in the next moment he was lashing out ferociously with his legs and fists. The man shrunk back with grunting noises. Snape stepped forward and raised his wand. Stupefy. The drunken man lurched forward and, with a low beep, slumped to the ground like a wounded beast. The boy jumped back and lifted his head to stare into the shadows. The streetlight behind him caught the edge of his face and neck, tracing the outline of his bare arms and shoulders. "Who's there?" the boy demanded. "I can see you." Snape felt a smirk tugging his face. The boy was trembling. He crossed his arms and stepped forward. The boy stumbled backwards another step. Are you a vampire?" "Vampires are unable to perform magic with a wand," Snape lectured, slipping into his classroom voice before he noticed himself doing so. He had the impulse to add that even a first year in Gryffindor would know that, but refrained. "Oh," said the boy. His voice was oddly familiar, Snape thought. "Then why'd you help me?" "Help you is an overstatement. I was merely unwilling to have an act of non-consensual violence occur in front of my eyes." The boy spent a moment hesitating before deciding that whatever Snape had said was insulting, and commenced glowering. "I didn't need your help," he snapped and whipped something out of his back pocket. Snape started, his eyes on the boy's face. In the shadows he had not recognized him, but he saw now, clearly, that the boy was the singer he'd seen inside the den. "I have this," the boy was saying. "I didn't need your help. I have this." Snape jerked his attention to the gleaming switchblade in the boy's hand. He snorted. "Put that away, boy, before you cut yourself. Tell me, how old are you? Why do you care? Answer me." The boy stared back, eyes calculating. "I'm 18. You're lying." "Fine, 17. He did not even need legitimacy. "Still lying, boy." "Don't call me boy." Snape bit back the urge to, what? Take points off. Hex the boy into oblivion. This was a street urchin, a dancer in a drug-ridden den, perhaps also a call boy, not one of the endlessly disobedient brats he could silence with a detention. But the resentful glower, perhaps a bit more sly, a hint less controlled, brought out the same, ingrained instincts. Damn it, Snape thought. Why did he have to waste that joint? What was he now? A fallen Socrates, a Pythagoras in the lair of heathens? He had no right to think himself better than any of the others who were rotting their brains in the smoke and sweat of Hell's chateau. He was the same. He strode forth and glared. The boy glared back. "You're 15, said Snape with a satisfied smirk. The boy faltered. "How did you know? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy." The boy shook his head like a dog drying itself. "What?" He had a frustrated look on his face. "I don't understand a word you're saying. Where did you get that song you were singing inside the den?" "The song? You mean, My Dreams and the Stars, Oh Love, I Lay in Your H." "Yes, that, whatever the title is," Snape snarled. It amazed him how nauseatingly saccharine some of these so-called singers could be. "It's a big song right now," said the boy, looking at him curiously. "Do you like it?" "No," Snape almost shouted. No, I don't." There was an awkward silence after that. They turned to watch a gaggle of teenagers stagger past, obviously drunk, along the main of them pointed down the dark alley, but the others pulled him away, and Snape listened to their voices fade like echoes of a pebble splashing in a well. "So what are you doing here?" the boy asked. "Waiting." "Waiting for what?" Snape curled his lips. The boy was displaying every blasted sign of that typical adolescent disrespect, but he reminded himself that this was not Hogwarts. "The completion of a business deal." "Business deal? What kind of business deal?" "It is none of your concern," Snape said coolly. The boy crossed his arms. "I'm here for a business deal, too." So he is a call boy, Snape thought. "Indeed. I'm waiting for a guy with a potion. If he doesn't show up soon I'm going back and calling it a no-show." Snape started. Are you the agent of Monsieur Neant?" The boy blinked, and Snape watched realization click in place. "Are you Parison Vass?" "Vess," Snape corrected with a hiss. "Yes, I am." "Oh," said the boy. He ran a hand through his hair. F***. Snape twitched. "Guess you have a potion for me then." "Yes, I do," Snape said dryly. He stepped forward and held the boy's gaze for a moment. A quick probe brought up an image of the Red Den, a white and green mansion, the roar of a close fire. Snape did not recognize the last two, but the sense he received was of restrained mistrust and curiosity. Typical boy, he thought. No traps there. The boy clapped a hand over his eyes. What did you do? Snape frowned. Nothing. He had not expected his legilimency to be detected, but perhaps he had probed too deeply in a moment too long. Here is the potion, he said, drawing out a vial from his robe. Come on. What did you do? You presented your thoughts to me. I merely perused them. The boy's brows drew together sharply. He reached out and snatched the vial from Snape's hand. My payment. Getting it, the boy muttered darkly. He gripped the rim of his trousers and squirmed as he undid the top. Snape nearly choked. Just what are you doing? The boy looked up in surprise, but then a rather knowing smile, the same look he had in his eyes as he sung before the crowd, crept over his face. Just getting you your payment, he said lightly. He squirmed some more and pushed his hips forward. If you are having an epileptic seizure, said Snape in a frosty tone, I will be more than happy to direct you to St. Mungo's. The boy looked quizzically at Snape's face. What's that? And I wouldn't take anything to go to that hellhole again. St. Mungo's, Snape echoed, surprised. And then, again. But that was probably to be expected, he thought. Who knew what kind of scrapes these hooligans got into, or what state they could end up in after selling their own bodies? A heaviness of thought and memory entered his mind. Wasn't that the story of his life? Selling his body to his fellow Slytherins for a mockery of comfort, and then to Voldemort for the memory of love and hate, and then to Dumbledore for services as a spy. Not that it mattered. All that they were marionetting was a corpse. Here, said the boy, holding out a crinkled slip of parchment. A Gringotts bill. Snape took it with the tips of his fingers and aimed his wand at it. Scourgify. What did you do to it? The boy asked suspiciously. Cleaned it. The disgruntled look came back to the boy's face. So this is the potion. That is the potion. The boy unscrewed the cap and sniffed it. Snape was about to warn him not to spill when the boy put the vial to his lips and tossed his head back. Snape froze. What? The boy looked up with one raised eyebrow. Just checking to see if it was poisoned. You fool. You idiot. You numbskulled, dung-brained. Gryffindor. The boy was now looking at him with a glazed expression, but, he realized with a sinking feeling, that was perhaps the effect of the potion. I made the potion at a 500 concentrate, which means that you have now taken enough tranquility potion to knock unconscious the entire city of London. The boy was swaying slightly. I was just seeing if it was poisoned. He took one step forward, and collapsed. Snape lunged forward just in time to keep the boy's head from cracking against the ground. Idiot, idiot, he muttered. He looked up and down the alley. It was dark and abandoned, save for the man, still unconscious, who had earlier tried to accost the boy. Idiot, Snape hissed again. Less brains than even Longbottom. He could apparate to St. Mungo's, but he remembered the boy's reluctance to go there. He could believe it. The white, antiseptic interiors, and then the irritatingly cheerful child welfare witches, who had the subtlety of a Gryffindor and stupidity of a Hufflepuff. He had hated it himself, and if he left the boy there, damn it. He could not just drop the boy off like that. He would have to go back and check, and risk being identified and hailed or reviled, haunted by the possibility of meeting someone out of the past he was trying to forget. The boy's head had fallen back, showing a neck as pale and delicate as the sculpture of a swan. His trousers, Snape noted with a touch of annoyance, were incompletely buttoned. The vial had fallen from his hand, but fortunately it was capped, and Snape had cast an unbreakable charm on it. You have forced me, boy, to take responsibility for the stupidity of teenagers once again, Snape muttered. He had an antidote in his cabinet, although he would have to spend an hour or two adjusting it to the tranquility potion. And he had been looking forward to a night of rotting his brain. There was no extra bed or bedroom at Spinner's End, although there was the counter on which he prepared his potion's ingredients. I do not know who in this arrangement is more unlucky, you or me, said Snape. He slipped the Gringotts bill and tranquility potion into his robe, hoisted the boy into a sitting position, and disapparated. Ginny hated admitting it to herself, but she was nervous. She hoisted her bags onto the moving belt thing and watched it disappear into a mysterious box. The Muggle policeman next to the square gray arch, "Why did Muggles make everything have right angles?" opened his mouth and said something. A second later, the translation spell kicked in. "Come now here." She obeyed and gingerly stepped through the arch, waiting for the lights to turn red and the piercing shriek to ring out, as they had when Cormac had gone through. The arch remained dull and quiet, much to her relief. She collected her bags and dragged them to where Aaron was waiting. "What's taking them so long?" she whispered, nodding in Cormac's direction. "He left a few nuts in his pocket first," Aaron whispered back. "And then they found a galleon in his jacket. I think they're wondering why he's carrying so much gold around, if they cotton on that it is gold, which they probably won't, because all galleons have been enchanted to be half their weight." Ginny nodded. "And after this, then we board the plane," Aaron said, and grinned as though excited by the prospect. Ginny returned an uncertain smile at this. She switched her attention to the arch security checkpoint. Aaron had said several times, where Su Li, one of the 3 magicists Hermione had sent, was collecting her bags. Behind her, the last of the magicists, Roberto Mitavelli, was waiting for the policeman to order him through. Their eyes met briefly, and Ginny forced a smile onto her face. Mitavelli's lips lifted coolly in response, and then he stepped through. The arch stayed silent. "So glad I put the alethiometer in the suitcase at last moment," Su Li said to Aaron, relieved, as she glanced at Cormac. Aaron chuckled. "I wouldn't fancy trying to explain that to security." Su Li leaned towards Ginny. "Last time, to Argentina, Aaron put a set of magical rings in his bag." She spoke slowly, as though to pronounce each syllable as clearly as possible. Ginny remembered Hermione saying that Su Li had only started learning English 3 years ago. It was impressive, Ginny thought. The checkpoint went. Ding. Ding. So loud. Aaron smiled sheepishly. "It was worse because I put them in a box that I'd sealed with a locking charm, and I couldn't just take out my wand and lift it right in front of them." He gave Ginny an almost hesitant glance. "So what did you do, then?" she prompted. "We waited for a whole hour." Su Li put in. "Then Dr. Granger opened the box with her wand when everybody was looking somewhere else." "Good for Hermione," said Ginny. Su Li giggled, but frowned and looked inquiringly at Aaron. "She means Dr. Granger," said Aaron. "Ah," Su Li whispered, clapping a hand over her mouth. "I thought you told me Hermione." Aaron flushed, and gave Ginny another sidelong glance, and muttered something unintelligible. The magicists were really having a good time, Ginny thought. She wished, briefly, that she could share Aaron and Su Li's joy. In fact, she had been looking forward to this ever since Hermione had told her about it. She'd read up about Svalbard in between the endless Crackle reports. Apparently, it had been largely abandoned by wizards and witches because of a strange magical interference that began about 25 years ago, which was the reason why they had to flow to Oslo, then Tromsø, and finally take a Muggle airplane to Svalbard. She'd shared this discovery excitedly with Hermione, and they'd speculated if maybe the trollariometer was related to it. Her mother had fussed and clucked over endlessly, which was a good sign, and had prepared a thick suit made from pieces of winter clothes belonging to Ron and George. It had all gone merrily until last night, when Hermione contacted her by Float 1 in the morning. What Hermione had said had disturbed her, and she had wanted to contact Cormac first thing in the morning, but it had been a Saturday, and Cormac's automatic flow reply had chirped in a cheery voice that he would be gone all day, shopping. "He looks like he finished," Su Li whispered, pointing at Cormac, who was walking towards them with a large bag in tow and a harried look. "All ready," he said, as though he had been waiting for them all along. Aaron jumped to his feet. "Gate 18, which is," he looked up at the sign. "That way." Su Li and Cormac began hauling their bags in the direction Aaron was pointing. Ginny could hear Cormac muttering about how Muggles got anywhere without lightning charms. Aaron hesitated, but followed the other two. Only Mitavelli was left. "After you," Ginny said, her voice professionally cordial. The man returned the smile. "Thank you, Auror Weasley." They waited in the almost empty seating area. Cormac fidgeted. Ginny sat near the window and kept half an eye on the giant silver machines, another half on the 3 magicists. Su Li and Aaron were deep in conversation over a bunch of scrolls, Mitavelli sat somewhat apart, looking around with nothing in his hands. Ginny shifted closer to Cormac. Had a good time shopping? Huh, Cormac frowned. Shopping? Wasn't that what you were doing all today? It took a moment before his frown dissipated. Oh, no, I wasn't, or I was, kind of. He shifted uncomfortably. Francine took me out to buy winter things, but there wasn't anywhere. And then she went back, and I dropped by at a bar for a few moments. Could be the last time in a while that I have some good English ale. He attempted a grin. You're in luck, said Ginny. I heard that Norwegians take to alcohol like Ronski to the broom. Oh, said Cormac, brightening noticeably. That's encouraging, though I don't think I've seen very much of it around yet. All the blokes here seem kind of small. I'd always pictured Norwegians as being kind of big and with horned metal helmets. And longboats. Longboats. Oh, you mean those things that they sail around in while slaughtering Muggle monks left and right? Yeah, that's part of it too. He grinned and held up his fist. Vi vil slaughter. Vi vil kill. Ginny giggled. When he tried, Cormac make her laugh just as much as the twins had back when George was still alive, and before Voldemort had poured what seemed like all his energies into exterminating the Weasley family. Half an hour later, they were on the plane, and Ginny was sorely regretting having rejected the calm drops that Erin had brought. Neither she nor Cormac took any. They were Aurors. They were used to being serene in all sorts of panic-inducing situations. Mitavelli had rejected them too. Sue Lee had taken one, telling them that she only took it because she liked how it tasted, not because anything too scary would happen. Nothing too scary, Ginny thought now, incredulously. The floor was rumbling, a roar had filled her skull, and the thing they were in was hurtling forward faster and faster. Cormac's face was completely white. Ginny looked back almost desperately to where Erin and Sue Lee were sitting. Sue Lee was looking out the window, but Erin caught her gaze and grinned. Ginny tried to return it. Somehow, she felt a bit more assured. The plane gave a final lurch, and Ginny heard Cormac gasp beside her. Holy F******, he hissed. Almost fearing to, Ginny looked out the window. The ground was falling away fast, as though she were on a flying carpet or a broomstick, but then they were rising up, much higher than any broomstick could go. She stared, fascinated, as the entire airport came to view and disappeared into a crowd of similar buildings. Slowly, the details collapsed into themselves, and the broad sweep of the ocean came into view. Holy F***** is right, Ginny whispered excitedly. Cormac, these Muggles are brilliant. She looked at the Auror. He seemed ready to vomit. Erin, said Ginny, turning in her seat, a calm drop, please. Cormac shook himself. I'm fine, he said loudly in as bland a voice as he could muster. I think he could do with one, though, he said, nodded slightly at Mitavelli. The Italian looked like an animated corpse. No, I'm fine, he bit out, a bit more coldly than warranted, Ginny thought. Thank you. Erin looked a bit crestfallen. He sealed the bag of calm drops and made ready to put it away, but Ginny reached out a hand and tapped his shoulder. Give me one, will you? She said. His face lit up. Ginny suppressed a smile. Really, he was rather cute when he smiled like that. The calm drop tasted like a mixture of orange and peach. Even the flavor itself was relaxing. The ocean beneath rolled away like an endless, glittering cloth. Distances covered by flow always went by discounted. But here, on a Muggle plane, the proof was below them that every moment was bringing them closer and closer to Svalbard. In a few hours they would be there, and then. Her mind went back to the conversation she'd had with Hermione. It's about the trip, Hermione had said right after Ginny had descended the stairs to the fireplace in bemusement. Is anyone around? Ginny was about to shake her head, but she froze when Hermione brought her hand to her face, as though to push back her hair, and made the sign with her fingers, crossing the middle and index fingers. It was one of the signals the Order had developed, and it meant the same thing that Hermione had just said. But the usage of the sign, which Ginny had not seen in nearly 5 years, brought a sudden chill to her heart. No, Mum's asleep, Ginny had replied, and answered as well with her hands, bringing pinkies to tough thumbs of both hands. Good. Erin and Sue Lee are both going, I've cleared it with the minister and half the ministry. Yes, Ginny had said. Hermione had managed to acquire for Ginny the files on the two Magicists, and from those Ginny had found that both were heavily rooted in the Muggle world. Erin had a Muggle mother and a Muggle-born father. Sully was Muggle-born and had not about magic until she was well into her teens. Both had received some degree of Muggle education. I just learned who the third is going to be, Hermione had continued. Who? Some visiting scholar from the University of Florence. He's called Roberto Mitavelli. Hermione had paused. Remember I told you about how I'd planned to send Jameson with you? Ginny had nodded. Hermione had given her his personal files as well. Hogwarts educated, 3 years behind Ginny, Ravenclaw, Muggle father and witch mother. It turned out that his father is sick because he was hexed last week. A bit suspicious, don't you think? Hermione's nostrils had flared. I would have been fine with just Sully and Erin going, but the minister insisted that Roberto Mitavelli go as well. The reason? Because he just got a visit from Monsieur Néant, a Wizengamot member. Néant? Non-existent, in French. Sounds like another Malfoy, Ginny had said. Close, but wrong Slytherin. I compared Néant's political profile and connections with all the known Slytherin families. Néant has close ties with the Gringotts Board of Overseers and the Department of International Magical Cooperation, as does Malfoy and Black families, but Néant has particularly strong connections with the Ethiopian Ministry of Magic and the South African diamond mining industry. Of all the pureblood Slytherin families I could find, only the Zabinis match that profile. So the Zabinis are behind this, Ginny had said. She had thought back to Hogwarts, summoning up what she remembered of Blaise Zabini, who'd been in the year above her. Black, tall, with an almost effete way of sneering, always wore the best robes, but never truly involved with Voldemort. I also looked up this Mitavelli, Hermione had continued. That was somewhat harder. I had to convince the Italian ministry to look through its records, even though I wasn't part of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He's got a pretty clean record, except for one. He was involved in a cocaine ring back in '96. Never arrested or tried, but the Italian Aurors had his name down on their list. Ginny had felt a bunch of disparate threads suddenly coming together. Crackle. This Mitavelli. Cocaine. It must be related to the Crackle ring, and Zabini could be the backer, or head, or whatever. The White Knight. Yes, Hermione had said, rubbing her eyebrows and temples with the heels of her palm. And now they want this thing of power from the north. Ginny had frowned. Why would they need a thing of power? Besides the fact that, well, they're evil and want to take over the world, Ginny had thought. It takes a lot of power to make Crackle from cocaine. Ginny had nodded immediately. That was one of the reasons why all the Aurors were focusing on the Crackle ring. Making Crackle required a simple combination of a severe laughing hex called Rictusempra Extremis and a standard stabilization charm. Although transforming the cocaine into Crackle required a great investment of magical energy, neither spell was difficult. Even a first year could conceivably produce them with the proper training. Apparently, with the proper combination of threats and punishment, even children of 8 or 9 could do it. Ginny remembered they'd broken into the Crackle farm located at the hazy no man's land between Knockturn Alley and Muggle London. It was a dilapidated shack, wedged in an alley like a clutch of spider eggs. Inside, they had found 7 children, ages 9 to 14, who had been forced, day and night, to cast the required spells to transform cocaine to Crackle. All of them were suffering from magical exhaustion, with 2 on the verge of slipping into a coma. They were also all addicted to Crackle. So they want to replace the children with whatever this thing is, Ginny had said. In a way, it had also seemed like a good idea. Ginny, whatever this thing is, it's theoretically the most powerful magical incident ever recorded, Hermione had said. She had looked grim and tired, reminding Ginny for a brief, panicky moment of Albus Dumbledore. It's at least 500 times stronger than Hogwarts. Even if you put Stonehenge, the pyramids, Potala Palace, Machu Picchu all together, you'd barely get a 10th way there. Yeah, Ginny had said. Hermione had fallen silent. 500 times stronger than Hogwarts, Ginny had echoed in her mind. It was impossible to truly comprehend. What could it be, this thing? Some hole in the ground that opened to the bowels of the earth. A fluke. And now, they were flying towards it, mile by mile over the wrinkled sea. Cormac prodded her shoulder. He had looked through all the magazines in the flap on the back of the seat, and had already dismantled the motion sickness bag. "Canute for your thoughts," he muttered. She shook herself. "Nothing really. Just." She looked down into her lap and, feeling almost reluctant, made the sign that all oars knew, the signal that meant there were people around who should not hear. "Wondering how long before we get there, that's all." Cormac nodded. He turned his hand in the gesture of having received the message. Then he stretched and yawned as though they were in the Auror office break room on a normal weekday afternoon. "Silly muggle chairs," he muttered. "There's no place to put your legs. Just think, we'll be the only magic folk on that island. Just us. Weird, isn't it?" "Yeah," Ginny said grimly. "Just us." Snape stepped into the potions room and paused. He savored the comfortably cool air, the familiar dankness that settled around him like a well-known quilt. There was no light in the room, except for what came from the doorway behind him. Shadows flung themselves over the neat stack of cauldron, the cluttered but impeccably ordered cabinets, the old stone floor. He shut the door and waved his wand. A torch sputtered to life. Belladonna and asphodel, then perhaps a pinch of moonstone powder. The base had been established, and all he needed to do was modify it. Some myrtlap essence. No, that would react unfavorably with the knotgrass. The boy was in the other room, lying on a bed transfigured from the chair that Snape usually sat in to stare into the fire and lose himself to unhappy memories. McGonagall would have been displeased at how much trouble Snape went through to complete such a simple transformation. The pillows refused to be any fluffier than a folded towel, and the sheets stayed a faded gray, the same color as the bed Snape had slept in for the first 16 years of his life. He wondered if it was some odd sort of revenge his mother was trying to play from hell. He felt an odd tickling at the back of his mind. His hand slowed, and he frowned. That was the sign that his wards were opening to let in a guest. There was only a very small handful of people to whom he had given that permission, and half were dead or raving insane. Mungos are utterly gone. "Severus, are you there?" He should have known. There was only one person who would visit him. He set down the moonstone he was powdering, cast a stasis charm over his work, and walked swiftly to the living room. Now that the chair had changed into a bed, the fireplace was half obscured, but he could still see Granger's busy hair. "Drive, Granger," he said coolly. "To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure?" Granger smiled. She had not forgotten his methods of discourse, apparently. "Good to see you too, Professor. I am no longer one. You know what they say." "Please do not utter that abominable platitude," Snape interrupted. "And it is hardly they who say it. I believe it was the headmaster who invented it. That'd be enough for most of the wizarding world. The idiocy of the rest of the wizarding world is not my concern." He crossed his arms and felt the mantle of the classroom hovering at his shoulders. It was sometimes surprisingly easy to fall into old ways, habits that he thought he loathed. He thought he should be irked by how pleased he was with Granger's visit. "Well, may I cast a few maternity charms on your flow, Professor?" Snape frowned, and then his eyebrows rose slightly. "When are you expecting?" "A week or two." Granger smiled. The differences, unobtrusive and obscured by the flicker of flames, seemed so obvious now. A fuller face, the more rounded shoulders. "Are you certain, Granger? Flow travel can be dangerous during pregnancy." "It's only actually a big risk in the second trimester," Granger corrected. Snape bristled, but the reaction died down when Granger pushed her hair behind her ear and frowned. It was a gesture he had seen her do for a decade, but it had matured now and become something apart from the know-it-all girl he remembered. He wondered in what other ways he had fallen behind these last several years as the world spiraled past. "Very well," said Snape. "You may." A few moments later, Granger stepped through the fireplace, preceded by her protruding belly. She stopped short at the boy sleeping on the grey cot. "I met him purely by accident in London," said Snape, annoyed that he had not thought to move the boy to another room. "He was being attacked, so I saved him. Then he overdosed on a tranquility potion. It was not the whole truth, but it was also not a lie. I already fed him the base antidote to keep him in a stable condition, I was about to brew the remaining treatment when you called. I see. Good, Snape said, a sudden bite of hostility in his voice. Of course, an unknown, half-naked boy, unconscious on a cot in the lair of Severus Snape, ex-Death Eater and ex-bastard schoolteacher. Still a bastard, though. He was a fool not to have thought of the repercussions earlier. Granger frowned. Severus, she moved to the cot and peered at the boy's face. What's his name? I don't know. Granger looked up, surprised. You don't know. Apparently, motherhood has degraded your sense of hearing, he bit out. He had the urge to stalk somewhere. Granger nodded, a somewhat bewildered look in her face. The kettle jerked when he jabbed his wand at it, and the box of tea shrank back when he slammed open the cabinet. He paused for a moment, collecting himself. Damn it all, what was wrong with him? He knew, though, it was the same awkward terror that had condemned him to 7 years of misery at Hogwarts, that had made him such easy prey to both Malfoy and Potter's gangs. What few overtures of friendship he received, he had frightened away with a coldness that only masked his own fear. Potter was right, he was a coward. A slinking, Slytherin coward. No, he thought as he clenched his fists. The person out there was Granger, who, as much as he hated to admit, had in her own right the forgiveness of Dumbledore and the forthrightness of McGonagall. And it was helpful to remember, she used to be a bushy-haired, buck-toothed girl who resembled a vapid beaver. He stood still, taking stock of himself. The rage had disappeared, and he felt a gaping emptiness replace it. He shut his eyes at the suddenness of it. Even after all these years, that damn feeling could come like lightning out of the sky. Unclenching his fists, he made sure the kettle was on its way to boiling, and swept out of the kitchen. Granger was still standing, which, Snape realized belatedly, was probably because there were no chairs in the room. There was one in the dining room, he remembered. He flicked his wand and summoned it. The kettle's boiling, he said. Granger sat down with a grateful smile. Her face turned apologetic in the next moment. Severus, I'm sorry, I realize now I must have sounded terribly accusing. She laughed, almost nervously. Of course I wouldn't think that you were, intending child, be patient. Snape grunted. Idiot Gryffindors. As blunt as a worn pestle. And as blockheaded, most of them. You weren't, were you? Snape snapped around. Granger's gaze was defiant, but he could see stubborn concern as well. Severus, I need to make sure. He let out a shuddering breath. I can assure you, Dr. Granger, that I am not quite the monster you accuse me of being. He paused. If that will not satisfy you, I can swear it, by the order. No, I trust you, Severus, Granger said, her voice softer. Although, the order isn't what it used to be. She looked grim and a little forlorn. Snape frowned. I'm afraid I don't follow. Granger hesitated. So you don't know? No, I don't. Goodness. I mean, he cut off her apologetics with a wave of his hand. Well, I suppose it started even before we left Hogwarts. From faculty, I mean. Actually, now that I think of it, it probably began right after Voldemort died and Harry disappeared. Yes, Snape said stonily. Fred Weasley decided that it would be a good idea to keep the Order of the Phoenix active even in times of peace. In fact, he thought it would be good to expand it during times of peace as a sort of vigilante group. I don't think he actually began until he became headmaster, but soon afterwards, he started to recruit friends and students. According to Ginny, he's made himself the head, with various levels of command, so to speak, underneath him. Indeed, Snape sneered, but inwardly he felt a wave of shock. Fred Weasley had basically performed a bloodless coup d'état, and he had not even known. The notion weighed heavier in his mind than he'd have thought possible. The kettle began whistling. Black or green, he called from the kitchen. Or iron bodhisattva. Goodness, Severus, you have such interesting teas. I'll have the iron bodhisattva. Fancy name for half-fermented, he said, setting the cup before her. A movement caught his eye. The boy had stirred. It had been only a slight movement. The arm had dropped slightly, and nothing more came. Granger blew over the surface of the brew. Ginny told me she met you in a den in London. I think it was called Hell's Chateau. Indeed. I hope you weren't. Doing anything you shouldn't, Granger said sharply. Ginny said you weren't, but... Snape lifted an eyebrow. Granger set down her teacup, and Snape braced himself. Severus, you know how detrimental Crackle is to your magic and your body. It literally loosens your magical core from your body. And your brain. It becomes mush. Careful, Granger. Don't upset yourself too much. You're responsible for another. I know, Professor, she bit out, teacup balanced precariously on one knee. Once again, you marvel me with your stellar opinion of my conduct, he said, tone bordering on menacing. I know precisely what Crackle does to a wizard or witch, both magically and physically, and I have never taken any of that noxious junk. He paused. I have, though, indulged in a few old classics. Classics. Cannabis, Snape said, intentionally injecting a hint of wistfulness in his voice. He smirked at the expression on Granger's face. More accurately, Mort, cannabis laced with a memory charm. I'm surprised your year did not use it as much. But you did have other pleasures, I suppose. Serving the Dark Lord, hunting Death Eaters. He waved a hand negligently. That can't be very good for your body either, Granger said, frowning. No, but it exceeds the alternatives, Snape replied coldly. She would think of Crackle, he thought. Let her. His mind went to the months, those long, terrible months. Merlin, was it 24, 25 years now? When he was suddenly and utterly alone. Sometimes, it was necessary to forget. As professor, work had been a distraction. Work, and the lingering, half-dreamed promise of a return at the end of it all. Now that the promise had been waived, and he had survived when he thought wished. He had not, there was nothing left but to cake his mouth with the ashes of time. Granger had turned to the boy. What antidote are you giving him? Snape roused himself. The base of Morrible, he said, with some adder's scales and willow bark. It's the general antidote for comatose patients. I believe it was part of your 6th year NEWT's preparation. How on earth did he overdose on a tranquility potion? Snape's lips curled. He was serving as an agent for a Monsieur Nayant, and decided to prove his loyalty by trying the potion for poison. He paused. That name strike a bell, Granger. Nayant, did you say? Monsieur Nayant. Yes, Nayant, Snape repeated in a tone dry enough to parch a river. Granger shook her head, as though in disbelief. I haven't seen you in 4 years, and again you're in the thick of the worst. What do you mean? Snape said sharply. Monsieur Nayant is behind many machinations that, shall we say, are highly reminiscent of Lucius Malfoy in his prime. I must say I'm unsurprised. If this Nayant has to conduct perfectly legal potions purchases through a 15-year-old agent in a den, I can hardly expect him to be a righteous Gryffindor. Severus, you met him in a den. Snape clenched his teeth to bite back a wince. Yes, Granger, I rescued him at a den. But, the frown on her face dissipated into a persistent furrow on her brow. I suppose they don't really enforce the age limits. They don't in the Muggle world, either. She reached into her robe and took out a small paper bag. It's just hard to believe, they're so young, and so vulnerable. They're just the targets that the Crackle farmers are looking for. Indeed, Snape had read, for it was difficult to avoid news this big, about the breakup of the Crackle farm in London. He remembered the Prophet's front-page photograph, a picture taken as the children were being liberated. There was no distinguishing them from withered old men with softened skin and blackened hair. Their eyes held a haunted look that Snape could only recall seeing in Azkaban prisoners. He tried to picture, as one of those ghosts, this unconscious boy, dirty, undernourished, but still just 15 and terribly naive, reminding him, sentimentally, perhaps, of a pale shoot, or a young flame. Damn it all, he thought. When did he start caring for other people again? Granger broke into his thoughts. It's a real possibility, Severus, she said slowly. Monsieur Nayant has 2 other identities. One, I think we're all rather familiar with, Blaise Zabini. Snape drew in a sharp breath. Zabini, that boy. He remembered dark skin, upturned eyes, and an utter disdain for anything that necessitated cleaning his hands afterwards. Yes, although now his other alias, that of the White Knight, is a little better known. What? Impossible, Snape hissed. Him, my student, the White Knight. The loutish head of an idiotic Crackle cartel. It's far from just idiotic, Severus. It's downright terrible. Nearly half of all Crackle users experience significant drains in their magical reserves within the first year. Since most people don't use their full reserves, they don't notice it. But with their magic so disturbed, it's only a matter of time before the core completely dislodges and they become squibs. That, she went on before Snape could put a word in, doesn't even consider the impact of Crackle Farms. It's not only children on the streets who are kidnapped. Crackle agents have raided orphanages, Quidditch games, plucked kids off the pavement as they visit a friend. She stopped. Snape sat still, watching her. She had worked herself to the brink of losing her composure, but she had caught herself, seated with one hand clutched protectively, perhaps unconsciously, over her belly. "It's a mess," she said at last. She opened the paper bag, reached in, and took out some small, dark objects, which she began feeding herself with. Not as big a mess as Voldemort, of course, but still a mess. Snape hesitated. "Miss Granger, dare I ask what you're eating?" Granger's hand paused halfway to her mouth. "Weetabix mini crunches. It's a Muggle snack. I haven't eaten lunch yet, and it's Mrs. Granger Pickering, if you please." "I should think those things hardly qualify as a proper lunch, Granger." She smiled. "I know, and I'm touched by your concern, Professor." She lifted the teacup from her knee, and Snape quickly took it from her. "I have to go now, I'm afraid. My desk gathers paperwork especially when I'm not looking. I hope I need not remind you of the fundamental task of feeding that infant." Granger's face was almost glowing. Snape frowned, completely thrown off by the behavior of pregnant women. Little Harry would be pleased to know that Professor Snape was worrying about his having had lunch. "You're naming it Harry." The smile on Granger's lips settled into something more cautious. "Yes, it was that, or Albus, but since Albus is still alive," she paused, and Snape felt that something in the room would shatter at any moment. "Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry, Severus, You needn't apologize," he said coldly, turning around so he would not see her and hate her, or that she should see the pain on his face. "It is my fault for not preparing myself adequately for Gryffindor idiocy." "I'm so sorry, Severus," said Granger, sounding truly wretched. "And here I was, thinking," she laughed, a hollow sound. "Here I was, wondering how to ask you to be his godfather." Something reached into his chest and gave a twist. "Me? His godfather? Preposterous." He crossed his arms and glowered to hide the fact that he had, to his acute embarrassment, sputtered, and that his heart was humming like a pepper-up potion gone wrong. "Do you need your head checked, Granger? Please, go to St. Mungo's at once." The girl was grinning like McGonagall as a cat. "Is it possible? I do believe you're blushing, Professor Snape." "Granger, cease this foolishness at once," he said in as curt and acrid a voice as he could muster. He glared at Granger's face, and found himself relieved that she still had a smile lingering at her lips. "Roger and I are planning 2 sets of godparents, one in the Muggle world and one in the magical. He gets to choose the Muggle ones, and I the magical ones. Ginny is obviously going to be the godmother, and I was considering Neville, but, to be honest with you, Professor, I feel a bit nervous at the thought of him just holding." She stopped and blushed deeply. Snape sniggered. Was it possible he might just have witnessed the incredible incidents of a Gryffindor insulting a fellow Gryffindor, and in front of their Slytherin nemesis, at that? "I mean, would you, Professor, be Harry's godfather? Harry's godfather." He thought immediately of Black, and the irony of it nearly made him laugh. Little Harry's godfather. Merlin. Him. A godparent. And of Harry. A little boy. Half Muggle born. Named in the memory of Harry Boy Who Bloody Lived Potter. Suddenly, it was not the ridiculous notion of him giving godparent-ish gifts that he thought of, nor the memory of a boy with James Potter's infuriating face. It was something cold and distant and burning inside him like a pellet of ice. "Severus." Granger's voice was too soft. Was he really so transparent? He turned around with an impassive expression planted firmly on his face. "Yes, Granger. Yes." She paused, as though not certain of what he meant. "Yes, I will be that brat, that child's godparent." Granger beamed and reached to the mantel for flow powder. Good. I'm glad. She paused. It'd have been either Neville or Fred Weasley if you said no, and, she shook her head. As much as I am fond of them both, I am very glad you said yes. She gave him a relieved grin. Snape grunted awkwardly. Go feed your fetus. Granger laughed, shaking her head. Yes, Professor. She tossed in the powder. The Department of Mysteries, head office. She shouted, and stepped through. The flames curled on themselves after Granger disappeared, and lost their green tinge a moment later. Silence fell over the room. Snape glanced down at the teacup in his hand, and banished it to the kitchen with a quick flick of his wand. An hour or two later, Snape returned to the living room with a vial of clear liquid. He considered the boy, and then the potion in his hand. There was no reason why he should not cast the spells that would force the fluid past the boy's lips with the efficiency of grinding moonstone, or handing in paperwork. He had no qualms about it at all. In fact, it was far less prone to accidents. The thought of having the boy lying askew in his arms while the clear liquid dribbled down his chin was not at all attractive. He grunted, and settled at the edge of the bed. Ebiber, he intoned. The potion lifted itself out of the vial and slipped between the boy's lips. Snape watched, feeling more trepidation than he would like to admit. The boy shivered like a reed, a flush appeared on his face, and his eyes slowly opened. He tried to sit, but flopped back. Who? Snape bit back any comments. Oh, you, the boy rubbed his eyes and glanced around in confusion. Did I? Where's this? This ISN, Street. Mungos. No, it is not, Snape said. His voice was at its driest. I hope you're not displeased that I decided not to leave you in the mercy of the welfare witches. The boy shook his head vigorously, and then winced. Ow, feel like I've been thumped right here. He patted the back of his head. Snape snorted. That is what happens when you decide to imbibe the tranquility potion in its concentrated form. Fortunately, you had only a small sip. Otherwise, not even the Philosopher's Stone would have saved you. Tranquility P. Oh, shit. He sprung up, and Snape jerked back by instinct. How much time's passed since I was out? Snape frowned. 18 hours, roughly. Pete's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. Where do you think you're going, boy? Snape snapped. You need at least 12 more hours before the potion is down to safe enough levels for you to go fooling around in the streets. The boy looked wildly at the floor, the mantel. He's gonna kill me. Where's the goddamned potion? Where do you put the goddamned potion? F****, he's gonna kill me. The boy staggered, and it was only by swerving at the last moment that he did not smash his head against the fireplace. Cease this at once, Snape barked. He had crossed his arms and turned on his fiercest glare. Any student, any wizard he had known, for that matter, would have trembled at this, or at least stopped, but the boy kept stumbling about. He looked in the corners and fumbled under the bed. Boy, I will not tolerate this stupidity in my house. F****, where is it? Where do you put it? The boy was leaning against the wall, and Snape could see, feeling helpless and frightened, the pale shoulders trembling like a slight flame against the wind. Where? God, Pete's goin' to kill me, he'll be so mad. Snape stalked towards the fireplace. What are you talking about, boy? He snarled, spitting out each word with as much force as he could muster. Calm down or I will throw you out. He ended with a roar that finally helped him gain a handle on himself. The boy met his gaze with a blank look. Now, said Snape, taking a deep breath, you will begin to speak like a rational wizard, and not some flea-brained muggle. He stepped back, arms still crossed. Explain yourself. The boy's face scrunched into a frown. I dunno how to do any magic, he muttered. I'm a muggle. Snape stared. What? I was just sayin', I dunno any magic, the boy insisted. He was leaning against the wall, shoulders drawn together and back hunched. Sketched by only faint outlines that emerged from the skewed firelight, he looked older, like a 20-something-year-old who had gone one too many days without food. See, and I have the potion. Pete said he wanted it that night, and now it's day, and I haven't got it to him yet. The boy was trembling. Please, I promise I won't mention you, Mr. Vess. I won't bug you again, Ever, if you don't want it. The boy was begging now, blabbering words that might as well have been the yelping of a dog. Please, Mr. Vess, please. Snape waited, almost holding his breath, for something, anything, the feelings that had commanded him to take the boy back, the purpose that had guided him as he mixed Morrible with Asphodel, Moonstone with Knotgrass. Nothing came. Very well, Snape said. He hesitated, but he turned and swept into his potions room, feeling shadows chasing his heels like nipping bats. He paused to give a glance at his untidy workspace. An entire day, wasted. The vial was in his hand, and he was already in the living room when he stopped. He would give it to the boy. Then the boy would leave, stumbling and bumping into walls and people by whatever long winding Muggle paths that only Muggles knew, and Snape would probably never see him again. Maybe only a glimpse at a den, veiled by smoke and ash. Granger would ask, next time he saw her, what had become of the boy, and he would say, dryly, simply, that the boy left. No, he did not know the boy's name, but he was in no danger of the Crackle Farms. No danger at all. No, Granger, did childbirth leave a dent in her mental capacities? He stepped forward. The boy's eyes lit up. They were far too hazy for the boy to last for long. Within an hour, he would be an unconscious heap on the pavement. Is that it, sir? The boy said. Thanks, Mr. Vess, if there's anything. Snape stepped back and drew the potion out of reach. Not so hasty, I'm afraid, he sneered. You would not be able to manage 36 steps from my door in your condition. I'd rather you not crack your skull and fail my end of the deal. I'm fine, please give me the potion, the boy snapped. In 2 days' time, if you behave. The boy lunged. Stupefy. Snape flung out an arm to prevent the boy's head from cracking on the floor. The vial fell from the boy's hand and skittered under the cot. He did nothing for a moment besides stare at the boy. The fireplace crackled. The flames had sunk. He would have to feed it new coal. Grunting, Snape hauled the limp body onto the cot. The pillow had fallen to the floor. He picked it up, cast a quick Scourgify, and nestled the boy's head onto it. Snape stepped back and pulled the chair to a corner opposite the bed. With a flick of his wand, he summoned a potions journal from the other room. It flapped through the air like a reluctant bird, nearly brushing the boy's face, before it landed in Snape's hands. He settled back, opened it, and began to read. The glacier seemed to bleed out of the sky and reach long hands down the rocky slopes. Ginny pulled her gaze away from it to where Cormac was talking to the Muggle, both dressed in similar hulks of brightly colored jackets. We've already had firearms training, Cormac was saying sternly. You've already, the Muggle blinked. But the center, they did. We've already had firearms training, Cormac repeated, more forcefully. Firearms, you've already, a satisfied smile bubbled onto his face. Good, good, seems like you know what to do. British government got you prepared. Much better than that American group last month. Call me up if you want to head to the research base. Do you know my mobile phone? Cormac stumbled. Yes, Ginny said. Good, very good. Then you know how to contact me. Yes, of course, Cormac said quickly. Thank you. The Muggle left. These are a tougher lot, these Muggles, Cormac muttered as they made their way to their hotel. Ginny glanced around quickly, but they were alone, and nothing stirred amongst the tufts of dried earth that lined the gray roads. The place felt too desolate for her liking. Hermione said to expect that, said Ginny. There's a trend. That's why there are so many Muggle wizard enclaves in Iceland. And mobile phones, Cormac groaned, I'd forgotten what they were. That wasn't in our training. They're teaching that now. Doesn't help us, we've graduated now. Where'd you hear of it? Hermione told me, Ginny replied, a bit pointedly. Cormac made a disgruntled sound. They walked a few more steps before he sidled close and said in a low voice, so what is it that you wanted to tell me? Ginny looked around again. It was better to speak things in secret in an open space enfolded by anti-eavesdropping charms than in a room, which might have been tampered with before. There was plenty of open space here. Let's go up there, she said, pointing at the hill that rose from the edge of the town and, on one side, dipped under the grasp of the glacier. Cormac nodded. They hiked in silence up the barren soil. From here, the entire town was visible. The flat houses, the stark roads, the cluster of buildings that was the airport. It looked unbelievably depressing. Ginny could hardly believe any of the Muggles could make their home here. The box-like houses seemed little more than rat cages, and the streets looked pitiful against the vastness of the wild. Her gaze crept up from the bay to the hills. The land itself had an icy beauty about it, desolate, vast, and hostile. "So what's up?" Ginny turned to face him. He had a serious look on his face, and Ginny suddenly felt it unfair that Cormac should be dragged into this mess. "Hermione talked to me before we left," she said, and paused. "What did Jack tell you about this mission?" He frowned. "Just that it was by request of the DOM," he said slowly. "He told me they thought there was a thing of power up north, but didn't say how important it was. It could be very important. This thing, according to Hermione's calculations, could be 500 times as powerful as Hogwarts." Cormac's eyes widened. Merlin's saggy left. "You serious?" "It's what Hermione told me," Ginny said grimly. "This is serious, Ginny," Cormac said. He was frowning. Why didn't the DOM get the Ministry to put it on higher alert? If this thing's 500 times stronger than Hogwarts, it should be at the highest levels. "They don't know what it is yet," Ginny said defensively. "It could be something related to the Earth itself, like," she tried to remember the explanation Hermione and Aaron had given. "Something like magnetic fields, or what? It's something comparable in the Muggle world. The point is, nobody knows what this is yet, which is why we're here to find out. It could just be a hole in the ground, some sort of natural conduit. Like the Pennines and Cader Idris." She had done some research of her own, which was basically reading up on the names that Hermione tossed out. "So the DOM thinks it's a hole in the ground," Cormac deadpanned. Ginny felt a spark of annoyance. It was the same feeling that cropped up whenever he belittled Hermione's work in the Department of Mysteries, or when he tried, though not so much anymore, to take the more dangerous tasks from her, or when he defended members of the Ministry that Ginny knew from the past to be perfectly capable of being underhanded bunglers. She remembered that she had been given a choice to work with him or Tonks, but she had chosen him, because Tonks had been in the War and the Order, and Cormac had been in Neither, and she had not wanted to be reminded of the past. Now, though, she felt some regret. "It could be. In fact, it's probably some natural thing," Ginny answered coolly. "However, nobody is sure. That is why we are here. To find out, you know. No need to get so touchy." Ginny drew back. They were partners, she remembered, and felt somewhat ashamed. "Sorry. Don't worry about it," he gave half a grin. "Anyway, my skin's quite tough now. Francine's seen to that." Ginny felt it safe to smile, but it faded as she remembered what she had to tell. She gave a quick look at their surroundings. They were still alone. That's not even the punch line. Apparently, someone in the Ministry heard about it, and leaked it out to the White Knight. "What?" Cormac's brows shot up before jabbing together in a frown. "Who told you that?" "Hermione," said Ginny. "How did the DOM know?" "Hermione was just putting two and two together," Ginny replied testily. For some reason, that spark of annoyance was coming back. "Well," Ginny tilted her head slightly. "Why do you care so much how Hermione found out?" And, the realization of it dawned just as she was speaking the words, "Why does it sound like you already knew?" Cormac had frozen, his gaze halfway down the valley. Ginny felt as though a breath of winter had stolen down her throat into her stomach. He might not be the real Cormac. He might be an agent, a Death Eater. Voldemort's spy, masquerading, with the real Cormac captured. Dead. No, the Death Eaters were gone. That was all ended. She had to have a grip on herself. Come on there, Ginny. But as she dragged her mind from the past, she faced a tremendous reluctance from every pore in her body. Instinct screamed for her to reach for her wand. But she did not. The moment she did so, it would become real, it would no longer be just memories. "You didn't know, did you?" she said. Cormac cleared his throat. "No, I didn't," he said, and grinned so feebly it looked more like a grimace. "I was just surprised that the DOM knows. You know me, typical Auror thinking. We're always pissed off when someone else knows something before us. He had recovered, and the smile had come back as though it had never been gone. Ginny nodded, face impassive. She was no longer dwelling. Instead, she was thinking hard, feeling the ends of connections straining to meet. Then, she realized. You're in. She paused and felt disbelieving fury explode inside her. You're in Fred's order. You are, aren't you? He. I can't believe it. She ended with a shriek, but quickly controlled herself when Cormac scanned the hills. Only Hermione and the minister himself knew about Mitavelli. And the minister has nice long talks with Fred. And and Fred never liked Hermione, and of course Cormac would defend those idiots in the ministry, so long as they were in Fred's pocket. You, part of that. Calm down, Ginny, Cormac muttered. Tell me, and I know you well enough that I'll see if you're lying, Ginny said flatly. Are you or are you not part of that order? For a moment Cormac said nothing. Then he exhaled, and nodded. I am. He went on before Ginny could burst out. You don't understand it, Ginny. We're not the way you think. The headmaster said you don't like it, but... Cormac's words buzzed in her head. Not the way you think, headmaster, she noticed and quickly squashed a rising bubble of hysteria. You've no idea what I think about Fred's order. I don't think he does either. And why do you call him headmaster? Unless it's one of the rules of his cult. She spat the last word out. Cormac looked to be shaking. Ginny, you have no idea. Cormac, you have no idea, Ginny said coldly. The Order of the Phoenix has done its work. Voldemort is dead. Fred has no right to keep it going like this. It's over. It's never over, Cormac said, and for the first time there was ire in his voice. There are always people to be looking out for, people sneaking about, trying to keep you-know-whose ways. That's why there's the ministry. That's why you're an Auror. Ginny noticed that she was close to shrieking again. She clamped her mouth shut for a moment, trying to wrest herself back, but Cormac had started talking in her silence. You can't depend on the ministry to catch everything, Ginny. Don't you see? You know who became so powerful only because the ministry ignored everything it was seeing. If there'd been an order like ours, if there'd been a group to watch for that thing. Do you think Dumbledore didn't keep a lookout? Ginny snapped. If he couldn't do it, then Fred can stop dreaming. But that was different, Cormac protested, although the invocation of Dumbledore's failure made him appear less certain. Back then, Dumbledore was at odds with the ministry. He couldn't do much. Dumbledore, Ginny shouted, but stopped herself. She was gripping her wand as tightly as she had in the final battle. Cormac, she saw, was holding his hands on either side of his body, with palms open upwards. Hands up, unclenched, that was the body language of the pacifist, the negotiator. Ginny felt rage slipping away, like the crumbling of stone. You don't know Fred. He isn't doing it for some grand noble purpose. He's doing it for something else. For what he thinks is for George, she thought, but could not say it aloud. She took a breath and changed her posture. Never mind. If I've a problem, I should call it on him. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, Cormac said, looking genuinely unhappy. I never asked. But that's no excuse. Ginny shook her head. Never mind that. Right now we're stuck in an island with 2 magicists and 1 imposter and something that's 500 times stronger than Voldemort. And each other, said Cormac with an expression of mock disdain. A laugh escaped Ginny's mouth, and she punched him on the arm. Prat. Cormac pulled a puppy dog look on his face. Pals. Ginny nodded. And Auror knows Adlogate, she said seriously. Auror knows Adlogate, Cormac returned in kind. So, Mitavelli, shall we apply the standard procedures for watching him? Some minutes later, after having decided on the methods of surveillance to watch the Italian, they began descending the hill. A few figures were walking down the street, but from the distance, it was impossible to tell who they were. You were already keeping a lookout on him, weren't you? Ginny said softly halfway down. Fred must have told you that Mitavelli was suspicious, after the minister told him what Monsieur Néant wanted. Cormac nodded once, and kept her in the dark about it, she thought. Some brother she had. She tried to shake it off, but the thought was tinged with a disbelieving unhappiness that dragged like a tide. This was something important, that could possibly jeopardize lives, her life, and Fred had not told her. If the minister's part of Fred's order, I guess this Nahant fellow had to have quite a bit of clout to pull this through. Seems likely, said Cormac, frowning. It was something he had puzzled about too, apparently. They walked for another stretch before Ginny asked, when did the order figure out Nahant was the White Knight? A while ago, although we're not certain, Cormac said, with a hint of pride. It started as one of the headmaster's hunches, but my notes and several other people's notes support it. We've been keeping tabs on him, but he's very careful so far. We figure he knows he's being watched. Ginny was aware of feeling a grudging respect. She had not actually thought of what Fred's order did. This was the first time she had learned anything, really, of their activities. It was impressive they had figured out so early. But, she thought, her fellow Aurors, and definitely Hermione, would have made the connections, perhaps even earlier, if there had been no layers of secrecy and allegiances to wade through. It was still subversive, still harmful, still selfish, but she quashed the feelings of outrage before they could surface. The streets widened as they approached and one of the jacketed figures walked towards them. He stopped, hands in his pockets, amongst a clump of dried grass, and Ginny saw that it was Aaron. She waved and watched him wave back with wide, windmill-like movements. "Hey Ginny," he said, smiling nervously. "Auror Maclagan. Magicist Sconser," Cormac said coolly. Aaron looked even more anxious at this, and Ginny gave her fellow Auror an exasperated glance. "What's up, Aaron?" "We've set up the trollariometer to be portable," Aaron said. "Basically it's balanced between two extended broomsticks with a leveling charm. Of course, the leveling charm doesn't work when we're moving, but it'll be much easier than dragging the thing around as it is, I think." "Sounds good," said Cormac. "When shall we set out?" "Whenever the two of you are ready," said Aaron, his glance bouncing from one Auror to the other. Ginny looked at her watch. It was still morning. They would have at least 8 hours to locate the thing of power. In any case, they had a portable tent, and with the midnight sun, they would not need to return to the Muggle town. As though on cue, two figures appeared down the road, one wrapped in a pink parka and the other in a featureless black jacket. They carried between them two broomsticks with the basin of the trollariometer balanced towards the front. It reminded Ginny of a sedan chair. "There they are," Aaron said. "Sue Lee, Mitavelli," he greeted. "I should hope they've cast some sort of disillusionment charm," Cormac remarked testily as they made forth to meet the two magicists. "Hi Aaron, Auror Weasley and Maclagan," said Sue Lee, looking a bit worse for wear. "Are we ready?" Ginny's gaze flitted from Sue Lee to Mitavelli, who stood apart and somewhat behind. "Yes, we're ready," she said. They set off on broomsticks soon after, and the Muggle town disappeared from view in a matter of minutes. In the distance, in valleys that sometimes emerged from the sides of the drab slopes, Ginny caught sight of one or two other Muggle settlements, but they were smaller, resembling small specks of dust gathered in creases of cloth. She wondered if anyone lived there at all. Some time past noon, she heard Cormac calling. She doubled back to where he and Mitavelli were gliding with the trollariometer. "Can we have lunch now?" Cormac complained. "I'm starving, and his stomach is really getting on my nerves, it's grumbling so loud." Ginny suppressed a smirk. Mitavelli stayed stony-faced. They stopped on the side of a slope that dipped into a valley that ran with rivulets of ice. Ginny and Sue Lee had packed food they had bought the previous night from a Muggle store. Much of it was fish either smoked or salted, or treated in ways she had not thought possible. Hopefully nobody would get any bowel problems in the middle of nowhere. "What's this?" Cormac said, holding up one of those tightly sealed Muggle bags. "It's not fish." "No," said Ginny, "it's reindeer." "Blimey, is it edible?" "You can find out. I heard it's good," from the shop clerk. Cormac hesitated for a moment, but ripped open the package with a cutting motion of his wand. Sue Lee dropped her fish and screamed, then clapped a hand over her mouth. Ginny jumped to her feet and looked down the valley. "It's a polar bear," Aaron exclaimed. "No, it's a bugbear," Ginny said flatly. She glanced at Cormac, who was at her side, wand at ready. The bear was on 2 feet, standing at the bottom and looking up at them without moving. "It seems sort of harmless," Aaron said, hovering hesitantly behind them. I mean, it's not attacking us yet, and maybe we should just, let it alone. Bugbears, unless you get rid of them, will track you for up to weeks, said Mitavelli. Ginny looked at him sharply. It was perhaps the first time on the trip that he had spoken voluntarily. Better put it down before it beeps your blood dry. Aaron flushed an ugly brick color. A Repello charm, said Ginny. Cormac nodded, with a bitter aftertaste. Ginny nodded sharply. They raised their wands together and jabbed it at the bugbear. Repello Amarorus. A yellow jet of light shot out, along with a dank smell, like the powdery corners of an old apothecary. The spells hit the bugbear and splashed over its fur. With a yelp somewhere between a dog's howl and a lamb's scream, the bugbear turned and loped off down the valley. Poor thing, said Ginny, sitting down again, probably smelled our food. Poor muggles, said Cormac. It's heading down their way. It's not going to be a happy bugbear that tries to steal their fish. He picked up the bag of reindeer. He said, and tore off a strip. They set off again soon after that, heading north, with Ginny and Aaron manning the trollariometer. A wind had risen from the north and stung their faces, chapped their lips. They went on for the next hour or so, stopping only to empty their bladders or bowels, the act of which was made simpler by the portable toilet Aaron and Sue Lee had brought. This is great, Cormac had enthused the first time Sue Lee had pulled it out of her bag and inflated it with a tap of her wand. We could really use this for some of our field missions. It's neato, isn't it? Aaron had said, beaming. Sue Lee and I found it in the catalog at Merck and Manning's Global Trot Shop. It was absolutely indispensable in Argentina. What's even better is that it recycles the excretion. What's that? Recycles? I suppose it's more of a muggle term. It's the idea of reusing something. Cormac had stopped circling the toilet. Reuse. Yeah, Aaron had chirped. There's a filter that creates an emergency reserve of water. It's very similar to what muggle astronauts do. In outer space. Cormac had stared at Aaron as though he had popped out an extra limb. Right. They traveled in near silence for much of the afternoon. The wind would not permit their talking. The ground and their surroundings had changed soon after they left their luncheon spot. The bare hills and streaks of snow gave way to tremendous slabs of ice, glaciers that glittered and gleamed beneath them like a frozen sea. It was nearing late evening, and Ginny was feeling her muscles in her back and legs complain, when Aaron leaned to the side and muttered, I think the declination is leveling. We're nearly there. Ginny nodded. A thrill of dread and excitement shot through her. They were nearly there. The spot itself was obvious the moment they saw it. Sue Lee, Cormac, and Mitavelli had stopped first above a lip of ice, and when Ginny caught up with them, she understood why. What is that? Aaron shouted, half his voice nipped by the wind. Not natural, Sue Lee shouted back. Can't be. Aaron peered at the trollariometer. Ginny, he called, nodding at the thing. They glided down before the folds of ice, Ginny steering most of the way while Aaron stared at the trollariometer, prodding the liquid occasionally with his wand. He looked up. Can we go around it? They hovered in a circle. Ginny stared at the formation. It looked as though smooth sheets of ice had grown up from the ground and clustered together as petals of a flower. The thing was surprisingly tall, reaching from a flat plane to about the height of the burrow. Ginny, it's in here, Aaron shouted. He was smiling at her, his grin wide and excited. He tapped his wand to his throat. Sonorous. Everyone, it's in here. The others clustered about. The trollariometer points to the inside of this thing, Aaron explained excitedly, the wind warping his voice even with the spell. And at about this height, he reached an arm above his head, is the level at which the declination is 0. That's very specific, Cormac said, eyeing the formation. So whatever it is in the middle of this ice cube. Actually, it's not cubic in shape, Aaron said, words tumbling out in his excitement. I noticed from the hill that there's a very specific pattern. The formation can be reduced to concentric circles, each of which consists of 5 subcomponents, like the whorls of the corolla. What? Cormac shouted. Aaron gestured rapidly, nearly slipping off his broomstick. If you go up and look down, the thing looks like a flower with petals in multiples of 5. A pentagonal rose. Cormac gave a skeptical look before soaring up to a greater height. So how do we remove the thing from the ice? It was Mitavelli who had spoken. Ginny watched Aaron shrug his shoulders. Melt it. Cut it out. I'm not sure. But it's inside this, definitely. Mitavelli's gaze stayed on Aaron for a moment longer. The other magic ist shrugged again, looking uncomfortable. Finally the Italian looked away, for a moment catching Ginny's eye. We can do that tomorrow, Sully was saying. I brought the portable tent. It should be warm even if the temperature goes to -10, -20. Ginny peered into the walls of ice. Was there truly something inside? She thought maybe there was something dark in the center, but it must have been an illusion. The ice was opaque and gently orange in the flare of the sun, which seemed not to have moved from its place in the sky. The ice would have to wait for tomorrow. Hermione had the vague feeling that something was wrong the moment she stepped into the office. It occurred only as a faint itch at the back of her mind, but the wards were speaking. She sat down and tried to open her senses to whatever might come to her. The moment her gaze settled on the cabinets in the back, she knew what it was. Someone had tried to access her files. Grimly, she stepped to the back of the room, one hand held protectively in front of her belly. Reveloso, she commanded, pointing at a small black mark on the wall. A bluish light unfolded from the wall and rose into a hazy picture. Hermione frowned, tapped the picture, and watched as the first slid away and another took its place. The slideshow showed a man, wearing full, dark-colored robes, attempting to break through the wards over her file cabinet. She glanced at the time at the bottom of the pictures. 9:22 p.m., 4:21:32 a.m. It was the work of someone who did not know her schedule, then. At 4:25:52 a.m., another figure appeared. A man, evidently a superior to the first, Hermione thought, heart speeding up. Both their faces were hazed by an anonymity charm. The way he carried himself was terribly familiar. The first man seemed to consult with the second before returning to the cabinet, obscuring the other for a moment. 4:26:42 a.m., 4:26:52 a.m. The first had moved out of the way to reveal the second, sitting casually in Hermione's chair, wand held in between the index fingers of both hands. Hermione gasped. She knew now. It was not so surprising. In fact, she had considered it, even, but actually seeing it still came like a punch to her gut. The pictures shuttled by more quickly. At 4:35:2 a.m. the men were gone. Hermione tapped the wall, and the blue light vanished. She stood quietly in the middle of her office. She could confront him, but she dismissed the thought immediately. This was not enough evidence, and he had built more connections than she. It was unfortunate, perhaps dangerous, that she had underestimated both the extent to which he would go, or the necessity of building a defense. Now, it was almost too late. Almost, but not quite. She took a deep breath, and cast a quick hex detection spell over her chair, the floor, everything. How could he do such a thing? She thought, clenching her wand. They had fought together, lost together, and won together. But the outburst collapsed into a lingering sadness and regret. He had lost just as much as she, more, even. And perhaps he believed that she did not feel it as much as he did. He was so wrong. The hard-learned ability to center herself, to keep the emotions away until it was safe to fall apart, her closeness to Dumbledore because of her abilities, and the necessary secrecy, had grown a wall between her and others. She had found herself groping against its hard surface when she needed them most. After Ron died, Harry's first disappearance, his second. Did she regret it now? She remembered telling herself it was too late, when the wall was only a shadow, then a fence, and then a line of dark cliffs. She shook her head and took out a bag of raisins. There was no looking back now. And there was no denying the grim necessity of fight. Snape felt the boy pounding on the wards while he was adding monkshood to the wolfsbane potion. He smirked. Evidently, the boy had realized that the doorknob had been hexed to feel like a burning iron, and now he was attacking the door like a bull. Without rushing, he finished this stage of the wolfsbane potion and moved the smoking cauldron to a corner of the room. The boy was now attacking the window. The typical Gryffindor behavior was starting to nauseate him. He swept through the door and into the sitting room. He found the boy with a chair held above his head, looking ready to smash it into the window. "Excuse me," Snape said smoothly. The boy whirled around and set the chair down. "Were you trying to rearrange the furniture in my sitting room?" The boy blinked. There was a barely perceptible shudder to his shoulders. Snape frowned. By now, the tranquility potion should have been completely purged. "Let me out," the boy muttered. "You've no right keeping me cooped in here." Snape stepped forward. He noticed the sweaty brow, the slight twitch of the arm. The boy was not well, that much was clear. Before he could cross the room, though, the boy scampered out of the way. Snape sighed in exasperation. "There is something the matter with you, boy. Now, if you will stop moving so much, I will try to diagnose what it is." "I warn you," the boy growled, "I'm armed." Snape's frown deepened. It was almost as though the boy could not speak in a normal voice. "If you touch me, I'll not be," he hiccuped, "nice with you." One hand crept, spider-like, to the back pocket. Snape stepped forward, flicking his wand. Expelliarmus. The knife ripped out of the boy's trousers and into his hand. He slipped it into his robe. "Something is wrong with you, boy, and it is not from either of the 2 potions you drank in the last 72 hours. "I'm fine. Just let me go. Give me the potion and let me go. Let me go." The boy had slumped against the wall and was trying to steady himself. "I can stand it any more," he groaned. "I'm so cold, I'm so cold, Suddenly the boy crouched to the floor and began retching. Snape leapt aside. "I think a call to Saint Mungo's is in order," he snapped, reaching to grab the boy's upper arm. "No, not there," the boy bit out, and the wretched pleading in his voice made Snape hesitate. "I just need the potion, and you've got to just let me go, and then I'll be okay. I just need to get out of here." "You're extremely ill with something beyond my capabilities to treat," Snape barked. "No, the boy retched again. He beeped. Snape was steeling himself for the jolt of apparition when a memory came to him. A white-faced stranger trembling in the corner of a den, eyes turned inward with unseeing pain. Retching, trembling, and, at the sight of one of the agents of the White Knight, a desperate plea for more, please, more crackle. Snape let go, struck for a moment by both the possibility and the impossibility. The boy beeped. Let me go." He grabbed the boy's shoulders and caught the hazy eyes with his own. Entering was easier than puncturing tissue, and the memories were practically presented to him. He saw a dark alley, hands taking out a small packet from a wizard's robes, and a mirror. A jump, and white powder, with its characteristic yellow sheen, had made several trails over the dark surface. A face peering into it, the boy's face, blissful, and the steady pleasure of breathing. Snape grabbed the boy and roughly pushed him lengthwise onto the bed. "Muggle indeed," he growled, blood rushing through his temples. "You idiot, only a wizard would have such an effect from crackle." The boy's eyelids parted a crack. "Do you have any? I feel like shit." "Good," Snape snarled. "What you are experiencing is withdrawal. You will steadily feel worse over the next few hours. Then you will feel as though you had a herd of rumpets run you over." You, the boy hissed, clenching the bed sheet in both hands. "I have heard that sleeping on top of a pentagram helps alleviate symptoms," Snape continued, voice steely. "If you ask nicely, I might create one for you." "Why Don? You let me go. Why can you just gimme the potion and let me off?" The boy shouted. He thrashed, turning side to side, skin soaking the sheets with sweat. Snape hesitated. True, his end of the bargain was unfinished, and if Hermione was correct, then he was risking the wrath of the largest criminal organization in Britain. "Oh God," the boy groaned. I want to die." Snape snorted. "Let me assure you, as impossible as it may seem, there are fates worse than withdrawal from a brain-rotting powder." The boy glared, trembling. "You talk like a douche-bag. And your nose is 2F******ing big." Snape stiffened. "Oh God." The boy flipped weakly onto his back and covered his eyes with his hands. "Can't you get me some? I'll do anything for you. If you want, I'll let you bugger me." "I am not interested in your clumsy attempts at prostitution," Snape interrupted coldly. "Nor do I find you in your present state remotely attractive. It was the truth. He felt only a frightened revulsion of this strange boy whom he had, very stupidly, taken into his home. He should just have left the boy on the steps of St. Mungo's and be done with it. They've said that I'm as good as, the boy muttered. Anything. Reacting with sudden fury, Snape reached out and grabbed the boy's ear and jerked him into a sitting position. The boy shrieked with pain, but stilled when he saw Snape's wand pointed between his eyes. Perhaps it is not immediately obvious to an organism of your intellectual capacity, Snape whispered, but you are currently in my house, and under my auspices. Considering that you are my guest, that I am showing you a hospitality I have not shown anyone, not even Albus Dumbledore, not even the Dark Lord, and that I could, at my slightest whim, put you under torture more exquisite than even your darkest dreams dare summon. The boy's eyes were beginning to cross. Snape pulled back slightly and decided he had better get to the point. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I will not tolerate any profanity or obscenity, which you have been so liberally disemboguing, under this roof. Understand? The boy nodded jerkily. Good, said Snape, stood, and put his wand away. What do you mean, disemboguing? To discharge the contents of by pouring forth. In other words, spewing. The boy was chewing his lip and fixing Snape with a rebellious gaze. If I am profane or obscene, what'll you do to me? If I am feeling magnanimous, I will simply dump you somewhere in the middle of London without the potion you were instructed to bring. Then I'd tell on you. The boy shouted, beginning to tremble. I'd tell them how you kidnapped me and abducted. Abducted? I do not wish to draw you any closer, nor are we crustacean claws. You. Abducted. The boy's face blanked with surprise and he clapped a hand over his mouth. Shish. I mean, bugger. He shivered again. Bugger all. Eyes, blurred and unfocused, moved to Snape's face. Snape kept a stony countenance. He stood, crossed his arms over his chest, uncrossed them, and then raised his wand. Accio parchment. What are you doing? The boy demanded. His voice was flat, confrontational, although his trembling undermined the effect. Snape took out his wand and began tracing the outlines of a pentagram on the parchment. I have spent more years teaching wizards and witches of your age bracket than you have been alive. I have learned that demanding any form of self-control from any of you would be equivalent to expecting lead to turn to gold by using a moonstone. The boy was silent for a moment. He shivered and clutched at his shoulders with both hands. I don't understand anything you're saying. I know. Snape slipped the finished diagram under the cot. I have heard, also, that withdrawal is easier to withstand if you have something to occupy yourself with. However, I highly doubt you would be willing to amuse yourself with anything in my house, unless you would like to help me eviscerate naked mole rats. The boy made a face. Can't you just let me go? With the potion. They'll kill me if I don't show up with it. God. He squeezed his eyes shut. I don't want your help. It's for your own good, Snape said. Please contact me if you encounter any difficulties. Let me assure you, all the wards have been doubled, particularly those around the window. Bastard, the boy muttered. Snape tossed the potions periodical he had been reading to the side of the boy's bed. If you decide to do a bit of light reading, I recommend the article near the back on the effects of dragon liver and horned slugs on treatments for gastritis. Though, I'm afraid, you might have difficulty merely finding it. The boy sprung bolt upright. Why don't you just let me go? He screamed. Snape leveled his wand at the boy and, with a feeling of great satisfaction, intoned, Silencio. He watched impassively as the boy struggled, gagged, and finally began resorting to rude hand signals. In case you yourself are unaware of the fact, though I do not see how it is possible, said Snape, you are a wizard. If you were a muggle, you would not be feeling any of the symptoms. Or, you would be dead. Without another word, he swept out of the room, and slammed the door behind him. It was evening when he emerged from finishing the last stage of the Wolfsbane. The potion was tiresome and tedious work, and it fetched such a disgusting amount of money that Snape was almost reluctant to make it. The room, when he entered, surprised him with its stillness. The fireplace had shrunk to a few glittering points, and only a thin light entered between the curtains. The boy was asleep on the bed. Evidently he did not know how to sleep on a proper bed, Snape thought, noting the bundle of sheets on the floor. He hesitated a moment, but left the room without further ado. He lit the candles in the kitchen with a wave of his wand the moment he entered. Tibby. There was a faint pop. The house elf bowed deeply. Is Master Snape wanting dinner now, sir? Yes, Snape said, and set a place for a second person. What is the menu for tonight? Sweet and sour chicken, sir, and vegetable pad thai. Keep the pad thai, and add a bowl of gruel. Yes, Master Snape, sir, said Tibby, bowing, and disappeared. House elves were truly invaluable. He felt sorry for Muggles and any wizarding families, the Weasleys, who did without one. After the Dark Lord had gutted his lair at Spinner's End, he had found, with the unwanted help of some Order colleagues, this flat close to Knockturn Alley. Rent was cheap due to the location. The landlady, a no-nonsense sort of woman, had offered house elf services as part of a package. Snape had been Slytherin enough to sense a good deal when he saw one. It had allowed him to keep his time-respected habits of avoiding the stove, the laundry, and any sort of produce shop at all. He went back to the sitting room and refilled the coal in the fireplace with a brisk jab of his wand. Wake up, boy, he said without preamble. Get up. A groan came in reply. Snape paused, eyes settling on the boy's bare chest. He should have some old clothes somewhere. What's matter? The boy grumbled. I have decided to feed you, boy. Wait here while I find you something decent to wear. He went to his own room and opened his wardrobe. Some of these shelves he had not glanced at since moving in 5 years ago. Robes, pants, socks, arranged descending in order of age. It seemed also to correlate with how gray they were. Like ink that bled the bottom, he found a shirt that was still reasonably white. With a faint pang, he recognized it as something from his last years at Hogwarts. No wonder it still looked new. In those last months as a student, he had worn nothing but shadows. The sitting room was empty when he returned. Feeling annoyed, he went to the kitchen and found the boy peering at the contents of the cabinets. Snape cleared his throat. The boy jumped. Sorry, he said, shutting one of the doors. I was just looking for forks. He indicated the small square table, on which 2 meals had been set out. I seem to recall asking you to wait in the sitting room, Snape said silkily, holding out the shirt. Sri, the boy muttered, pulling it on. He glanced at Snape, who found the boy's expression unreadable. You going to punish me for that? The thought had not even occurred to him, but he only smirked. I am considering. It was only a small thing, the boy grumbled as he slipped into his seat. Snape clenched his jaw. The boy's posture, which resembled more a loose-limbed beast than a human, was simply inviting criticism. And I was hungry, I could smell the food. The last stage of withdrawal is fatigue, Snape cut him off. How are you feeling? The boy narrowed his eyes. What's that? Snape hid his surprise. Fatigue. Or withdrawal. The first one, said the boy. He reached across the table and speared a chunk of chicken, put it in his mouth, and began chewing like a troll. The state of being tired. Snape paused, looking at the boy intently, debating what question to ask first. His name. Why he was working for the White Knight. The boy reached across the table again, but jerked back when he was about to spear the chicken. Shit, he hissed. Do you do something? I cursed it, Snape replied. Most people find it impolite to have others eating off their plate. The pad thai and gruel are in front of you because those are your dinner. Bah, I mean, the boy paused, as if, deprived of invectives, he had to invent his own language. Why can I have chicken? It may be too heavy. You are only now recovering from withdrawal. And that's unfair. You can do hexes and shit, I can't do anything. Language, boy, and yes, you can, Snape said sharply. Crackle has either no effect or a lethal effect on Muggles. Squibs generally experience nothing. The fact that you suffered withdrawal is proof that you are a wizard. It's not, the boy snarled, the ire clear even through a mouthful of noodles. I can do crackle, but I can do anything with a wand. It's like holding an ordinary stick. Believe me, he glared. I've tried. You must have tried the wrong way, Snape said coolly, slightly taken aback. The boy's face clenched with anger, but settled after only a moment into sullenness. Look, Mr. Vess, thanks for helping me and all, but could I have my potion now? Not until you've answered a few questions, Snape replied, his voice still as smooth as a plane of ice. You are aware, I imagine, of the fact that possessing or using Crackle is a criminal offense under both Muggle and Wizarding law. The boy scowled. What's it to you? His gaze began to dart around the room, and his hands were clenched on the tabletop. Are you going to turn me in? I might. The boy was still for a moment. Then he hurled the table aside, leapt from his chair, and tore from the room. Snape cursed and swiped a handful of sweet and sour chicken from his robes. He snatched out his wand and stalked towards the loud banging sounds emanating from the sitting room. The boy was repeatedly slamming a chair against the window. Snape aimed his wand just as one of the legs of the chair snapped in half. Vinculum extremis. The boy yelled in surprise as ropes shot from the walls and snaked around the boy's wrists and ankles and jerked him upwards. A moment later, he was suspended in midair, yelling to wake the dead, struggling like a pig that had been tied down for the butcher. What on earth? Snape whirled around to face the fireplace. The boy snapped his mouth shut. Granger, he snapped in greeting. His guest pointed a finger at the suspended boy. Would you like to explain this? No, he said shortly. He felt irritated that the boy was so uncontrollable, irritated that Granger had come and seen this humiliating situation. In case you haven't noticed, this is not the best time for a visit. In the future, he raised his voice and chilled it professorial coldness, I would appreciate some sort of warning before you invade my house. Ma'am, please help me. The boy had resuming pulling, but he did it only half-heartedly, as though to show how dire his situation was. The man's been beeping me, ma'am. He's tying me up so he can beep me, I'm serious. You got to help me, ma'am, I don't have anyone, and the moment you leave me, he's going to beep my behind. Silencio. Snape roared. The hush fell deafeningly. He glared at Ganger, trying to gauge her thoughts, unable to help from scraping the surface of her mind with a quick scan. He read surprise, suspicion, amusement. Severus, you needn't do legilimency on me, Granger said, and Snape felt a flash of shame. Before it could twist into anger, Granger turned to the boy and said in a crisp voice, Professor Snape is one of the most respected and powerful wizards of his generation. I hope you bear that in mind before you continue this rashness. There was a pause. Snape felt his face flushing, powerful and respected. I must admit I'm not comfortable with the position he's in, Granger went on, incredulity and indignance creeping into her voice for the first time. I'm sure you don't need to string him up like that. The boy was destroying my furniture, Snape said smoothly. He pointed to the broken chair. The room would be covered with broken glass if I had not warded my window against vigorous physical assault. I see, Granger said, still sounding dubious. Well, I trust your judgment. What spell did you use anyway? Vinculum extremis. An Auror spell, she said with some surprise. They direct it differently. The effect is the same. One is merely more efficient. He waved a hand negligently in the boy's direction. Snape met the furious glare evenly, keeping his face impassive. It was not difficult. He did not know yet what to feel. As I said, I trust your judgment, said Granger. She turned her attention more fully to him. Is there another room we could go to? Or, maybe you could move him somewhere. The kitchen, said Snape. He lifted his wand and flicked it in the direction of the door. The ropes flew off the walls and dragged the boy, mouth working in silent surprise, out of the room. While veering around a corner, the boy's shoulder hit the doorframe with a loud thump. You could be a little more gentle, Hermione winced. He could be a little less difficult. Reparo. Thank you, Severus, said Hermione, as Snape silently offered her the newly repaired chair. What's his name anyway? He overturned the table and began wrecking my furniture before I could ask him. This reminded him of his robes. He pointed his wand at himself and muttered a cleaning charm. The sauce pulled itself from the fabric only reluctantly. Idiot boy, he muttered. You only asked him his name now. He's been in your company for, what, nearly 24 hours. Snape's lips curled at the chiding Granger was having trouble keeping out of her voice. He was asleep, recovering from Crackle withdrawal, I should say. Granger gave him a disbelieving look. He was using Crackle. Yes, and judging from his memories, it was no one-time experiment. But he's so young. A grim look came to Granger's face. They're targeting the younger ones more and more. It really isn't so surprising, sadly. The boy, despite the fact that he is clearly affected by Crackle, claims to be a Muggle. Snape made a disgusted sound. Why? I have no idea. Interesting. She smiled with slight amusement. You shouldn't look down so much on the Muggle world. Snape crossed his arms and gave her a derisive glare. Do I need to point out your biases, Granger? Hermione shook her head. Severus, I came to you because something very worrying happened. What? Fred Weasley broke into my office in the Department of Mysteries. She sighed. He attempted to access my classified files, but failed. You're certain? Snape said flatly. Hermione nodded. I'm certain it was him, but I don't have any hard proof. I'd installed a security recorder that would be activated by any unsuccessful attempt to access my files, so I've captured him in monochrome holography. But his face was unclear. No, and they, Fred Weasley and his accomplice, wiped away all magical signatures. I only could tell because the intruder displayed certain mannerisms and a familiarity that I'm sure only Fred would have. Snape sat back. They were silent for a long time. What did he want? Snape asked flatly. Granger sighed. I forgot to tell you about it last time, and I didn't think. She pushed the hair back from behind her ears, the same age-old gesture she did in the dungeons of Hogwarts while pondering an obscure step in potion-making, or analyzing an unexpected reaction. But now, her eyes had clear wrinkles around them, making them look old, like a mother with many children already. One of my magicists created a trollariometer some years back. Are you familiar with a device that measures magic? Said Snape. Interesting that you used Swedish as the base. Granger made a frustrated noise. Oh Merlin, why didn't I think of that before? It makes sense now. Swedish is one of the northernmost tongues of power. Snape waited. We used the trollariometer to detect the magical field, much like the magnetic field in Muggle science. She paused, but Snape nodded. We noticed that the trollariometer pointed northwards, but one of my magicists noticed that it did not display declination. That is to say, most compasses experience a tilt at a certain angle. Granger, do not insult my intelligence, Snape cut her off. This is elementary cosmology. Oh, said Granger, we only touched on it with Sinistra. She went on. My plan was to send a small team of magicists with some discreet aura protection up north to investigate. I talked it through with Rufus, and he approved it. But, Granger's face was grim, but both Fred Weasley and Monsieur Néant had to have their fingers in the pie. She told him about her suspicions about the minister's closeness to Fred Weasley, Weasley's intense curiosity about the Thing of Power, Néant's Italian agent. She said it all with the brisk readiness of an order report. Snape listened carefully, aware that his mind was running along the old tracks, as if the last 5 years had never occurred. Have you investigated the whereabouts of the suspected Death Eaters who are still free? He asked. Granger nodded. It doesn't seem to be related to Voldemort, thankfully. Snape gave a sharp nod. He felt a heavy load dissipate from his chest. Anything but that. Who do you think is a greater danger, Weasley or Néant? Granger hesitated. I don't think Fred would do anything he considers dark, and the White Knight probably wants to use the power to increase Crackle production, or simply strengthen himself. The thing is, I know too little about both of them. Fred I thought I knew, but if he could go so far as to break into my office, she paused. Albus would have gone farther than most believed as well, Snape thought, but kept silent. What is the best case scenario? That neither of them get it. That you get it, Snape pointed out. Granger's lips twisted into a wry smile, but it faded as she shook her head. The Department of Mysteries is nominally independent of the rest of the Ministry, but I don't want to test that. At worst the Minister could force the Wizengamot to change the regulations so that I must answer directly to him. I can't go into politics, she said with a small surge of frustration. It wasn't my line. Albus always took care of that. Yes, Snape said coldly. He was always adept at having people do what he wanted. Granger paused, and Snape could see her discomfort in her eyes. He probably should not have said what he had, but it was not her whom Dumbledore had abandoned. It was him. There was no one left in the world who understood why he had fought the war, and how much it had cost him. No one who had the power to help him search. Albus did his best, Granger said firmly. He did. This was apparently enough for her, and she went on. We're jumping ahead. Whatever the trollariometer is pointing at might just be a fissure in the ground, or some spot of unusual natural activity. In that case it would be under the jurisdiction of the Norwegian government, and that'd be the end of it. But you think not. I do think so, Granger said forcefully. Magic of this magnitude must be linked to the Earth itself. But I don't think they think so. Or, if they do, they still want a way to harness or control the power. Which, of course, is a very dangerous and very foolish thing. Indeed, very few attempts have been successful. Most of them happen to involve the Dark Lord. Yes, he had a knack with these things, said Granger dryly. Snape raised an eyebrow. What? She said, after a moment. Snape shook his head. Your sense of humor has developed, Miss Granger. I got pregnant. There was a pause, and then Snape said, with matching casualness, I see that you were exploiting my godson, using him as an excuse. I'm not sure if I approve. Granger laughed, and Snape, unwillingly pleased, felt as though they had passed some sort of test. In that moment he found it safe to admit to himself, a little sadly, that he missed having someone to talk to. There was no more McGonagall to gloat at, or Dumbledore to snark with, or Lupin to insult. He had ignored it at first, so intent he had been on his attempts to find the shadow of his past, but the fervor, after year upon year of failure and night upon night of emptiness, had faded. He remembered Granger's words from long ago, words perhaps she had forgotten. Can you, perhaps, try to forgive him, and perhaps forget him, just a little bit? Surviving demanded nothing less. Without knowing the nature of this thing, there's not much I can do, said Granger, after she had finished laughing and was taking out that bag of Muggle treats, the same she had her previous visit. You can consolidate your power, said Snape. How? In my estimation, you need to either ally yourself with Weasley with the guarantee that he will treat you as an equal, or, you need to find a way to gain hold over him. I could try to involve myself in his order, although I don't know how he'd take it, said Granger. Any advice on the second? Have you talked to Molly? Granger shook her head. It would be advantageous to know her stance. If all turns out well, you will have several advantages. Namely, the remaining Weasley clan. The fact that you have not sloppily done anything illegal. I hope. Granger nodded at this with a slight grin, and half the old order. Granger furrowed her brow. Tonks and Kingsley I don't know about, though I have the feeling that Tonks would side with Ginny. I've the feeling that Mad-Eye would side with Fred. Neville would definitely side with Fred. But Miss Weasley and I will side with you, said Snape, eyes glittering. I should take responsibility for the mother of my godson. You take this godfather business quite seriously, said Granger. That I do, Snape said smoothly. So 2, possibly 4, siding with you, and 2, possibly more, siding with him. Interesting. An even split. Granger paused for a moment. If Harry were here, still, he'd side with us, I think. The air seemed to turn cool, as though a draft had slid in under the door and pierced their flesh. Sorry, Granger said anxiously, a moment later, but Snape cut her off with an impatient wave of his hand. Don't, he snapped. There is no reason why I cannot talk of that insufferable Potter. No, Granger said. She had an irritatingly thoughtful look on her face. Snape crossed his arms over his chest and said severely, Potter is neither here nor there. Talking of him will not bring him back. No, Granger said again, wrapping up the bag of Muggle treats and returning them to her robe. No, it won't. Snape waited, and found that his patience paid off when Granger, after his characteristic lip-biting and frowning, said, I'm glad that everything's going well for you, Severus. Snape raised an eyebrow. There was too much an emphasis on the word, glad. Did you not think I could? Is that why you came? He waved an arm at his sitting room, with that unborn, little Harry, to shackle me to more obligations in the world of living. Granger winced, obviously feeling that she had gone too far. Snape found that he actually felt amused, but hid it. Professor, was it only a whim that got you to drop by? Snape interrupted. Because this trouble with Weasley coincides too nicely with your visits. If you weren't in Gryffindor, I would commend you for such far-sighted thinking. Granger paled, and a hand went to her belly. The gesture was so instinctively protective that Snape felt a sting of regret. Did she think he was truly threatening her, even after all these years of being comrades? Really, he had been blinded by Jonathan Frost's memory. Severus, no, not at all. I assure you, it's completely coincidental. She made an exasperated noise. Do you need to dose me with Veritaserum to be satisfied? Although I'm afraid I can't. Veritaserum has negative effects in the second and third trimesters. But after your little Harry is born. A look of determination made its way to Granger's face, but Snape cut her off. Don't be foolish. I could not possibly forget your Gryffindor tendencies enough to seriously suspect you of such designs. I do wonder, though, what it was that prompted you to come. It really was only Ginny mentioning you, said Granger. She looked rather wretched. I'm sorry I didn't come by before, but I was honestly so busy, what with Roger and work but I did send you a Christmas card, which, I would like to point out, you did not return. He sneered. I do not write Christmas cards. Idiotic Muggle tradition. Maybe you should, Granger said briskly. Harry would want it. For a split second, Snape was unsure to whom she was referring, but realized, by her tone, who it had to be. In that case, perhaps, he conceded thoughtfully. Granger laughed. You still surprise me, Severus. She grinned and leaned forward with sudden warmth. I'm really glad you've managed to move on, Severus. He returned it with a vague curl of his lips. He thought of the endless days alone, the oblivion of Mort, the brooding before the fire. Night after night, bottle after bottle emptied, the past so trodden upon that it was hardly recognizable anymore. Was it the memory of things nearly 3 decades ago, or was it his own listlessness, his own shock of finding himself without a master, without a buried recollection to serve? And this, even this, Granger's baby. Why had he so readily agreed to be its godfather? It could not be anything but an inconsistency, he thought. Was it for Granger's and his own sake? Or was it because Jonathan Frost would have wanted it, that, if Potter were still here, he would be in this position instead, and Snape felt the phantasmal and wistful chains of obligation. I'm glad I came and talked, said Granger. She stood. I'll see what I can do about Fred. The White Knight is only a danger if its opposition is torn. Indeed, said Snape, standing to see her off. Be careful, Granger. I will. And that boy, she paused. You'll see to him. Snape scowled. I am not sure what to do with him. He wished suddenly to vent. That the boy was too dangerous and vulnerable to let go, yet too risky to keep for long. But some of the old distance of professor and student stayed, or perhaps the words would not come, and he kept silent. You'll manage, said Granger. I trust your judgment. I'll see you later. Likewise, Snape said coolly, and Granger vanished in a whirl of green flames. He considered the empty sitting room for a moment. The boy was probably furious by now, or knocked unconscious by some annoyed figment of magic. Snape admitted that it was cruel to keep the boy tied up like that for long. He would see to it as soon as possible, but after that. He remembered Granger's words. Apparently, she trusted his judgment. He let out a harsh bark of laughter. Did Granger know how much she sounded like Albus with that statement? If she knew, if it was, perhaps, intentional. But no, Granger was not the type. He was quite certain, and he did not want to doubt any more. He did not want to wonder if more was to be ripped from him. First, his boyhood. Then, after Jonathan came and showed him how to live again, everything that he found he could live for. And after that, any shred of self-worth or dignity. Finally, all his conceptions of who that man, Jonathan Frost, truly was. He clenched his fists and steeled himself. The memory coursed through his body like shards of glee in his veins. He gave a humorless chuckle. So he had moved on, had he? But perhaps, in a way, this was moving on. If he could accept that the past would never consent to remove its scars, if he could be content with a daily shadow, then perhaps it could be called moving on. He shook himself, flicked his wand at the curtains, and thoughtfully entered the kitchen. They warded off 2 more bugbears that night, both during the first watch, which was shared between Ginny and Aaron. Aaron had remarked that the bears might have been a mother bear and her child, despite the 2 creatures being of similar size, because of something or other to do with bugbear life cycles. Ginny hardly took in a word he said, but hearing his voice was comforting. When morning came, Su Li, who was the only one who had not taken watch, organized breakfast. Ginny gratefully accepted her plate of bread and lightly salted herrings. These salt herrings have a really interesting history, actually, Aaron said while they ate. They were on the staples of medieval European diet, and, partially because they were so important, people thought they could bear messages from God. Red herring, said Su Li, who liked to test her proficiency in English with the others. Something that distracts, right? Aaron's eyes lit up. Ah, that's actually smoked herring, and comes from hunting, when someone drags a smoked herring across the trail of a fox. Neato, Cormac interrupted. Aaron looked at him, a bit perturbed. When will we deal with that? Mitavelli said. Ginny stiffened, but tried to hide it. Deal with? You mean, try to see what's inside, said Aaron. Mitavelli gave him disdainful look. What else would you do? We have to consider whether that's a good idea, Aaron said cautiously. I'm all for it, Cormac said. Ginny shot him a narrow stare. I don't think our mission is authorized to do that, she said testily. We were only instructed to go so far as to find out the nature of this object, and not try to unearth it. Technically, how much that is depends on the magicists, Mitavelli said. Oh, said Ginny, smiling coldly and ignoring the frown Cormac was giving her. This Italian was impressive, he even managed to sound rather apologetic. I'm afraid I don't understand. We still don't know the nature of this object. It's just a chunk of ice right now. We'll keep investigating if we feel it's safe to do so. But if not, we'll head back, of course. Ginny bit her lip. It was hard to argue against such sound logic. Roberto's right, said Aaron. Ginny shot him a sharp look. He needn't look so afraid to contradict her, she thought, half irritated, half amused. It is in our jurisdiction to decide when to go back, although, of course, your concern is very practical, very sound. So what do you think of it? Ginny interrupted briskly. Su Li. We did some tests, she said, looking a bit surprised to be called on. Aaron seemed to biting his tongue. We looked to see if there was any protective magic or hostile spells. Surprisingly, there were none. This thing is actually very. Aaron opened his mouth, but Mitavelli beat him to it. Quiescent. Yes, quiescent. Maybe it won't hurt us, Su Li suggested with a smile. This ice, we found, is just ice, Mitavelli continued. If the power inside isn't breaking it, he shrugged. It probably isn't awake or alive. Ginny nodded once, shortly. 500 times the power of Hogwarts. The Italian's face was unreadable. She turned to Cormac. I'm okay with watching them, he said, sounding concerned. If you want to stand back, I'm fine with it. Ginny gave him a withering look. Thank you, Auror McLaggen, for your kind offer, she said. Magicist Sconcer, please lead the way. Blasting away the ice was harder than Ginny had anticipated. 2 of them had to keep up a shield while the other 3 send out a combined reducto. Ginny and Cormac had to teach them how to combine the same spell from different wands. By the time the outer 2 layers, or whorls, as Aaron called them, had been cut aside, they were exhausted, but they had managed to reduce the formation to the diameter of 2 people's outstretched arms. There is something inside, isn't there? Aaron pointed out during a rest. The others nodded without answering. Ginny stared. It looked suspended, almost, in the middle of the ice, a blob roughly the size of a person. If she looked closer, perhaps she could make out an almost fetal shape. I feel like the ice is giving away less and less, Cormac remarked. I agree, said Aaron, wiping the sweat from his brow. It's almost as though the ice directly around the thing had been spelled to be impregnable. But we've gotten pretty far already. Looks almost like a person, said Cormac. Almost, Mitavelli agreed. They were silent for a while more. Ginny got up. Let's get to it, then. Another hour of blasting. Ginny felt deep aches in her shoulders and pitting down her back. The thing inside the ice became gradually clearer and clearer. It was unmistakably the form of a human, a male, naked. The hair was black, she saw, and the body curled, childlike, into itself, almost piteously. This thing, somehow conducting power 500 times that of Hogwarts. Her heart was thrumming rapidly. I think this is it, Cormac said after another round of blasting did nothing to the ice. This is the farthest we're going to get, at least with Reducto. They were silent for another moment. Looks like he's sleeping, Su Li said, pointing at the ice. Are dead and exceptionally well preserved, said Aaron. He stepped forward and flicked his wand. Anything? Asked Su Li. Aaron shook his head, and put a hand to the ice. I think it's safe, he said. Ginny stayed back as the others, exhausted, circled the ice, touching it with their hands, like some ancient druidic ritual. Is it really a person? She heard Cormac mutter. Ginny wiped the sweat off her brow. She found her attention torn between Mitavelli and the man in the ice. Absurdly, she felt that it reminded her of someone she knew, but really, that was ridiculous. Expelli. Cormac's voice sputtered to a choke. Ginny flung herself to the other side of the ice, wand out. Stupefy, she shouted, but Mitavelli darted out of the way. He was touching the ice with one hand, and seemed to be drawing a rope around it. Su Li screamed. Ginny felt herself frozen by Cormac's form on the ground. There was red on the snow around it. At the last moment, she found herself flinging herself to his side, half her attention fixed on the pillar of ice, the sound of Aaron's rapid words, the other frantically checking if Cormac was still alive. Cormac rolled onto his stomach, wand clenched in his hand, a rivulet of blood from his nose. Porky, he hissed. Mitavelli's go, a porky. Ginny cursed in her mind and dashed around the ice. Aaron was tangled with Su Li, looking as though he were trying to protect her. Mitavelli stood with his wand in the air, his other hand holding what looked like a yellow chain lassoed around the ice. Ginny aimed her wand, but the Italian's edges were already flickering. Consecto, she cried, and a bead of red sparked out of her wand moments before Mitavelli and the ice winked out of sight. Snape froze when he entered the room, and only his steely self-control stopped the shock of 1,000 possibilities from swamping his mind. He surveyed the scene in the kitchen. 4 lengths of rope still hung in the air, almost questioningly. The room itself, its cabinets, counters, floor, seemed untouched. The platter of chicken, however, had been decimated, with only a few greens left swimming in the leftover sauce. Muggle indeed, he hissed. He took out his wand and held it before him. Reveloso. Nothing brushed his senses beyond the usual immaculate cleanliness of his kitchen. He tried the other door. It opened. This was different. The familiar silence was wrinkled by the dull murmur of chatting, distant shouts, a hubbub of footsteps, noises of the street. He entered his bedroom and crossed his arms. The window was wide open, and the window screen put, with grudging politeness, on the floor against the wall. There, neatly on the windowsill, was a steak knife. Snape glanced at the small table next to his bed. The small vial of potion was still there. He waved his wand at the window, and the screen shot off the ground and struggled into place. Idiot, he muttered, still staring out the window at the afternoon sky. All right, Cormac muttered. Just bunched my O's. Medicor, said Ginny, wand aimed at Cormac's nose. After a moment, the other Auror wrinkled his nose and sneezed. Bless you, said Ginny. We've lost it, Cormac said bleakly. The bastard, I knew he was up to something. Aaron and Su Li had approached, looking stunned. Ginny wondered if it was necessary to cast a shock buffer spell on them, but on second thought, it was not. Already the shock was edged by a grim, determined look. There weren't Hermione's people for nothing, she thought. Actually, we haven't, said Ginny. Cormac frowned. What do you mean? I put a tracking spell on him. He stared at her. You did. His face contorted through disbelief, elation, a guarded disgruntlement. Where did you learn that? The order, Ginny said, and refrained at the last moment from adding, the real one. Instead, she turned to the magicists. Can you two make it back to Longyearbyen? Aaron and Su Li exchanged a glance. Yes, Su Li said. Good, said Ginny. Go back, and tell Hermione what happened. Also, tell her that I cast the Consecto on Mitavelli. Su Li looked at Aaron. Yes, we'll do that. Aaron nodded after a moment that lasted long enough for Ginny to feel the brief reluctance. We'll do that, he echoed, and the two hurried to mount their broomsticks. Cormac had begun crossing and uncrossing his arms, which he always did when he was impatient. So how does it work? It's a bit tricky, said Ginny, for a moment distracted by Aaron's last backwards glance as he hurtled away over the snow. And it isn't very safe either, which is why Hermione didn't introduce it for broader usage. She paused, deciding it unnecessary to tell Cormac that the Consecto flirted very dangerously with soul magic. Make sure no bugbears come, or something, she said. What? Said Cormac. I'm going to track him, she said. Guard me. She lifted her wand into the air. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled off the glove from her left hand and picked up a chunk of ice. Should I ask what you're doing? Cormac said. Ginny shrugged. He probably didn't know enough about soul magic to cotton on even with this obvious hint. Grounding myself, she said. She thrust her wand above her head and let a thread of her soul unwind out of her wand and arch out over the snow. This part always gave her a sick feeling at the pit of her stomach, as though she were being unspooled and at any moment might be completely unraveled. The threat was very real, and she admitted reluctantly that she was feeling nervous in the old sickly way, for the first time on the journey, perhaps the first time in years. The emptiness finally lessened. It was like island hopping, on dust-sized islands over eternal oceans. Things began to separate from the fog. For a brief flash she saw Mitavelli's face, and behind him, the block of ice. She circled like a winnow in water. Where was he? It couldn't be Norway still, everything looked much warmer. Time was trickling away. She could not go too far, and she could not stay too long. Red neon words materialized in front of her eyes. She caught her breath. Donker Lucht. It looked like some sort of den, she thought, or nightclub. Other words appeared. She tried, furiously, to commit them to memory. Nacht Danspartie. She tried jerking her mind to other things, but an oily, drifty feeling had taken hold of her. A burst of fear pushed it back, but it was creeping closer, inexorably. She had overstayed. She forced herself frantically to focus on her hand. The ice was there. Could she feel it? Could she? Yes, she could. It was there, on the edge, fading. She flung herself out of Mitavelli's vicinity and felt herself dwindling across the sky. She could only feel her dim heartbeat, shallow breathing, the ice burning into her palm. She had to keep her mind on the ice. She came to, coughing and retching on the ice. Cormac was talking, emitting a constant stream of words in the way. Ginny realized belatedly, they had been trained for shock victims. She opened her eyes and squinted at the whiteness. Ginny. Cormac's voice sounded choked. Ginny staggered to her feet and patted her numb left hand against her leg. I'm fine, she said, thrusting her hand into the glove. Do you know any multilingual spells? Or rather, any language with the word, donker, in it? Cormac blinked. You know where he is. I know where he might be, Ginny said grimly. Actually, I know what we're going to do. You are not doing that spell again, Cormac said flatly. You looked like a cross between the Imperius and the Cruciatus. Yeah, said Ginny, feeling a bit sick at the memory. She lumbered to where their two broomsticks were and picked one up. We're going back to the Auror office and taking a look at the registry of nightclubs that deal crackle. He's in one of those. He'd better be, said Ginny. Cormac was right. She did not fancy repeating the spell. An hour or so had passed by the time they returned to the Auror office. Longyearbyen had been in a state of chaos, because 4 muggles had spotted witches swooping about in daylight, and were about to ring up the local newspaper. After a very hasty memory-wiping session, Ginny and Cormac had proceeded to perform the very risky business of apparating over a large body of water. Judging from their reception at Oslo, Aaron and Su Li had apparently done the same thing, which considerably ratcheted Ginny's respect for them. Although, she thought, they would have to be reminded about casting proper notice me not charms when flying. The Auror office was in its usual state of midnight depopulation when they arrived. "Where's the boss?" Ginny said to the room at large, moving aside in the doorway so that Cormac could come in too. "He didn't go home, did he? It's only," she glanced at the clock, 11:30. Damn. A purple-haired head peeked over one of the metal dividers. "Hiya, Ginny," said Tonks. "You're in luck. Jack's meeting with Hermione. He's expecting you too, I think." "Right," said Ginny. She strode to a bulletin board and unpinned a sheaf of parchment from the wall. "Heard you two had a bit of trouble up north," Tonks said, twirling a quill and slowly turning her hair pink. "You could say," Ginny said grimly. Tonks caught the note in Ginny's voice. "Not exactly preferable to paperwork, then." "Not really," Ginny sighed. They made down the hall, and Cormac stopped in the break room for a cup of water. Ginny paused, hesitating, and proceeded to brew a cup of coffee. She entered Hermione's office, feeling considerably more alive. Jack Dem was sitting in one of the chairs across from Hermione, leaning on the desk with a pipe dangling from his lips. Hermione looked up and jumped to her feet, as quickly as her belly would allow. "Ginny, are you all right? No residual dizziness, nausea, anything of the sort?" Ginny shook her head. "I'm all right. Do you want some chocolate?" Hermione twisted her body to reach for a desk drawer. "I've got a Honeyduke's bar in here." "No, I've had coffee." "Hi boss," said Ginny, now addressing Jack Dem, who had a "do I want to know" look on his face. "Can I use the list?" "I don't see why not," he said dryly. "Thanks boss." "Hermione, do you have a quill?" She took it, and wrote carefully on the dotted line at the upper left the words she remembered, "Donkerlucht." The parchment crinkled and folded to life, flipping on itself to the third page. A squiggly black box formed around one of the entries. "Amsterdam, Netherlands," Ginny muttered. "The Consecto took you there?" Hermione said. "Yes," said Ginny. He might not be there anymore, but everyone knew that, she was sure. It was as good a lead they had. She waited. Hermione and Jack Dem exchanged a glance. "The ice is somewhere in Yorkshire now," said Hermione. She pointed to a table at the corner, and Ginny saw the familiar basin, with the clear gold liquid. She approached the trollariometer. The needle, still floating peaceably, looked no different from what she remembered. "But you might as well go after Mitavelli," said Dem. He took out a small box from his vest and refilled his pipe. "We have no idea where in Yorkshire they may be, and this Mitavelli might give us some hints." "Does he seem much of a tough nut?" "He throws a good punch," Cormac said, a bit ruefully. "But other than that, he's no slouch, but nothing we shouldn't be able to handle," Ginny said. "Do you want me to give the Dutch ministry a heads up?" said Dem. "That would be a good idea," said Hermione, "although you might want to hold back, if they ask, on telling them just how important this thing might be." She held Ginny's gaze. Aaron and Sue Lee said there looked to be a person in the ice. Ginny nodded and exchanged a look with Cormac. "There was," she said. Hermione sat back and shook her head. "That's incredible, impossible, almost." A detached look came to her eyes. She was thinking, calculating, Ginny thought, recognizing that expression from the mustiness of the Order headquarters. "We'll go then, if that's all," Ginny said. Another cup of coffee might be good, she thought. She was feeling fatigue gnawing at the edges of her mind. She had not slept well the previous night in the oddly rarefied surroundings at Svalbard, and her muscles were burning with a slow ache, ignited by a steady drip of adrenaline. "Just a minute," said Hermione, breaking out of her reverie. "Don't do the Consecto again, Ginny. We've got the trollariometer. It's okay if we don't have Mitavelli." Ginny nodded. "Ora Patronicor too," said Hermione, just as her fireplace unfurled a blaze of green. "That's my line, Granger," Jack Dem muttered. "Take care, you two." "Thanks boss," Ginny said, Cormac echoing her words, as they left the office. A bit of the green crumbles were protruding from one end of the joint. He pushed at it with one finger, a bit irritated for messing up so simple a thing. "Ye could use a spell," the dealer chuckled. Snape glared. "And you could keep yourself occupied elsewhere." The man shuffled off, still chuckling annoyingly. The hip-thrusting crowd of Hell's Chateau was churning around him again, an aggravatingly adolescent mess. Wolf-faced brutes gazing hungrily at each other. Snape's lips curled in disgust, and quickly he made to light the joint, but stopped himself, keeping his movements slow, steady, mockingly lazy. Whom was he deceiving? He wondered, briefly, what Granger would think of his godfathering abilities if she could see him here, reclining like a Roman in a bacchanal revel. It was obvious how the boy had escaped. The steak knife had been left out, and the boy, in a burst of magic, had taken hold of it. He wondered if the boy was now busily convincing himself that he was not a wizard, and hoped vindictively for the boy's failure. Muggle indeed. Snape straightened. There, towards the back of the crowd, he could see the bald head of Monsieur Nient's agent. Or rather, the White Knight's agent. With a sigh, Snape bogarted the joint, drew his robes around him, and proceeded to glide across the dance floor. "Mr. Vess," said the bald man. His eyes, one of which is slitted like a cat's pupil, narrowed. "Or, should I say, Mr. Snape?" Snape stiffened. "Good evening, Etep," he said. Suddenly he paused and let a slow smile spread over his face. "Or, should I say, Pete?" The man grunted and cracked his knuckles. Snape crossed his arms coolly over his chest. The other man was a good 2 or 3 inches taller, and had arms as thick as his legs. "You didn't keep up your end of the bargain, Vess, or Snape, whoever you are," Pete growled. "Our messenger returned without either a Gringotts check, or a vial of tranquility potion, which you were supposed to deliver to us a few days ago. If you'd had the finesse to check, Pete," he twisted the common, highly Muggle name with a sneer, "I think you would have realized that I have not cashed the check." Someone bumped into his arm, and he jerked away with an irritated snarl. "Moreover," he went on, "it is not my responsibility that you are without a tranquility potion. Your messenger took possession of the potion. He, however, proceeded to take said potion at 500 times the normal dosage. I could have let him die, but I decided, in my good heart, to prevent." He felt someone else bump his arm, and he whirled around with his best classroom sneer, only to find himself staring at the mouth of a bald-headed man of the same massive proportions as Pete. Snape tightened his grip around his wand, cursing himself for being so unaware. There was another thug, he noticed, belatedly, flanking him at either side. "You were saying," Pete said with something of a smile. "I was saying," Snape said, coolly, making sure a look of utmost contempt was on his face, "that the cause of the delay was the stupidity of your precious messenger." As if on cue, the crowd went through a miniature convulsion of cheers and whoops, and Snape heard the first words of that song, crooned by that now damnably familiar voice. "Give me a map, marked with an X. That'll lead me to your heart." Snape scowled. Pete had something of a leer on his face. Snape wondered, with a dark flash of hate he had not had since his darkest teaching days, what sort of lies that idiot boy had told. He kept his arms crossed firmly across his chest, refusing to crane his neck like every other mindless convulsing beast in the room. "Tread softly," the brat was whispering at an obscene pitch, soiling those long-remembered words with a profane melancholy. "Tread softly, because you tread on my dreams." The crowd disintegrated into cheers and a ravenous beat that drowned everything else. The lights went out and flashed on again in dizzying shades of green, red, purple. Snape kept his eyes on the 3 thugs around him. Pete had nodded to one of the others, who, a moment later, vanished into the crowd. "Come on, Mr. Snape," Pete growled, reaching out an arm and lugging it heavily over Snape's shoulders. The potion's master stiffened, ready at any moment to blast the 2 numbskulls into oblivion. Perhaps now was the best time. The third was gone. "We've something in the back that you'd probably like to see." Half pushing, half steering, Snape found himself directed through the readily parted crowd, and to the back of the den. He had a jolt of déjà vu as Pete flung open the door and pushed him into the blind alley at the back. Quick as a flash, Snape had steadied himself and was pointing his wand from a safe distance away at the lumps of shadowy muscle in front of him. "Should I thump him?" one of them grunted. "No, he's got a wand, you dumbass," Pete snapped. "Observant," Snape said coolly. The door slammed open. The third thug stomped out, clutching against his chest a squirming, scrawny figure. "Let go of me. I swear, I'm warning you, I've got a knife, I'll kill if you don't let G. Snape had opened his mouth to tell them to let go of the brat, but the boy had frozen. A moment later, Snape saw why. There was a gleaming blade at the boy's throat. Pete grinned, a fiendish show of glittering false teeth, and jerked the knife with a mocking growl. The boy tensed and grabbed the thick forearm with both hands, his eyes darting about in fear. Expelliarmus! Snape snarled. The bolt of light shot out of his wand but veered out of the air and disappeared into the ground at the Pete's feet. Snape lowered his wand, feeling the blood drain from his face. "How'd you do that?" one of the thugs whispered in awe. "Shut up," Pete growled, a smug look on his face. "He used some of Abraxas Malfoy's old stock of worworm powder," Snape said coldly. Pete's expression soured. "How'd you? Well, you know, somehow, you old git. That's not going to help you any, though," he grunted. He jerked the knife again, and the boy gasped. "You know that worworm powder fails with potions or the unforgivables," Snape said. Slowly, though never not keeping his aim fixed threateningly ahead, he raised his wand arm. "It works minimally on the Imperius. Little on the Cruciatus. None on." He made a stabbing motion with his arm, and the three men jerked in unison, Avada Kedavra. A small trickle of blood, he noticed with the cold objectivity he reserved for evaluating potions' ingredients, or shattered bodies after a Death Eater raid, had made its way down the boy's neck, and was slowly beating down the plane of his chest. "Go ahead, Snape," Pete hissed. "But if you try any of them, they'll hit your little boy first." Snape narrowed his eyes. "I assure you, I don't care. I don't know what he told you, but I harbor no feelings of obligation or affection for him whatsoever." He gave a snort of contempt. "I don't even know his name." The boy vainly kicked out a leg. "It's Niles," he stammered through clenched teeth. Snape stared. Of all names, Niles. He wiped the surprise off his face and bit out each word coldly. "That does not count." "Your call, Snape," Pete said ominously. Snape frowned. "Actually, at this point, I'm afraid I don't quite understand why you are threatening me with this boy's death, as pathetic a threat it is." There was a pause. "Right," Pete said gruffly. He tightening his grip, and the boy made a squealing noise, reminiscent of a hedgehog on the butcher board. "I want a potion that can melt any ice. And I want it from you in an hour. Otherwise," he grinned and jerked his arm again. "Stop that," Snape snapped. "Any deeper and you'll have killed your leverage prematurely." "Yeah, Pete," one of the thugs piped up, "the boy's bleeding already. If you move any more, you might take his head off, just like you did with that old wanker." "What might you want this particular potion for?" Snape interrupted. "None of your business," Pete growled. Snape sneered. "And who would my client be? It strikes me that this whole setup is ridiculous. I would happily do business with Monsieur Nayant again, and I have absolutely no qualms about making a simple melting potion, the White Knight." Granger, telling him about the mission north. Vast, icy plains, covered with layer on layer of frost, hiding an object of unimaginable power. He could feel his blood pounding through his body. "It's none of your business," Pete snarled threateningly. "So, what do you say, Snape? A life, or a potion?" The trickle of blood had disappeared into the rim of the boy's black muggle trousers, tracing a line that cut the pale torso in half. "Melting potions are a rather unusual request," Snape said in his lecture voice. "There have been few potions invented that specifically address this purpose. The one most suited for your client's purpose," he paused. "That would most likely be a vial of Shenhuo Jing, a naphtha-based material invented in Tang Dynasty China." "Do you have it?" said Pete. "I do happen to have one vial, back in my laboratory, but, inconveniently, I shall have to return to retrieve it." Pete nudged one of the thugs with his foot. "You two go with him. I only need one escort," Snape said coolly. "Or rather, none, but if you insist." "Both of them," Pete snarled. "And leave your wand here. I'm afraid I can't apparate without it. Don't be difficult. Give an approximate location or something. One of them can apparate you." "Yes, and I am certain one of them can unlock the wards on my house, and my laboratory, especially wards that have been keyed to my wand." Pete grinned. "Do you expect me to believe that you keyed your wards to your wand and not your magic?" He snorted contemptuously. "Put down your wand, or the boy dies." "I'm afraid that is rather impossible," Snape bit out. Pete beckoned at the two thugs. "Here," he said, "rub your shoes against mine." "Stupefy," Snape roared. The red light arched out of his wand, but Pete jerked forward. Niles gave a little yelp, and the bolt collapsed into itself and shrunk into the ground. "Go on. He won't do anything," Pete shouted. "Go on, now." Snape backed down the alley hurriedly as the two thugs lunged. Panic boiled under his lid of furious self-control. "Crucio!" he shouted. "Crucio!" That feeling of an oily pit being stuck at the back of his throat came. He watched the coils of black, at first weak, blaze to life and leap at the shrieking thug closest to him. "His wand!" Pete shouted. "His wand!" The first thug lurched forward, catching Snape's waist. He crashed backwards and gritted his teeth as pain exploded up from his tailbone. A hand grabbed his wrist. His mind screamed at him to yell out a curse, but the pride that he forced him to clench his jaw in silence was too strong, and a moment later his fingers were clutching at nothing. "I got it. Here's his wand, here it is." Panting, Snape tried to pull himself from under the fallen thug. His robe was soaked in water from the stinking puddle he had fallen into. The brawny MTHAT entrapped his lower body gave a beep, and, with the other man's help, got slowly to his feet. "Bastard!" the thug hissed, and Snape's body snapped into a protective fetal position as the man's foot swung at his groin. One of them chuckled. Holding the wall to steady himself, Snape dragged himself to his feet, tried to control the trembling that was racking his frame. The pool of light on the pavement was several steps away. All he could see were shadows and the glint of a blade. "You know what they say," one of the thugs sniggered, "a wizard without his wand is a dick without his pants." "Shut it," said Pete, though from the dull shadow of whiteness it looked as though he was grinning. "Tell us where you live, Snape." He straightened himself and put his most contemptuous sneer on his face, his deepest disdain into his voice. "Near Nocturne Alley." "That's not too far, then," one of them said, relieved. "I was afraid of getting us splenched." "If you're not back in 10 minutes, Pete interrupted, "you'll find the boy lying in a puddle of his own blood. And you might have a few slashing curses on your wand, in addition to what you have already." He looked terribly pleased with himself, and shifted the boy closer. Niles lashed out a foot, like the last movement of a dying cockroach. "I see," Snape said in a droll, unimpressed voice. He felt two big hands grip his shoulders. "Ready," one thug grunted. Snape nodded. With a last glance at Niles's furious, terrified eyes, staring unblinkingly like the gaze of one very old or very young, he felt himself being squeezed violently into a tunnel of magic that was not his. "This your place?" grunted one of the thugs a painfully disorienting moment later. "Looks a bit." "Yes, it is," Snape interrupted. "Stand back, unless you want to be vivisected on my doormat." The two shuffled backwards. Snape strode forward, and a lamp flickered on at his approach. He put a hand on the door and waited, observing the two hulking figures coolly. "What's taking you so long?" one of them grunted, crossing his massive, tattooed arms over his chest. "I can enter right now, but clearing the two of you through the layers of my wards takes more than a moment." Snape stood aside. "You are welcome to try the door right now," he sneered. "We're not idiots," one of the two thugs said in a threatening voice. Snape curled his lips. "I cannot see why that idea would enter your heads." The thug swung his arm, and Snape staggered from the blow to his face. "Listen, you git," the thug growled, "shut your trap, or we'll let you have it before we take you back." "No need to be violent," he snapped, feeling the right side of his face begin to swell. The thug, Snape recognized that it was the one he had cast the Cruciatus on, drew back his fist and lunged forward. Snape winced but kept his back straight, his jaw clenched. He opened his eyes to the fist mere inches in front of his face. "Your door ready yet, Snape?" the other one asked. "Yes, it is," Snape bit out. He hesitated only a moment before pushing the door open. The thugs muscled in next to him, almost shoving him through the door. He barely opened his mouth when he felt thick hands gripping his wrists behind his back. "So, where is it?" "In my laboratory," he said coolly, "but I'm afraid you can't enter it without experiencing extremely blunt trauma to the neck and head." He kept himself motionless and his voice even. The room was dark, almost pitch black except for the tenuous, milky lumos from one of the thugs. He could see, or thought he could see, the two exchange glances. Again, "You are welcome to try if you don't believe me. I'll break your neck if you're lying," one of them hissed. Snape sneered. The hands let his arms go, but returned as a clamp around the back of his neck. "Which way?" "Forward," Snape said. They moved slowly in the darkness, the thugs warily, and he with an almost negligent malleability. Every so often he directed the way, out the door, a few steps down the hall. No, not that one, there, idiot, this he only thought. They stopped in front of the laboratory door. "You will have to let go of my hands," Snape said. "Unlocking the wards requires motility of my arms," he added, when the thugs did not respond. "You better not be lying," the same on hissed as before as Snape, ignoring it, lifted his hands to the damp wood. They were silent for a moment. Then the door glided open into an even deeper darkness. They stepped inside with a clang, and one of the thugs cursed. "Don't you have any F***ing lights in here?" "Yes," Snape said, "I need my hands again. The Shenhuo Jing is in a warded cabinet." Another pause. "Do try opening it if you wish to receive severe lacerations and potential amputation of your fingers. The cabinet is situated to the back, and please remember to go straight for the bottommost shelf, as that will result in puncture wounds in addition to." "Just do it," the thug hissed, his enormous hands planted threateningly around Snape's neck once more. Snape set both his palms on the wood. One of the thugs was directly behind him, the one with its rough fingers encircling his throat. Another was to his left, a breadth from his shoulder, holding the glowing wand up at the level of his chest. Snape opened the cabinet doors. The rows of vials glinted like crowded stars through thin mist. He began his intake of breath even as he reached, casually, to the back of the shelf. The thug behind him began to speak. "Which one is?" He closed his eyes, tilted his head, and jerked the uncorked vial over his left shoulder, then again, and again. The hands slipped from his neck just as the two thugs gave matching cries of pain. He darted to his right, eyes still closed, lungs still holding that same dwindling breath. He knew this place better than the back of his hand. Sometimes he made his potions in the dark, to make it easier to slip into a state of non-being, non-thinking, existing only at the soft murmur of magic at his fingers. Another harsh, almost gargled cry. He stumbled forward, hands ahead. 2 more steps and he should reach the door. His toe hit something, and, carried by moment, it hit his shoulder as well. The door, he thought, clutching it with both hands, and slipping, his lungs nearly consumed by fire, to the other side, and slammed it behind him. He staggered down the dark hall to his sitting room while taking deep, staggering breaths. His eyes had not yet adjusted to the darkness, and he groped the mantelpiece, fingers finally finding the round container of flow powder. He took a pinch and flung it at the fireplace. Thank Merlin it was self-immolating, he thought as a green flame swirled to life. "Department of Mysteries, Head Office," he shouted. He stepped in and felt himself flung down a vortex of flickering green, past flashes of hearths, fireplaces, a dizzying whirl of flames, before he was ejected roughly onto a hearthrug. "Severus," he heard her before he managed to blink the soot out of his eyes and see her surprised and concerned look. "Severus, your face. Were you attacked?" There was a man sitting at Granger's desk, he noticed, summing him up with a pipe stuck between his lips. "No," Snape said coolly, rapidly, "I merely walked into a door. I did not think you would be here so late, but this was the safest place I could think of when I flowed out." He paused, briefly, and turned to address the man. "Are you Jack Dem?" The man frowned and nodded. "And you are Severus Snape. Can you spare an hour? 2 intruders have invaded my residence." Granger looked aghast. "But your wards." "I was coerced to let them in, but the invaders are incapacitated now," Snape said quickly. "I believe they're affiliated with the White Knight. Please, Granger, I have no time." The man gave Granger a questioning look, which she must have answered with an affirmative, as he stood, thought a moment, and said, "Is 1 hour enough?" "Yes, I said they were incapacitated," Snape snapped. "Granger, I need a wand." Granger, to her credit, said nothing, and opened a drawer to her desk. Here, she said. White Knight, do you say? And how much time do you have? 3, maybe less, Snape said grimly. He caught her eye. They're using the boy as ransom. As of now he's a shiver away from having his throat cut. Merlin, Granger hissed between her teeth. His name is Niles, Snape said, irrelevantly. Do you know why the White Knight would want a melting potion? Ah, you do. He crossed his arms over his chest. Has it to do with that thing up north you mentioned? Did you guess that, or did you find that out? I guessed. Yes, it's to do with that, Granger said. The thing of power is actually a human being, or something resembling a human, trapped in a block of ice that could not be broken or melted by conventional means. And the White Knight has it, Snape said flatly. Granger nodded, frowning and biting her lower lip with a mixture of anger and defeat. I had 2 oars on him, the mole, and I thought, but well, she recovered herself quickly. Sorry. Snape felt his lips curling, an automatic response. Please, he said. He uncrossed his arms and began to pace, putting Granger's suddenly student-like face out of his mind, or at least out of sight. How much time did he have left? 2 minutes. 1. He wondered how closely that man Pete counted time. I will not give him a real melting potion, then, Snape said, but it has to be something that looks like what I told them I would bring. Perhaps a mixture of sulfur and fermented nightshade. But no, that wouldn't melt even ordinary ice. What could he bring? What could he bring? Niles suddenly came to his mind. Like a pale slim fish in the hairy arms of an ape, or a crevice of white peering out of a dark face. A line of red blood down the center. He pushed the thought away. Why not a tracking potion? An insidious voice whispered from the back of his brain. Why not a hardening salve? A poison that would drug all who were in its vicinity. Because the boy needed to be saved, he thought grimly. He broke out his reverie to see a torn look on Granger's face. What is it? He said flatly. Severus, she began, but broke off when the door to her office opened. Snape, Tonks said in disbelief. Nymphadora, Snape greeted brusquely. Excellent. You already have passage through my wards. There are 2 intruders in your house, you said. Yes, towards the back, probably still in the laboratory, but they'll be no problem, he said. I used Mordacis, fire and powder. Tonks winced. Ouch. Must hurt. Probably deserved it though, she added. What shall I call? Snape hesitated. Number 14, Lesser Stafford Street. He watched her step into the green fire before returning his attention to Granger, who was standing in the middle of the room, her hands pulling nervously at each other on top of the great bulge of her belly. What is it, Granger? He said coolly. Either tell me, or don't. I have no time left. She disentangled her hands and let them drop to her side. There's only one person who might be the... She waved her hand at the loss of words, being in the ice. She repeated herself more quietly. Only one person I can think of. Snape felt the pit begin forming in his stomach. Who? Harry. He stepped back. It was not the half-apologetic, half-resolute look in Granger's eyes, or the screaming echo of those 2 syllables, or the horrible emptiness that consumed his mind. He swallowed and turned to the fireplace. We will talk later about this, Granger, he said. The deadened calm of his voice had never before taken so much. His hand shook as he sprinkled the green dust into the fireplace. The hell's chateau, he shouted hoarsely, and plunged into the fire. The Dutch were amenable without being too helpful, Ginny thought as she looked at the mohawked wizard flipping rather slowly through a list. The Dutch ministry had explained to them, through the awkward inconsistencies of the translation spell, that they could not simply flow into that nightclub. There was some sort of entrance and exit spell that had to be done first. Whatever it was taking a while, and Ginny wondered if Metavelli was indeed still there. She was too tired, really, to get involved in hope or anticipation. What she was looking forward to was her bed, in which she hoped to stay a good 12 hours. Cormac, sitting beside her, yawned. Ginny shook her head. Can't wait to get back, she muttered. She watched colors swirl abstractly in the painting on the opposite wall. It must be 3 already. Cormac nodded. Yeah, lucky you, you'll get a vacation in, how many weeks? 2. He stared at her. What, your wedding, aren't you taking 2 weeks off for that? Oh, right, that. He scrunched his face. Yes, I am. She looked at him in the ensuing pause. You all right? Yeah. He still was not looking at her. Why wouldn't I be? You're a bit phased out. It's 3 in the morning. That's why. She turned her eyes back to the pleasantly hypnotic colors on the opposite wall. Not worried about it, are you? What? She snorted. Your wedding, dummy. When George got married to Angelina, he was on pins and needles the whole month before. If he so much as saw a flower, he'd look like he'd vomit. She smiled and glanced at Cormac, but the look he gave her was brief and strained. George. Your brother. Ginny nodded. Yes, she did not often mention her family to him. It occurred to her that the opposite was not true. She knew that Cormac had a squib older brother in accounting, who wanted nothing to do with magic, that his fiancée Francine had a host of obnoxious aunts, that he actually liked shopping with Francine, especially for clothes, and especially for Francine's 4-year-old cousin. Fred thinks about him all the time. Ginny stared at the colors and swallowed. Does he tell you that? Cormac exhaled, the air going out through his lips. Not really, no, but... The mohawked wizard at the desk looked up and said something. A moment later, the translator spell registered, and Ginny heard a disconcertingly female voice say, the access code to the dark heaven is 03928. Ginny stood. Do we need to say it in Dutch? The answer came after a moment's wait, in the same detached voice. No, our system accommodates English. Thank you. Was it 03928? The mohawked wizard nodded and yawned. You are correct. Let's go, Cormac muttered, taking a pinch of flow powder and tossing it into the fireplace. They stepped into a dark room punctuated by laughs, shouts, words slurred so badly that Ginny decided to adjust the radius of the translator spell. They seemed to be at the edge of a dance floor, one that was half full at best, and had various lounge items scattered about. The only light was red, and came from a few artistically hung lights near the back, spreading dimly through the room like the scent of Morden crackle. Can you feel him or something? Cormac muttered. Ginny nodded. If she concentrated, she could almost sense his presence, hovering in front or to her side like a wet sheet before her face. This way, she said, and led him through the braying crowd. His presence was getting stronger, like the smell of fish. She spotted a corridor leading away from the main room, and she headed for it. The darkness was heavier, but she could still make out the deep red of the carpet, the cracks of doors. Is he in one of the rooms, do you think? Cormac whispered. Ginny nodded. I can't tell which one, though, she said in a low voice. I think he's farther down. She felt a hand clasp her shoulder, and heard a man growl something unintelligible. She whirled around and stared at the shadowy hulk of a bruiser. Cormac, who apparently had not shrunken the radius of his translator spell, pointed down the hall. Can we just take a look? He said. We're just. Ginny quickly adjusted the translator spell, and heard the feminine voice's detached words a moment later, or I will strike the two of you severe blows. The bruiser proceeded to crack his knuckles. Look, you, Cormac said hotly, we're not working things up, you can't. We're here on the order of the Dutch Ministry of Magic, Ginny said, holding up the temporary ID they had received in the ministry office. She took out her wand and muttered a quick lumos. And we have a warrant to search this place. The bruiser squinted. Then he nodded and, with suspiciously quick movements, lumbered down the hall. Wait! Ginny shouted. Petrificus totalis. Before the spell could take effect, a loud yell erupted from the bruiser's mouth. Ginny waited an anxious moment for the translator spell, but it did nothing. Probably the word had not been finished. Cover me, Ginny hissed as she lowered to a crouch and hurried down the hall. There were 3 doors, she saw, 3 that Mitavelli could be hiding behind. With a quick flick of her wand she scanned them. None bore locking charms, wards, hexes, anything. They were unprepared, except for one big brute, she thought. Creeping to the first one, she took the doorknob in her left hand and pushed, but nothing happened. It was locked the Muggle way. Bugger, she muttered. Alohomora. She pushed open the door and lifted her wand in the air with a hissed, lumos. A mutter, and then an unintelligible squawk. Reveloso, she said, ignoring the ensuing frenzy as the three women on the bed all grabbed for the sheets to cover themselves with. Nothing. She shut the door and reached for the second. It was then that the third door suddenly flung open, as though pushed by the force of an explosion. A choking dark fog billowed out, swirling at her face, into her lungs. Spirabilis, she choked, shutting her eyes and mouth and covering her nose with her hands. The fog felt heavy, moist, but that was all. No stinging or terrible pain, no sickly hallucinations or whirling colors. Yet, she ventured to open her eyes. It was so dark she could not at first see the shadow running at her. Dimly she heard someone shout behind her. Cormac, she thought, mind as though wading through a swamp, and a jet of red lashed out and embedded itself into the shadow. Cormac said something again, and the fog receded. She felt a hand on her shoulder, but she was squinting at the face of the man on the floor. It was unfamiliar and yet familiar, like a dream face. Ginny, are you okay, Ginny? Cormac was shaking her, repeating her name. She felt curiously detached as she stood and stumbled to the doorway, looked inside. The room that beckoned her was lined with shelves holding as much dust as it held books. There was a portrait between two bookcases, one that she always liked looking at during these meetings, because it was the only nice thing in this whole place, the only traitorously pleasant view. The table had people already, sitting around the tenuous surface in a circle, but she was not sure they were there. Still, she stepped forward, and caught sight of Dumbledore in his usual seat at the head. Ginny, he said, eyes twinkling even though he was telling her that Ron was dead, George was dead. Ginny, are you all right? The dread at the pit of her stomach grew, expanded, became a drowned piano dragging her down to the bottom of the sea, every so often breaking her solitude with the aimless tinkle of its keys. She opened her mouth to cry out in despair, but black water rushed in, greedily, swirled up to her eyes, and shut them into an infinite darkness. He cursed the moment he stumbled out of the fireplace and into a knot of half-naked teenagers. He had forgotten to go back to his laboratory and get the substitute potion. Muttering darkly to himself as a few of the sweaty, flapping limbs bumped into his back, he turned and groped at the mantelpiece, but there was no flow powder. He would have to apparate. He pushed his way out of the throng, to the less hectic regions along the wall. The back door was occasionally visible through the screen of heads and waving arms. 10 minutes. Had it been 10 minutes? He hesitated, but decided against going back to check. He could hardly conceal the absence of those two numbskulls, and it would not take him long to apparate back and find an appropriate substitute, half a minute at most. The crowd began roaring as he gathered his concentration for apparition, and the voice rolled through the room a split second before he would have left. Give me a map, marked with an X. That'll lead me to your heart. Snape's head snapped up. He peered over the crowd, the tumble of hands and heads and bodies. There was a stage in the center of the room, lit by a strong white light that seemed to leach color out of everything it touched, turning all into pale, clean marble. The next verse came, and Snape pushed forward to get a closer look. The singer was slim, slight, and the voice was the same, and yet, it seemed changed, as though altered to a frequency that resonated with the despair inside him. Suddenly the singer lifted his hands into the air and stepped back, and the words changed. My dreams are nothing. He let his hands fall, his whole body fall, collapsed in a blazing heap on the stage. The music had stopped, except for a guitar, which strummed twice, lowly. They are trodden in the mud, in the dust, and they are old. One hand reached up, and dropped, a useless movement. Snape felt his whole body clench. For the first time, a wave of paranoid suspicion rushed through his mind. Who was this boy? First the brat claimed to be a muggle, when clearly he was magical. And then he was ransomed in a ploy that he, Severus Snape, had nearly fallen to. And the words, the mutating, almost obscene stage show, could it be that there was some sort of spell, some enchantment that was affecting him like this, that was coldly inspecting the ragged sweepings of his heart even before he, himself, had understood them, and was throwing what it saw before his eyes in a cold, gleaming light? He gritted his jaw, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the stage, unaware of the figure approaching from behind. Old dreams, rags and bone, the boy chuckled. Only an idiot could come up with such shit. A young, delusional idiot. And only an old fool could hold them for so long. A trombone cranked out a low, flat note. The crowd murmured discontentedly. "Get on with it," someone yelled, or equivalent. Snape gritted his teeth, wishing the dimwit would shut up. The boy on the stage dropped his head back, exposing the bloodless column of his throat. "I'm old," he whispered with a disdainful little laugh. "Why are you coming back to shake up the dust, after leaving me to rot for all these years?" A low boo had risen from the crowd. "Give us something," a voice shouted. Snape pushed into the crowd, trying to catch a better view, but froze when he felt two thick hands grab his shoulders. He tried to wrench himself away, but his captor was too strong. He reached for his wand, but found, with a sinking feeling, that it was not there. "Do you have the potion?" Pete growled. Snape cursed silently. "No, not yet," he bit out. A moment later, he was staggering from the blow to his head. "Not yet," Pete roared. "I think we will have to take something else instead." It was a new voice. Snape strained his eyes to make out the figure in the sudden explosion of multicolored lights. The damnable thudding had returned, shaking his ribcage like the spasms of a slobbering werewolf. He could make out few features: a straight nose, half-closed eyes, skin a darker tint. "Zabini," Snape hissed. A flash of light illuminated the wand that was pointed at him moments before he heard the incantation. "Stupefy. Better go." She was aware of a pulsing headache, a dryness that coated her mouth like mold. Did she have a hangover? "She's waking. Go." Her eyes fluttered open, then closed at the entry of light. She squinted. There were two figures around her. At least she thought it was two separate people, and not a half-dreamt double. "No, I will stay." She felt a splash of water on her face. Ginny, wake up." She frowned. That sounded like George. Was she dead then? But why was she hurting so much? She opened her eyes, lifting a hand to her forehead to keep out some of the light. The two figures sharpened, and the harsh light faded to the dull glimmering of two Lumos-lit wands. "Ginny," said her brother. She sat up, breath caught in her throat. For a moment she stared, disoriented, at the familiar freckled face, the shock of carrot hair, and those kindly, irascibly cheerful blue eyes, but realization came like a slap. "Fred," she choked. "Ginny," he repeated, and she wondered, taking in the lines around his mouth, the coldness of his eyes, the receding line of his hair, how she could ever have thought it was George. "You're awake," said Cormac. He was standing a bit behind her, and she turned to him with a hint of annoyance, almost missing the cup of water he was proffering. "Thanks," Ginny muttered. She took it and drank from it greedily. "Where are we?" she said to Cormac, while wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. The room was dingy and shadowy in the dim light of the two wands, and the floor was strewn, for some reason, with sheets and pillows. "And why are you here, Fred?" The last she said accusingly. "We're still in Amsterdam," said Fred, "in this charming little night club." "I asked Cormac, not you," Ginny snapped. Fred turned to the other man and tilted his head at the door. With only a slight trace of hesitation, Cormac set down the cup and went for the door. Ginny stared. "Cormac," she shouted, leaning to the side to keep Cormac in view from around Fred's body. "What's all this? Are you mad or what?" But Cormac had already shut the door. "Ginny, god damn." Ginny swung her legs off the side of the bed and pushed herself up, but immediately felt as though she had disturbed a fishbowl in her head. She slumped down with a beep. "You'll be seeing stars for a while yet," Fred muttered. She felt him patting her shoulder, reaching up to tease her hair. "Stop it," she grumbled, and shifted backwards. Her back met the headboard. The room was even darker now that Cormac had left, as there was only the light from Fred's wand. She noticed, then, something she had noticed before, a body lying face down against the opposite wall. "Who's that?" she asked sharply. "Mitavelli," said Fred. "Is he dead?" "No, though he's stunned this way from Saturday." His voice was grim. "Oh, that's good," said Ginny. She scrunched her brow and wondered if she could manage to stand. "Cormac and I really should be taking him back to the headquarters. I don't know why he dragged you here. He's in that order of yours, isn't he?" She felt a spool of anger uncoiling in her chest. "I only guessed it recently. I hope you're not having him keep tabs on me, Fred. You might be my brother, but that only goes so far. Fred reached out a hand for her hair. She pulled back. "Ginny," he said sadly. "Stop it," she said, meaning to snap, but making a sound that was more like a whine. His hand worked down from behind her temples to the nape of her neck, and began massaging it in little circles. She let out a small breath and felt some of the tension ease out of her shoulders. They had done this to each other during the war, she and her brothers, in little nooks or corners in Grimmauld Place. She had thought in the beginning, and still thought now that she was looking back on it, that it was a bit animalistic, like what she imagined a troop of chimps would do, but it had given them a sort of comfort that words alone could not provide. She stirred. Just before I was out," she paused. "Mitavelli got you with the Metis. Do you remember the Metis?" Ginny frowned and shook her head. "Boggart dust. Oh, that." She did remember. It was one of the things that cropped up here and there during the war. Supposedly it had the same effect as a boggart, only worse, and could be conjured by a spell. She frowned. What was it that she had seen before everything became black? A table, and Dumbledore. No, she thought incredulously. Could it be? Fred took his hand away and scooted onto the bed to her side. It occurred to Ginny that it had been months since they'd sat so close together on the same bed or couch, as Fred's visits to the burrow were invariably short and unpleasant. "Canute for your thoughts," he said. Ginny gave a humorless half-laugh. "You'd never guess what my boggart would be." "What? Go on, guess." She had him now. There was the same belligerent inquisitiveness in his voice that she knew so well. She smiled half-teasingly. "I'm not giving it up for free." "Fine." He thought a moment. "Voldemort." She laughed, but stopped herself, as it was not very funny. "No, I only met him once, and that was, no, it's not Tom Riddle." Good guess, though. She had almost forgotten about him by now, she thought, but did not say. A mummy, a banshee. No, a Valentine card." She looked at him. "What?" He was grinning. "One that goes along with." His eyes are as green as a fresh pickled toad. His hair is as black as a blackboard. "I wish he were mine. He's really divine, the hero who conquered the Dark Lord." "Stop it," Ginny said, and hit him playfully. "I knew you and George sent that though." "Although you wrote it," Fred said. "Yes, I wrote it." She shifted her legs to a more comfortable position. "Is Cormac out there still?" "Yes." "Why? You're quite high and mighty, aren't you? Telling your apprentices or minions or whoever to just go out the door and stay there." She felt the anger uncurling again. "Really, Fred, I don't know what you're playing at, and I don't want to know." Suddenly, the anger collapsed to weariness, a childish weariness that could only be assuaged by the twins' teasing, or Ron's look of long suffering, or her father's reliable hands pulling her to his side and whispering things into her ear, things that only she and he, with his glinting spectacles, shared. None of that was here anymore, though. None. "Tell me what it is that you saw." Ginny sighed. "It's silly, almost. I saw the library in Grimmauld Place. It was another order meeting. Dumbledore was there, and, well, I suppose everyone else, but it was mainly Dumbledore. And that painting," she thought. Fred was silent. His lit wand lay on the bed between them, the end only barely touching his fingers. When the moment stretched too long, Ginny glanced at him, and saw that he was staring at her intently. "Your greatest fear is for it to happen again," he said, and there was a strange feverishness in his voice. "I suppose. But I don't see why I should be having that fear. Voldemort's dead, and really dead this time." "It's not going to be Voldemort, this next time," Fred interrupted. His hand, Ginny saw, was clenched fiercely around his wand. The small globe of light was quivering. "It's going to be someone new, it'll always be someone new. When Grindelwald died, nobody wanted to think that there could be a Voldemort. All they wanted to do was to keep Grindelwald dead. Bury the memory, and it's no different this time. All everyone wants to do is forget and get on with their lives." "Oh, Voldemort's dead, let's not think of it. Of course they'd want to forget." Ginny hissed fiercely. She had handfuls of the bed sheets clenched in fists. "Who wouldn't? Do you want to remember everything, all the time?" It was on the tip of her tongue to fling out those moments, Those instances that were too terrible even for nightmares, hearing Ron's death and Harry's part in it. Exchanging Lucius Malfoy's body with Narcissa Malfoy for their father's. Watching life drain palely from George's cheeks as he died in St. Mungo's, becoming more and more a skeleton every day. They leapt into her mind like demons, brandishing pitchforks and blades, ready to tear her into pieces. She swallowed and forced them away, bit by bit, clutching at each image, sitting around that table, her mother's face as white as a hospital sheet, their father's colorless lips, and stuffing it back, shrieking, to the vaults of her mind. Fred leaned forward slightly. I would never want to forget, he said softly. Not a single moment, ever. Ginny gave a choked laugh. You're mad. But go ahead, she said bitterly, you do whatever you want. She wanted those memories out. Or at least made stiff and harmless and stuck to a remote wall, like pictures at an exhibition. We're not disregarding the past, Fred. It's called healing. It's called moving on. She paused, searching for more words. We are preventing the next Voldemort. It's called the law, Fred. It's called justice, equal justice for everyone. Why did Riddle become Voldemort? She remembered suddenly words from long ago, whispered to her by a proud, dark-haired young man. Because he thought the world was being unfair to him, that justice wasn't being served. It's because of what you're doing that he came about, Fred. If you have vigilante groups who feel they're above the law, that only makes more Voldemorts, more Dark Lords. Fred shook his head. He reached out his hand and ran it gently through Ginny's hair. You don't understand, he said quietly. You don't know. He shifted his legs off the bed, and Ginny's eyes fell on his wand and the odd twisting motion he made at the handle. She felt blood drain from her face. Fred. He turned around, a look of pain on his face. George made me promise to take care of you, he said. Don't worry, it never hurts. She felt her pockets. Her wand was gone. In a flash, she had flung herself off the bed and was dashing, stumbling, for the door. She had barely left the bed when she felt herself plucked up by her brother's magic and sent sprawling back on the bed. Just tell me, she said with gritted teeth. How many times have you done this? I would never hurt you, Ginny, Fred said, and pointed his wand. Obliviate. As far as cells went, this one was not too shabby. It was more stifling than the ones in Knot Manor, but it was an improvement to the feeling of dingy bureaucracy that clung to the ministry holding cells. Perhaps it was due to the irritation and impatience that always attended him during his stay in the ministry cells. Facing the prudishly paranoid Wizengamot gave him about as much pleasure as teaching a horde of first years. Anything, though, was preferable to Malfoy Manor. His body clenched at the memory. How many times had he been led, after hours of dark waiting, to a curtained room, where first a handsome monster, and then a skeletal beast, had awaited him with a lascivious smile. If there was anyone who might be a better connoisseur of dungeons, Snape thought, it would be Potter. Potter had not had the pleasure of being crammed into a ministry-holding cell, but he had experienced, in addition to Malfoy Manor and Knot Manor, the basement of Goyle's ghoulish house, and a stint in the Rookwood ancestral home in Russia. Potter. The boy who lived, the man who defeated you-know-who, the missing savior. Snape shut his eyes and let the pain radiate through his body. If Granger was somehow correct, if the impossible became incredible and then inevitably true, then he would have no choice but to think, to remember, but he had moved on, he reminded himself with an ironic smile. Here he was, locked in a dungeon, not thinking of his escape, not calculating how he should outwit Zabini, but contemplating Harry Potter. His lover, with whom he had never even consummated anything more than a sweaty-handed key asterisk, whose memory he had clung to, drawn strength from, and been betrayed by. He heard their approach a long while before they came. Footsteps, the crash of doors. He dusted his robes and stood in the darkest shadow as he waited. Two figures appeared on the other side of the bars. There he is, said Pete. Severus Snape. One of them muttered something. Snape strained his ears. It sounded like a normal unlocking charm, and two of the bars slowly lowered to the ground. You're coming with us, Pete growled, stepping forward with a bag in his hand. Snape closed his eyes and remained obstinately still as the thug tossed the rough sack over his head. Another muttered spell, and he felt thorny ropes draw his wrists together in a painful twist. "This way," Pete said, and Snape let himself out, guided by a bearish grip on his shoulder. They were silent during the entire trip, which suited Snape well, as he was listening and remembering as keenly as he could. The lower part of the manor sounded mostly empty. After leaving the dankness of the dungeons, they had gone down a long, winding corridor, which led into an exceptionally large room, judging from the sound of their echoing footsteps. Then they climbed up several flights of stairs, or rather, the two thugs climbed, and he was carried, to his muted embarrassment, in one of the thugs' arms. Pete had grunted something about his being too slow. They finally stopped after twisting down a few more corridors. Snape heard the sound of a door opening, and felt himself pushed inside. "Professor Snape," he heard Zabini say. A moment later, the sack was removed, and he found himself in a large, windowless room covered with carpets. The floor had a large green carpet with designs of moving dragons, and intricate Persian rugs hung from the walls. Zabini stood facing him, dressed in the most expensive robes Snape had seen since the last Death Eater meeting. His skin looked even darker than Snape remembered in the flickering magical oil lamps that hung from the ceiling. "Zabini," Snape said, inclining his head slightly. The rope's bristles dug into his wrists. "An unexpected pleasure." Zabini smiled. There was too much teeth in it, Snape thought, keeping his back straight and eyes disdainfully narrowed. "I'd never thought I'd see you in such a position, Professor." He waved a hand, and Snape turned his head to see Pete leave the room. They were alone except for an exceptionally large black person standing in the corner. Snape wondered briefly and irritably where Zabini found all these half-giants for his employment. "Likewise, Zabini, and I never thought I'd find myself in such a position," Zabini said. The smile spread. He looked like a Gryffindor first year in Zonkos for the first time, Snape thought. Only there was too much malice, too much a sense of knowing. Snape felt a trickle of dread. What was it that Zabini knew or had? Surely, the ice could not have been melted, and even if it had, Jonathan, Potter, whoever he was, damn it, would be too powerful to be held under Zabini's sway. Much too powerful by far, unless Frost, Potter, had awakened in a half-dead state, but even then. Zabini was continuing. It was always Dumbledore or Voldemort, Voldemort or Dumbledore. Who could see that it would be I, Zabini, who would end up on top? "Indeed," Snape said, sneering. "I'm afraid I do not see in what way you are on top." Zabini gave him a contemptuous look. It was a rather new expression, Snape thought. The boy had always been aloof rather than openly arrogant. That role had gone to Malfoy. "There's much you don't know, Snape, that the Ministry doesn't know." He paused and smiled. "How much capital am I worth, do you think?" "No idea," Snape said blandly. "Nearly 1 billion galleons. Do you know how much the Malfoy estate was worth?" "The Black estate?" "No. The Blacks were worth 500 million galleons. And the Malfoys, after Narcissa Malfoy's inheritance, were worth 400 million. He was still smiling. "There's 52 Wizengamot members. Malfoy bought 5 of them. With my money, I can buy 9. And with my, resources, I can control 11. Maybe 12. That's a fifth of the Ministry right there." "Can, or have," Snape said. Zabini's eyelids fell halfway in a sort of contented disdain. "I'm not telling you, Professor," he purred. With that smile, thought Snape, he looked like Filch's cat when it had gorged itself on some miserable rat or toad. "Anyway, to business," said Zabini. He stepped back and sat in his chair, then motioned at the Hulk in the corner. Wordlessly, the half-giant moved a massive chair to behind Snape. "Thank you," Snape said, taking his seat. "I'm sorry for my methods," said Zabini. "I'm afraid I was rather rude, but after you've worked for a while in my trade, you lose track of your manners." Snape curled his lips, evidently. Zabini's mouth twitched, and the lines on his face hardened. Snape wondered if the boy had ever been on the receiving end of his sarcasm. Probably not, he thought with equal parts disdain and caution. "Although I can't say you've been very polite either. Refusing to hold up your end of a potions deal, that's simply not the behavior of a respected potions master." It was due to your messenger's stupidity that such a delay took place, Snape said coldly. Unless your minions removed it, I actually have the potion with me. I had intended to give it to your agent last night, but, he let his lips pull back in a sneer. Other events took place. It's not important anymore, said Zabini, and I certainly don't mind being charitable to an old teacher who needs the work. He smiled pointedly. Snape returned it with a bored look. Really? He wondered nastily, did Zabini think so highly of himself as to expect that remark to sting? I have a commission for you, Snape, said Zabini. I think you can guess what it is. To make you a melting potion. Snape said flatly. Not any melting potion, Professor. You'll be proud of the research I did. I want you to make the Pyrane potion. I'm sure you know it, Professor. Melts ice like diamond cutting class, dismantles all spells that freeze or stiffen. Perhaps. Zabini smiled. You're not the only potions master I can enlist, Professor Snape. He let the suggestion hang in the air. Snape remained unmoving. But I would like to ask you, because I feel that I know so much about you. He smiled again. Snape's gaze shifted from where it rested, bored, on a winding tapestry, to Zabini's face. I'm afraid you don't, Zabini. But I do. I know all about you and Jonathan Frost. It was all he could do not to burst out with a yell. Snape swallowed hard, biting the inside of his mouth so fiercely that he tasted blood, and hoped nothing showed on his face. How could Zabini have known? But there were quite a few who must have guessed. Back then he had not kept his sorrow a secret. But did Zabini know who it was in the ice? And I know what you did to Terence Lestrange. Snape stared. He held himself, feeling his heart in his throat, but Zabini was impatient and went on. Do you know whose old dormitory I had at Hogwarts? No, yours. He paused and let that white-toothed grin spread over his face. You should be careful whose body you burn in the fireplace. I don't know what you're talking about, Zabini, Snape bit out. My mother was a clairvoyant, Zabini continued, and she always had an affinity with ghosts, spirits, the like. She predicted that Voldemort would not triumph in the end, although it was always very, very close. He straightened. I have a bit of that gift myself. And I got quite an earful from someone who had no reason not to tell me every single, terrible detail. If you've begun to put faith in disembodied voices, I would advise you to go to St. Mungo's. The smile turned nasty. I know everything about you, Snape. I know what Lestrange and Malfoy did to you in your second year. I know how you rose so quickly through Voldemort's ranks when you joined in the middle of your 7th year. Zabini stepped closer, and deliberately put a finger on Snape's cheek. Snape clenched his jaw, kept his eyes trained forward. A moment later, Zabini let his hand drop. He tilted his head. You're not to my taste, Snape. You never were. A bit on the greasy side, you know. Too old, like a polyp, or an old bat. Zabini chuckled. You know, one thing that I thought Terence Lestrange got wrong was that he promised that you would wear a ring. A plain, gray ring. You didn't while I was at school, but now I see that his prediction has come true. Snape watched Zabini circle out of his field of vision. A moment later, he felt hands slowly open his fists and work the ring around his middle finger. He shut his eyes as he felt the ring go past the first joint, then the second, and finally vanish. Said Zabini, walking back into view. Plain. The material isn't so bad. But still, it's rather cheap. I would say, 20 galleons. Maybe 25, no more than 30, though. He tossed it into the air and caught it. You're awfully quiet, Snape. Snape let the sneer come to his face at last. Your antics don't interest me, Zabini. He shut his eyes again as though weary and bored. You were always something of a, shall we say, drama queen. There was a pause. Ayo. Zabini snapped. I think Professor Snape requires our product now. Snape opened his eyes to the sight of the thug handing Zabini a small paper packet. Zabini opened it, and Snape caught sight of something white inside. I assure you that you will enjoy this, Professor Snape, said Zabini. He took out his wand and pointed it at Snape's mouth. Corsaio. Snape found his mouth wrenched irresistibly shut. He could only breathe with his nose. Zabini had taken out a small tube, about the length of his finger, and was approaching. Snape backed away and abruptly lashed out his foot at the white powder in Zabini's hand. Before his foot could make contact, he felt the thug grab him like a sack and lift him easily into the air. Petrificus totalis, Zabini said. Snape felt his legs snap into place, his arms wrenching painfully straight behind his back. Here you go, Zabini said, putting the tube up to Snape's nose. Much better than Mort, I promise you that. Snape waited until Zabini had lifted the white powder to his face, and blew out sharply with his nose. Some of the powder scattered onto the ground. Zabini stepped back and nodded his head. The next moment, Snape was screaming silently with pain from his contorted muscles. The thug had landed a punch on his solar plexus, but he could do nothing but stay motionless. Again, Zabini snapped. Snape screamed again in his head, seeing stars swarm across his vision. It was the Death Eater meetings all over again, he thought dimly, or those times when Dumbledore, with his information, had foiled some critical plot, and Voldemort had decided that the usual beep was not enough, that a little bedroom torture was in order. When the stars cleared, a strange feeling was washing over his body. He felt calm. He was still aware of the flickering of firelight, the faces flashing in front of him, but he felt as though he were alone in a great ocean of mist, walking in the air among gray mountain peaks. Someone else was in this endless sea, someone familiar. Take him. The other person was becoming brighter and brighter, illuminated by the stars, as stone floors and walls lurched past his eyes. He felt himself being carried, a shoulder under each arm, as a mild wind winded past his face. There was music on the air, tender music. Saw to it, ours. The brilliance of the mist had faded into darkness. The person at the end was no longer obscured. He could see him now, his face, the small, sad, waiting smile. The vision disappeared as he felt himself collapse onto cold stone. For an instant his mind was focused on the pain in his wrists, the bruises in his ribs and legs. He stared ahead. He had lost the person. Again, it would be best to be surrounded by the all-forgiving, all-erasing clouds. His eyes, uncomprehending, blinked at the crudely drawn pentagram on the ground, before the mist returned and gently crowded out all thought. Sparks were beginning to shoot out of Ginny's wand. It was 11 in the morning, and the minister was still nowhere to be found. These meetings usually don't take this long, you said. Ginny demanded again. She clenched her fist around her wand, and a jet of sparks sprayed over Jack Dem, who set down his cup of coffee and brushed them off. Scrimgeour's secretary nodded quickly, her eye constantly on Ginny's wand. They usually end at about 10 or a quarter past. Sometimes there's something important, but nothing like that was on the agenda for today's meeting. Ginny glanced again at Hermione, who was sitting in a chair adjacent to Dem. Hermione only shrugged and looked again, tiredly, at the clock on the wall. Both McLaggen and the minister, said Jack Dem. Although with McLaggen I'm not surprised. Yeah, he's late even for our Friday get-togethers, Ginny muttered. If he's capable of being late for free booze, he's liable of being late for anything. She paused. Something was niggling her mind, but she could not put her finger on it. Maybe he and the minister are having tea. Maybe the minister and Fred are having tea, Hermione murmured. The bell on the secretary's desk rang. The secretary quickly pressed it, and words materialized on the side of the bell. I assume you lot are expecting Auror McLaggen, she said. Yes, Ginny said. Finally, the door opened and Cormac hurried in. Sorry, I overslept, he said. Hey boss, Ginny, Madam Granger Pickering. Did you see the minister? Ginny asked. Cormac blinked. Yeah, he said nonchalantly. I think he was right behind me. The bell rang again, but before the secretary could reach it, the door swung open, and Rufus Scrimgeour and 2 others marched in. Wah! Ginny burst out, but held herself in check. Hermione stood up, as did Jack Dem. Good morning, Rufus, she said evenly. Good morning, Fred. Fred inclined his head. Good morning, Hermione, Jack. The minister took off his coat, and the third person in the room, a rather ratty little man in Ginny's opinion, hurried to take it and hang it on the peg. How's Hogwarts? Hermione asked genially. Oh, it's going along swimmingly, Fred replied. I think the Marauders map is circulating Gryffindor Tower again. You don't know what headaches it's giving us. Belinda, what do I have this afternoon? The minister interrupted. A meeting with the Swedish minister at 3 o'clock, and dinner with the International Quidditch Club at 7 o'clock. Right, Scrimgeour said. He opened the door to his office. Please come in, everyone. Belinda, if anyone from the Prophet comes, show them out. Yes, sir. The minister's office was rather bare, with a few portraits interspersed with bulletin boards covered with newspaper clippings. It reminded Ginny rather strongly of the Auror office. There was an empty portrait of Albus Dumbledore directly behind the minister's desk, and right next to it, the front page of the Daily Prophet with big letters, "He-who must not be named defeated and dead." The ratty-looking man, who was the last one to enter, shut the door with excessive care. They were arrayed like opposing Quidditch teams, Ginny thought dryly. She and Hermione were firmly ensconced on one side, with Jack Dem next to her, about midway down the office. Ginny frowned at Cormac, wondering briefly and blankly why he had decided to stand so close to Fred. Her brother was leaning against the wall in one corner, next to the ratty-looking man, and Ginny felt a brief burst of irritability at the placid look on his face. "Minister," Jack Dem said, as Scrimgeour sat down heavily and began flipping through the parchment piled on his desk, "we were wondering if there was a reason why you specifically denied us a search warrant for the Zabini Manor." Besides that Zabini has connections with a fifth of the Wizengamot, Ginny thought darkly. Scrimgeour cleared his throat and directed his attention at Hermione. "Granger Pickering," he said, "may I ask, when are you expecting?" Ginny stared. She glanced at Hermione and saw her brows draw together in a frown, before they raised, slowly, in an expression that Ginny knew to be grim realization. 2 days, but any time now, really." There was a pause. Ginny bit her tongue. What was going on? She stole a look at Jack Dem, who had a puzzled frown on his face, and at Cormac, who had a strangely apprehensive look on his. "I've been thinking, Granger," he trailed off momentarily. "Why don't you begin your maternity leave now? Too much stress can't be good for the baby. You could be due at any moment, and it might be better if you're somewhere else. I hope you don't take me wrong on this." Hermione smiled thinly. "You've made yourself very clear, Rufus. However, I don't see the necessity in maternity leave. At least, not until little Harry is born." Scrimgeour's face had an odd expression on it. "It's for your own good, Granger." Hermione turned her head. She was staring at Fred now, and seemed to be teetering on the verge of saying something. Ginny frowned, feeling that she was in the middle of a match whose rules she could not understand, but which was rapidly sliding in a direction she did not like. She glanced at Fred, who was gazing straight ahead. When she looked back, Hermione had turned back to the minister, with that same, grim look on her face. "I beg to disagree, Rufus," she said, both her hands resting on top of her belly. "Then, you leave me with no choice." The minister stood and crossed his arms over his chest. "I hate to do this, Granger, but I'm afraid I must ask you to resign." Ginny jerked forward. "What? May I ask what the reason is, Minister?" Hermione said calmly. "Your handling of the matter related to this thing of power was unacceptable," Scrimgeour growled. "You grossly miscalculated the necessary security measures, and as a result, the thing of power is now in the hands of a very dangerous drug ring leader." "Excuse me, sir, but that's rubbish," Ginny said heatedly. "Hermione was operating on the intelligence she had, and furthermore, I'm quite sure she ran the whole thing through with you." She turned to Hermione, but Hermione was holding the minister's gaze. "Auror Weasley, please," Jack Dem said, but for the first time in Ginny's memory, his voice sounded strained. "Very well," said Hermione. "And who is my replacement? Could it be?" She turned her head. "Professor Weasley." Ginny felt the blood drain out of her face. "Yes," Scrimgeour said gruffly, "Professor Weasley will be taking over the Department of Mysteries." It was all Ginny could do not to curse her brother into next week. She turned furiously to Jack Dem, but he had his poker face on. Her gaze darted to Cormac next, but the moment she caught his eyes, he turned away, as though, inexplicably, guilty. "At this point, it doesn't quite matter." Ginny snapped her attention back to Hermione. "The important thing right now is not to let the White Knight gain access to the thing of power," Hermione went on, her eyes still on Fred, and if it takes an old name to do it. She paused, and suddenly flinched, her hands fluttering down to her belly. Ginny lunged forward, but Hermione was already straightening and shaking her head. I'm all right really, I'm all right. Is it time? Jack Dem said anxiously. Hermione shook her head. No. She opened her eyes and addressed the minister. I'll prepare my office, then. Scrimgeour grunted. Carry on, Granger. The press release will be maternity leave, for now, said Fred. Ginny bit her lip hard. She turned her back to him, certain that if she saw her brother's infuriating mug, she would not be able to resist turning him into a cockroach. Her hands were shaking as she helped Hermione to the door. I'm fine. Ginny, you should stay, Hermione said, gently pushing Ginny away. You sure? Ginny demanded. Her voice sounded harsh to her own ears. You had better stay, Hermione muttered. The implications hit Ginny a moment later. Stay and listen, stay and watch. She stood aside. Hermione pushed open the door, and then shut it behind her. A moment later, Ginny felt someone at her side. "'Excuse me," the ratty man muttered, and slipped out the door. Ginny stared, first at the minister, who was shifting the parchment on his desk, and then at Fred. Is he following her? She blurted out incredulously. She felt as though she were caught in some horrible joke. It was too absurdly impossible to be true. Feeling like a sleepwalker, Ginny returned to the side of the room. Her heart was pounding rapidly, and her legs felt unsteady, as though a rug had been yanked from under her feet. Minister Scrimgeour, said Jack Dem, a long moment later, if I may return to the original matter at hand. No, you may not have a search warrant to the Zabini Manor, Scrimgeour interrupted. Ginny watched uncomfortably as her boss hesitated. She glanced up at Cormac, but he was staring at the opposite wall. Minister Scrimgeour, I understand that certain members of the Wizengamot might be highly opposed to our activity, Jack Dem said, but the Minister of Magic has the ability to make the final decision in emergency situations, and I believe this qualifies. Dem, you heard me, Scrimgeour said. No warrant. There was a very heavy silence. Very well, sir, I see. Jack Dem stood. He turned to Fred Weasley, and Ginny thought her superior was going to say something. Instead, he only shrugged on his coat, and left. Ginny crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. The minister looked up and frowned. Auror Weasley, you are dismissed, he said. She turned to each of them in turn. Scrimgeour's scarred and half-turned face, Cormac's stony fascination with the opposite wall, and Fred's tranquil look of patience. The connections flickered in place, and she gave a humorless laugh. I never knew you and my brother were such chums, Cormac, Minister Scrimgeour, she said. Good job, Fred. Very good job. She noticed him put his hand into his robe, but before she could say anything, Cormac snapped into action and reached for her arm. Come on, he said, sounding almost anxious, we've stuff to do in the Auror office. Please, do not touch me. She spat. There were tears of anger, stinging the back of her eyes. She bit them back with even greater fury, feeling a hot whirlwind of rage at the betrayals, one after another, at the injustice. Against Hermione. How could he do such a thing to Hermione? And, though she only barely knew it, at a strange frustration, a feeling that her mind was chasing itself around and around for some lacuna that would not relent its presence. Please, Auror Weasley, you are dismissed, Scrimgeour said, more sharply this time. I think, sir, that you should take down that portrait of Albus Dumbledore, she said with as much poise as she could muster. She felt her shaking. I think he would be most displeased. Quite the contrary, Fred murmured, but Ginny had already slammed the door, and was storming past the perplexed secretary. The walk to the Department of Mysteries office calmed her enough for her to realize what Hermione had meant. The most important thing was to retrieve the ice from the White Knight, and Hermione was right, it didn't matter how. Still, she could not believe, and why did the minister refuse the search warrant? Unless Fred wanted the order to find it, his order. She felt engulfed by another surge of fury, and was aware of the others in the hallway jerking back as her wand spat out a few red sparks. She shoved open Hermione's door after a cursory knock. Hermione, she called. The office was bare and empty already. Ginny stepped inside, feeling bereft and bewildered as she looked at the unadorned walls and ceiling. It was so easy to feel that there had never been anyone here, that she and Hermione had not shared tea and biscuits in this room on so many occasions, that the far section of the wall had not been covered with photographs of all of them in their Hogwarts days. She turned slowly and was about to leave when a silver shape darted about her feet, an otter. Ginny's heart skipped a beat. With only a moment's hesitation, she glanced outside, then shut the door and bent close to the shimmering Patronus. "Hey, you awake in there?" Snape sat up, shivering. He could make out little in the darkness. A moment later, Pete had pulled him roughly to his feet, and was leading him through the dungeon. "Today's the day for you to show your stuff," said Pete. "We've set up a nice, little potions place for you upstairs." "Excited?" Snape grunted. The ropes still dug at his wrists. He could barely feel his fingers, or his feet. He shuddered. If Pete were not hoisting him up, he was certain he would fall. The thug bent his head close, and Snape could feel Pete's hot breath on his ear. "Boss says that if you're good, you get another hit. Now aren't you excited?" Snape swallowed. "No, thank you," he said roughly. Pete chuckled, and tightened his grip. They had reached the stairs that led out of the dungeons, and Snape squinted as light from the first window stabbed into his eyes and dissolved the world into one unbearable glare. He could feel a headache beginning somewhere in front of his temples. This was worse than any hangover, any sort of Mort backlash. Aftermath of the Cruciatus was a good comparison, actually. "Here it is," Pete said. He pulled aside a thick, dusty curtain, and jabbed his wand at the row of torches lining the wall. "All yours." The room was dark, cavernous. Snape took a few steps forward unsteadily. There was a counter in the center of the room, and next to it were two fires, one burning under a pewter cauldron, and the other under a small, delicate basin, a platinum cauldron. "Your ingredients are in there," Pete said, pointing at a bin next to the counter. "I'll be around, watching you." Snape felt the ropes loosen and fall from his wrists. He massaged them, and approached the counter with uneven steps. "Is this all?" "I require a wand to control the fire," said Snape. Pete pointed again, and Snape saw a bucket of water with a ladle, and a pile of pine logs. "You've got those." Snape sneered and crossed his arms over his chest. The muscles in his shoulder were sore. "I'm afraid these would not be sufficient even for a first-year potion." Pete grunted. "That's all you're going to have. Bring me Zabini. This is ridiculous." Pete gave him an unfriendly grin. "You don't need to change the fires. Boss told me. They're charmed, you don't need to fuss about them. Now get to it, or I'll knock you one." Snape curled his lips in a sneer, but felt too tired to dredge out a retort. Zabini was right. The Pyrean potion needed only one temperature. The true subtlety lay in the timing of the myrrh. It was not a simple potion, but not difficult either. Nothing he could not have brewed even on those worst of mornings, after the Cruciatus had racked his body for an eternity. But he was tired, drained, in a way that pushed deeper than numbed nerves of the body. He forced himself to remember the effects of crackle. Detachment of magic from overuse, usually after 6 months. A loss of judgment, hallucinations, a feeling of mild pleasure. Those, he thought with a humorless smile, he now knew only too well. Addiction after as few as 3 hits. He had taken 2 already. Lethargy, listlessness. That, too, he was aware of only too acutely. He did not know if anyone knew of his whereabouts, although Granger might guess. But he was unsure if she knew he was missing. If he had disappeared, died, a month ago, it would not have been like a cactus shriveling in the middle of the desert. He supposed his corpse would have had to wait for the landlady's monthly visit to be discovered. They were probably planning to kill him after melting the ice, he thought. He could not help wondering if they planned to give him one more hit before that, if they would cut his throat while he was groping through the mists, stumbling towards that face, that person. He pulled back his mind, frightened, almost, of the directions it was going. He had always prided himself on his self-control, but this was different. His estimation had changed the moment the mists parted and he was staring at the stone floor. Crackle was a terrible, cunning, incredible drug. He wondered who had drawn the pentagram on the floor. His first thought was Niles, but would he? Not to say if he could. Would he, for Snape? The potion was near completion. He wondered before he could help himself if they would give him another hit for finishing it. Angrily, he clenched his jaw. Damn him for being so weak. Was it because of whom he saw in the mist? He could also be in the ice, Snape reminded himself, and felt a shudder. Pete snorted. Snape looked up through the curtain of his hair. The thug's head was nodding, almost as though he were about to fall asleep. Snape paused. The potion was done. A moment later, he heard a thump, and Pete was a heap on the floor, and snoring loudly. The curtain pulled back, and Ginny Weasley dashed in. "Professor," she said in a low, hurried voice. "Are you all right?" "Weasley." Snape barked and stopped blankly. Someone else came in, a somewhat weedy-looking young man in Muggle garb with thin spectacles. The moment he entered, he lifted his wrist to his lips and muttered, "We've got him. Professor Snape, that is." Snape frowned. The potion was still bubbling. It would be ruined if he waited any longer. Swiftly, he took one of the vials from the counter, tipped the cauldron with his rod, and poured out the reddish-gold liquid. "What's that?" Weasley asked. "Pyrane potion," said Snape, quickly screwing on the cap. "A melting potion, NEWTS level, although I don't believe you ever learned it. Is this an Auror operation?" He looked from Weasley to the man, who was peering outside at the corridor. "No," Weasley said with surprising rancor. "I'm going solo with Aaron. Professor, this is Aaron Sconser, one of Hermione's magicists." The man held out a hand. "Pleased to meet you, Professor." Snape frowned and gave the man a very cursory handshake. "Miss Weasley, I hope I am wrong, but are you infiltrating Zabini Manor alone?" "I've Aaron," Weasley replied with typical Gryffindor defiance. "The minister refused to give us a search warrant. And my brother has taken over the ministry. From your flippancy, I presume you're being serious, Miss Weasley." "Yes, I am. Hermione's been forced to take maternity leave, and Fred's replaced her." "The fool," Snape muttered. "No offense, Miss Weasley." "None taken," she said. "Anyway, Hermione told me that I might find you here. She also said the ice would be here, but we can't seem to find it." "Yes, it's hidden with the manor's own magic," the man, Sconser, interrupted with an excited, somewhat annoying voice. "The trollariometer begins to spin around once we get to where it's pointing. Not even the Fidelius charm could do that." "It could not be the Fidelius," said Snape. "Zabini does not have the skill or ability. Although Zabini might control someone who does," he thought grimly. "Did you see him?" Ginny said with surprise. Snape nodded. He clenched his hands into fists, and the absence around his finger felt even more acute. "We'll take him out," Sconser whispered, again to his wrist. "He's got a communication thing that works with Hermione," Ginny said in a low voice. "One of the top secret inventions they have at the Department of Mysteries." "Not technically," Sconser said. "Drive Granger had us all patent it in our own name and give the Ministry minimal access rights. So this is technically hers and mine." He paused. "Right, we'll be out," he muttered. "I also hope that Granger did not encourage you two to do this solo mission," Snape said coldly. "Fred wasn't willing to tell any of us when he was going to make his move," Ginny said grimly. "Hermione said he might want to wait for Zabini to melt the ice and get the ice person's allegiance before he exploded on the scene with that bloody order of his." "Indeed," Snape said. He wondered, and decided that Granger had not confided her suspicions of the person's identity to any of the two. Sconser was in a crouch, peering down either direction of the corridor. "Hermione also said that Zabini might try the same with you," Weasley said quietly after casting a slew of anti-detection charms on the two of them. "Control you with Crackle, I mean." Snape suppressed a shiver. 3 was the minimum for addiction. He already had 2, and at the dosage and frequency that he was going at, the image of the mists, the heavenly feeling of being free at last, abruptly returned to him, and he felt a disturbing itch unfurl in his body, a jarring discontent and dissatisfaction. He quashed it, and belatedly processed the implication of Weasley's words, "the same with him." The same, as the man in the ice, Jonathan. He cursed himself for not thinking about it before as he should have. That had to be it. Zabini needed a way to control Jonathan, Potter, and it was with Crackle. Potter, Jonathan, had a strong will, but that was nothing to the tide-like insistence of the mists. All clear, Sconser whispered. They crept down the corridor. It occurred to Snape that the Zabini Manor was peculiarly empty and bare. Malfoy Manor had been decorated to the gills with portraits, gargoyle statues, Latin inscriptions. Besides Pete and the other thug, Snape had not seen anyone here, not even a house elf. They turned a corner and stopped short. A few paces away, standing at one of the tall, glassless windows, was Niles. Atono, Weasley whispered. A jet of red slammed into the boy's chest, and he crumpled to the ground. Professor. We're taking him, Snape said. He could feel Weasley and Sconser looking at him as he stepped forward and, with more effort than he had expected, pulled the boy to a sitting position. It was a stupid, useless movement. I would imagine that neither of you has an extra wand. Weasley shook her head. Do you know him? Yes, and I think he may be very important, Snape said, hoping she would leave it at that. Niles stirred, and made a small beep. Weasley frowned. Is he immune to flash stunners, or something? Let me try again. No, Snape hissed. He turned to Sconser. Hand me your wand. Now. You, please. Do it, Aaron. Thank you, Snape said shortly. It felt good to have a wand in his hand again. He maneuvered so that he was facing the boy, with his back to the others. He wished with a spark of annoyance that they would look somewhere else, although he no more than felt the weight of their gaze. Renervate, he muttered. Niles groaned and his eyes half opened. His lips parted, and Snape thought it fortunate that the idiot boy had a shirt on, for once. Niles, Snape snapped. He tried again, feeling a flush come to his face. Wake up, Niles. He felt the boy's shoulders stiffen under his hand. Let go of me, the boy whispered. I'm armed, I swear I am. Shut up, Snape cut in. He paused, foundered for words as the boy blinked out the light. I'm surprised your head is still on your shoulders, what with that dolt's way with the knife. What have you got against Pete? Niles demanded, eyes narrowing and flickering up at the two others. You get out, all of you, or I'll holler. I'll F********* ing scream. Silence, Snape hissed. He tightened his grip, wishing to shake some sense into the boy's head, although it was not idiocy of Longbottom's sort, but a different kind of stupidity, a desperation in which he could discern a dark glass. Tell me, Niles, how is your neck? Did they at least heal it properly? Go on, let me see it. Niles pulled back. No, he would have killed you, then and there. How many years have they been whoring you out? How many tricks have you had? Some were placed pretty high, I would imagine. Niles was looking away. His hair, as black as Snape's own, was like a curtain over his face. You hate this, I know you do. He lowered his voice until it was only a harsh whisper, wishing at the back of his mind that he did not need to say this in front of Weasley and the stranger with her. I have been in your place. Believe me in this. I promise, if you come with me, you will never have to come back. The boy's face was as pale as the dead. I can't, he mumbled, he's bound me to him, it's magic, you can't do anything about it. Zabini, Snape spat, there are greater wizards by far. I am one of them. So are these before you. If you do not follow us in this one chance, then no one will be able to help you. And you will be chained to him, forever. Snape leaned back and waited, feeling more uncertain than he would have liked to admit. The boy swallowed. He bent forward, as though to get to his feet, but Snape pushed him back to the ground. Well, yes, you get, the boy muttered. You're not giving me much of a choice. I'm going. With us. Weasley cut in. He looked up sullenly. Yeah. Good, said Snape. Vinculum. Silencio. Levitus. Lead the way, Weasley. Weasley and Sconser shared a glance. Actually, Aaron and I were thinking that maybe you can figure it out, Weasley said. She pointed at the wall facing the window. That's where the ice is. Snape whirled around. Here. The trollariometer points at it and then wobbles, Sconser explained. And there aren't any glamour charms, concealment spells, anything that we could detect. Snape frowned. He turned to the boy, who was kicking the air with a scowl on his face. Perhaps. Snape tilted his head at the wall. The boy stilled. Finite incantatum silencio, Levitus, he intoned. The boy dropped out of the air and nearly fell in a heap. Dawdling around a secret entrance, Snape said dryly. How very, Gryffindor. He noticed Weasley giving him a long-suffering look. I could feel something, the boy muttered, all. I wouldn't have gone in. Pete told me not to try opening any doors. What Pete tells you doesn't matter anymore, Snape said, with an almost sadistic pleasure. Open it, if you can, Niles. The boy looked at Weasley, and then Sconcer. Both of them nodded in encouragement, although Snape could still see a good deal of skepticism on Weasley's face. Just as well, he wondered if his brain was somehow addled by the crackle to be scooping the boy up like this. Make sure no one comes, the boy muttered. His wrists still bound by ropes, he bent forward, put his head to the wall, and stood motionless. Snape crossed his arms, waiting. He saw but ignored Sconcer and Weasley exchange a puzzled glance. These sorts of entrances were rare, but he had encountered a few in Malfoy Manor, hidden doors that were keyed to thoughts. Niles stood back. There, he said, I've done it. They could hear the sound of stone grinding on stone. A moment later, a panel of the wall began to rise, revealing at first a crack of darkness that yawned upwards like a gaping mouth. Protega Physicalis, said Weasley, and a shield of blue darted across the expanding entrance. Snape stepped forward and bent his head towards Niles. What did you think of? The boy was silent long enough that Snape thought he would receive no reply, but a few moments later, by the time the darkness had reached waist height, he turned and said, Zodiac. The opposite animal, you know. Ah, Snape said, and stepped back just as the wall thudded to a halt. It had stopped at shoulder height. He bent slightly, as Weasley inched forward cautiously. The inside was dark. I don't feel any warding spells, said Weasley. It should be all right. She glanced back. I'll go in first. Professor, you cover me. Snape nodded. Weasley ended the shielding spell and slipped inside. He heard her whisper a Lumos and saw the pale, ghostly reflection of ice. It's safe, I think, he heard her whisper. Go in, Snape said. The boy slipped in, and Sconcer followed, jabbering quietly at his wrist. Snape turned, glanced down both ways of the empty corridor, and stepped into the darkness. It's this, Weasley whispered excitedly. There are only a few level 3 hexes, and I've gotten rid of those already. I guess he was banking on no one knowing how to enter. She turned to the boy. That was brilliant, whatever you did. Snape was aware of Sconcer's muttering, the will-o'-wisp wandering of Weasley's wand. The room was not very large, and the walls were bare, except for a dingy carpet. The ice looked oddly small. The person inside was facing him, curled up in a fetal shape. Snape could make out a fuzzy patch of black where the hair would be, and another at the groin. The man's arms seemed outstretched, reaching limply out at something in front of him, or falling backwards into water. Snape clenched his jaw, feeling suddenly as though the world were spinning around him. Shrinking charms don't work, do they? No, the ice has some sort of abrasive property, almost. I've never seen it before, although the closest of its kind would be the terracotta warriors in Xi'an. We could melt the ice, Snape said. Transporting a person would be simpler. He could feel Weasley and Sconcer give him uncertain looks. I presume Granger did not tell you who she thinks is in the ice, Snape said. There was a pause. Then, suddenly, the room began to shudder with the sound of grinding stone. The door was lowering, first to the height of sternum, then the bottom of the ribcage. Weasley, go, Snape shouted. She had the sense to obey, flitting under the door like a swallow. Sconcer, and you, boy, go. The door was at waist level, and lowering. Snape whirled around and pointed his wand at the ice. Confringo. The ice shivered, teetered, and fell on the ground, horizontal. He caught a flash of light outside. He could hear shouts, screams of pain. Accio, he commanded. The door was nearing his knees. The ice skidded across the floor and lodged itself in the opening. He hesitated. Only a narrow slice of it had gotten through. Outside, lights continued to flash. He could hear clanging, and then a cry that seemed to come from Weasley. The Pyrean potion was in his hand, but if he should melt the ice, the door would come down, and he could not go out now. There was a crack, and the block of ice suddenly shot from the door, slamming into the back wall. The door lowered, and Snape stumbled aside as the ice skittered back, nearly smashed his legs, and slid into the center of the room. He bent his face to the crack. "Go," he shouted at the shadows of stamping feet. "Weasley, go, the boy." The door shut with a thud. Everything was dark. He stood and turned. He could hear nothing. The sudden silence was like thunder. "Lumos," he muttered. The ice glittered. The person inside, only a vague shape through the translucent frostiness, seemed to be curled, sleeping, at his feet. He swallowed, unscrewed the cap of the bottle, and poured out a steady drip. The potion hissed where it touched the ice, steamed. Snape squinted and stopped. His hand was trembling. The ice was so thin now, it looked he could break it by pressing it. The hissing increased, and Snape stepped back, feeling water seep through his shoes. The man lay in a mold of the remaining ice. His skin glistened. He was breathing. Hair, wet and dark, covered the part of the face that the crook of the arm did not. An image flashed into his mind. A baby, newly born, and the midwife cradling the wet head. Snape reached with his wand, and pulled the hair back. He swallowed and wondered if he found the memorized features familiar, that nose and mouth, the plane of the face. "Jonathan," he muttered. All he felt was a helpless thrumming in his throat as he watched the shoulders rise and fall, so slowly that once or twice, in the dim light, Snape feared with sudden panic that it had stopped. The grinding sound returned. A sliver of light stabbed into the room. He could see the shadow of feet under the door. Snape pulled the man's arm and propped him against his own chest. The skin, strangely, felt warm. "Renervate," he commanded. "Renervate." Jonathan was stirring. Snape felt his breath choking the words that were coming up his throat. He reached under Jonathan's arms and backed into a corner. "Jonathan. Potter," he hissed. The pounding of his blood was bringing back the headache that had lingered behind his eyes. Jonathan groaned, and Snape watched, almost in fascination, as the other man brought up a hand to shield his eyes. The grinding stopped. Snape squinted at the light. He froze. It was impossible, what he saw, of all people, of all the ironies, but he quickly schooled his face into a cold smile. "Why, who is this?" "Professor Snape, I thought it was you I heard." "Fred Weasley," Snape said. "I would never have imagined that I would see you here." "Likewise. And this is, in the Daily Prophet, is that right? Hogwarts headmaster leads new order, saves the day. I've half a mind to give an interview with Rita Skeeter." Ginny Weasley snapped. "Budge over, Fred, you're crowding the doorway." Fred Weasley stepped aside. "What, don't I get thanked for saving my only sister's life?" he said in mock complaint, but the Weasley girl ignored him and peered inside. "Professor, it's all right," Aaron told Hermione, and Hermione apparently thought it a good idea to go to Fred. She paused and pushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "In any case, I suppose Fred here finally decided to get a move on with that order of his." She stopped short. "Is this the man in the ice?" Snape nodded. "Yes." He shook off his outer robe and draped it over Potter's body. Snape shivered. It was only slightly cool, but he did not like being only in his shirtsleeves before so many people. He felt unsteady, as though he were standing on a boat, and he crossed his arms over his chest in a vain attempt to stop the ground's heaving. "He's waking up," Ginny Weasley whispered. "Merlin," she hissed suddenly. "His face. Look." Snape glanced down to see Jonathan tilt his head with a muttered groan, and remembered with a jolt, for this part he had partly forgotten, the dark mark that was etched into half of the other man's face. "Vinculus." Snape snapped his wand up. "Protega," he snapped, and Fred Weasley's spell shattered against the blue shield. He stood onto his feet and crossed his arms over his chest, aware that now Jonathan's head was resting on his feet. "If I may," said Snape, before anyone could say or do anything more, "I would like to present you with Harry Potter." "Harry!" the Weasley girl shrieked. Snape looked down. Potter's eyes had opened. He saw, and were now examining, slowly, the ceiling, the walls, the crowd in the doorway. He found himself waiting for the gaze to turn upwards and meet his, but the moment never came, and he crossed his arms more tightly over his chest as Potter leaned forward and in dumb bewilderment. "It's Harry," the Weasley girl yelled. "Yes, Harry, Harry Potter." The crowd poured in like a pack of ravenous animals. Snape stepped with difficulty out of the corner, glancing back at the man that was now blocked from view, and wondered if the memory had ever been his. Snape curled his lips with distaste. The entrance was ringed with Weasley's followers, all of whom had a distinctly Gryffindor edge to them. Several of them stepped back in surprise at his appearance. Professor Snape. Snape crossed his arms over his chest. He felt cold without his robe. He was about to reply when a barrage of footsteps came from the far end of the corridor. "Put down your wands," a magically amplified voice boomed. "By order of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, any resistance will be met with force." Several of Weasley's followers drew back in bemusement. Clearly, this was an unexpected turn of events. Snape smirked. He heard a shuffling behind him, and turned to find the two Weasley siblings emerging from the room. "This is your last." There was a pause. "Professor Weasley." "Boss," the Weasley girl shouted. "Is that you, Weasley?" the voice said flatly. A moment later, the corridor was packed with a crowd of Aurors. Snape drew his arms closer around himself. He glanced sideways, almost unconsciously. Frost, Potter, was lying on a magically conjured stretcher. There was a frown on his face, and he was squinting his eyes. Snape turned quickly to look the other way. "Jack Dem," Fred Weasley said warmly, as though they were at a ministry cocktail party. "What brings you here with your folks?" "I was sent by the minister," Dem replied in an even tone. "Really?" said Weasley with a hint of sharpness in his voice. "Why, may I ask?" "Something about a Harry Potter," Dem said with a nonchalant shrug. Snape glanced at the Weasley girl, whose mouth was quirked in a slight grin. He followed her gaze to Sconser, who was sitting against the wall, nursing what looked to be a broken arm, but looking perfectly innocent. "Are these the White Knight's men?" Dem asked, pointing to the 5 or 6 thickly muscled men lying trussed on the floor. Pete, Snape noticed with satisfaction, was one of them. "Yes," said Weasley. "May I ask, how did the minister find out with such alacrity?" Dem shrugged again. "You could ask the minister." "The usual," he said to his Aurors. Snape felt a tinge of amusement as the members of Weasley's order shuffled back, their faces torn between resentment and sheepishness, and the Aurors, with bored precision, stood over the captives. "He needs street Mungos, boss," the Weasley girl said, "and I think it would be a good idea to have an escort, given." She paused. "Cleared," Dem said. He paused, facing Fred Weasley, who had a stony look on his face. The Weasley girl was calling one of the Aurors to her side. The members of Weasley's order were clustered uncertainly against the wall. Snape thought he caught an occasional flash of recognition between the two sides. The cluster around Potter was moving down the corridor, every so often hidden from view by knots in the rabble. Snape straightened with shock. The boy Niles was not among the captured. No, he might have escaped the scene only to be caught by other Aurors who were sure to be securing the entire mansion. Unless... "Where is Zabini?" he said, interrupting Weasley and Dem's talk. Both men turned to him with their expressions hastily neutralized. "We did not meet him on the way down," Dem said. Snape cursed inwardly. If Zabini had escaped, and the boy was with him, and he had promised the boy, bartered the boy's allegiance with a hope that he remembered seeing in the boy's hesitation, he felt an angry wrenching in his chest. He would be no better than Albus, or Jonathan, making promises that he would never keep. Professor Snape. It was the Weasley girl. He snapped around, acutely aware of the absence of his robes licking the backs of his heels. She beckoned him. A moment later, he saw Potter's pale face emerge as the man struggled into a sitting position. His heart was beating furiously in his throat when he approached the stretcher. "What is the matter, Severus?" Snape turned his gaze from Weasley to the man in front of him. The eyes locked to his. A long moment passed. He had to swallow before he could talk. "The year is 2004, Potter." "We told him that already," the Weasley girl said. Snape ignored the bewildered look she gave him. Potter's face was even whiter than before. He looked young, not childish, but as though he had been born fully grown, at the cusp of manhood. In all his memories, Jonathan had seemed older and weighted with something mysterious, but the present jarred a stranger's wand in his hand. He turned to the Weasley girl. "I have business to take care of," he said. He paused, refusing to acknowledge to himself why he waited, and then disapparated. His flat had an aftertaste of Aurors. Fortunately, that was all that the Aurors had left. A brief investigation revealed that his flat had been minimally disturbed. It was probably Nymphadora Tonks who had come to take away the White Knight's men, he thought. He would have to be careful, and there was little he could do. There was always little that he could do, besides grit his teeth and endure and wait for the slivers of information that came his way. And he never knew, no matter what Dumbledore said, how much it amounted to. That was what he was good at, enduring. Waiting. But the wait was over. He almost smiled, bitterly, to himself at the triteness of the expression. What was left then? To barge forth like a Gryffindor. But he had promised the boy. He entered his laboratory. The cabinet was still open, and the ground covered with the black dust of the Shenhuo Jing. The mess cleared with a flick of his wand. He returned to the sitting room, and his stomach made a low rumbling noise. He realized he had not eaten a proper meal in days. The fireplace swirled green. Snape stood back, realizing a moment later that he did not have a robe on. Granger's head appeared a moment later. Severus, there you are. Why aren't you here, at St. Mungo's? The whole order's here. Snape looked at her with mock bemusement. Should I be? And you look awful, Granger. Get some sleep before you overstrain yourself. Harry's at the hospital. Snape curled his lips and turned slightly. I don't see how that obligates me at all. Severus. He stared silently at the mantelpiece, as though he could find the secrets to the questions that he was asking himself in the stone make. Why? He knew he was afraid, but it was not fear that made him petulant, that made him try to run away from the truth after 25 years of wait. He paused in his thoughts. If it was not fear, though, what could it be? He'll ask for you when he wakes. Granger paused, and then added, it's an order meeting, Severus, you shouldn't miss it. The order was Albus's, Snape said coldly. Granger sighed. Well, if you change your mind, she stopped. Have a good day, Severus. The flames swirled and resumed their normal shade of vermilion. Snape snapped around and stalked into his bedroom. He flicked his wand, and felt the comfortable folds of a robe envelope him. He hoped St. Mungo's would not misplace the robes he had draped over Potter's body. He was particularly fond of that one. It would also be nice, he thought, to get his wand back from Zabini. And the boy. A moment later, he was back in the sitting room. He would need the order's assistance, and the Potter-Granger duo, he was quite sure, would easily be the de facto leader. Fred Weasley would cease to be a threat if the Granger and the Weasley girl ensconced themselves well and, he thought with a streak of cynicism, played the media correctly. St. Mungo's, he shouted, tossing a pinch of flow powder into the fire. The moment he stepped out of the fireplace, he was nearly knocked back into it. The reception room was packed with reporters. The desk was completely hidden from view, and, he observed from the corner that he had been rapidly shoved into, it was impossible to get any closer. A moment later, he noticed a plump nurse clamber onto the reception desk. She tapped her throat with her wand, and a clarion-like voice reverberated in the room. Excuse me. Excuse me, there is no Harry Potter here. I have no clue WHO came up with this ridiculous idea. I repeat, there is no Harry Potter here. This is a hospital, not a circus. Snape frowned. The portrait of Asclepius was winking at him and nodding towards the exit. Pardon me, Snape muttered, and wedged through the crowd to the doorway. He stepped outside. The sky was darkening. He glanced to either side. The place was deserted, save for a clandestine interview that seemed to be going on between a hospital staff and a reporter. Professor, over here. I'm under disillusionment. This way. Snape jerked his head in the direction of the Weasley girl's whisper. He followed the voice cautiously to a corner of the Muggle store facade, next to a dented tin rubbish can. There was a faint beeping noise, and Ginny Weasley appeared. We can't have the reporters seeing me, the Weasley girl muttered. They're attacking everyone with red hair. She led him to a section of the wall that had a swear word scrawled over its face, in handwriting as bad as that of a 4-year-old. This is a back entrance, actually. Interesting, Snape said dryly. Where did you learn of it? It's an Auror thing. Dracunculus. The wall slid inwards, revealing a dim interior staircase. He's on the 6th floor, said Weasley. As is Albus, Snape thought. Knowing this way of getting in would have been rather useful for his last visit. How did you know I had arrived? Snape asked. Hermione said you'd probably come. I see. He was reluctantly impressed with Granger's ability to predict his actions, though it reminded him a bit uncomfortably of Albus. How did she end up in Gryffindor, with a mind like hers? They did the routine checkups on him, Weasley went on. From what I heard while I was there isn't anything wrong, physically. Magically. We are keeping all the records. Snape said sharply. Of course. We obliviated the healer who did it. Magically. He's off the map. Yes, Snape said dryly. Granger's words did not need reminding. They arrived in front of a metal door. Weasley turned the knob and pushed hard. It doesn't fit well, she said apologetically, before lunging at the door again. This time she stumbled through. Snape followed into what appeared to be a closet. Weasley tapped her wand on the wall, which melted, a moment later, to reveal the blindingly white interior. Hello, said Granger. She was sitting to the right of the bed that stood in the center of the room. Snape stepped forward. Fred Weasley was there as well, he noticed with distaste, standing on the other side of the bed. He's asleep, he said. So he is, said Fred Weasley. He was awake when he first got here, but I'm afraid you missed it, Professor. I see. Granger turned her head. Molly, Tonks, Severus is here, she called. The two women entered, Molly Weasley first, blocking every part of the other witch except for the forehead and bristling pink hair. Severus, how good to see you, Molly Weasley said. Molly, Snape said with a nod. She seemed, strangely, much softer than he remembered. It has been quite a while. The wan smile she gave confirmed his impression. Yes, it has. There was white in her otherwise red hair that he had not noticed. And Nymphadora, Snape said. She scowled. Hello to you too, Professor. Snape turned to Granger, who was looking pensively at the wall. Is this all of us? He whirled around before she could answer. Ah, he said, narrowing his eyes. Lupin. No meeting could be complete without our token underdog, E.H. Lupin's smile to him was even more hesitant than usual. Hello, Severus. It's good to see you too. Please, a minimum of baiting, Granger said, but without any real chiding. Snape crossed his arms without saying a word, only smiling thinly at the look of surprise on Lupin's face. I sent the summons to Mad Eye, but he hasn't responded yet. He'll be around soon, said Fred Weasley. Granger nodded with equanimity. Very well then. She turned slightly, but enough so that she was addressing everyone in the room. I called this meeting because Harry's back. The Weasley girl gave a loud whoop and began to clap. Tonks joined in, but the two petered out a moment later. I am sure everyone is wondering where he was all this time, said Granger. The answer is complicated. She paused and gave a brief glance first to Snape, and then to Lupin. She continued a moment later, as though nothing had happened. None of us knows for sure exactly what happened. What we do know, however, is that Harry disappeared on the night of the final battle, and most likely spent the next 4 years encased in magical ice on the island of Svalbard. She stopped to take a breath. Cases of magical hibernation are very rare, but they are usually freak accidents, shall we say. In this case Harry will probably not be able to tell us much, since he was likely unconscious for most of it. For 4 whole years, the Weasley girl said. It seems like quite a while, but Brunhild was supposed to have been sleeping for 50 or so years before Siegfried woke her. I thought that was only a Muggle legend, Fred Weasley said. Brunhild happened to be an Austrasian queen in the 6th century A.D. who played a prominent role in Muggle magic politics, Granger replied evenly. Snape snorted. I take it that history of magic was not your favorite subject, Weasley. A polite, ahem, interrupted whatever Weasley's reply might have been. Asclepius was leaning halfway into the frame of his portrait. There are a few wizards wanting to see Mr. Harry Potter, he said. I believe they are the minister and an Auror by the name of Cormac McLaggen. Well, said Tonks. Well, we know whose side the minister is on, the Weasley girl said darkly. She crossed her arms over her chest, staring evenly at her brother. Hermione and I found out yesterday morning, she continued. I'm quite impressed by how deep your pockets are, Fred. Snape snorted. In hindsight, this new development was not so surprising, although it was worrisome. He had underestimated Fred Weasley. He quashed the voice in his head that reminded him of his tendency to underestimate Gryffindors in general. It might not be a good idea to alienate the minister, Fred Weasley said, as though he had heard nothing. I wouldn't mind Cormac coming in, the Weasley girl went on, a bit louder, pretending, in her turn, that her brother had not said anything. At least he isn't under anyone's agenda. Said Granger. Her gaze flickered from Fred Weasley to his sister, and then to the bed. Or we can let Harry decide. As if on cue, the others in the room lurched towards the bed. Lupin had a particularly vapid look about him, and nearly knocked Tonks out of the way. Snape hung back, letting his lips curl in disdain. He hated the fact that a fist seemed to have clenched around his stomach. "Excuse me," said Asclepius, who had reappeared. "Alistair Moody is there as well." "Thank you," called Granger, who, besides Snape, seemed to be the only person who heard. "The minister will be here soon," she announced. At Snape's frown, she added, "Alistair knows this back entrance, too." "Severus," Lupin called. He had a strained look on his face. "Could you come over here for a moment?" Snape set his lips in a thin line, and stalked to the bedside with as much coldness as he could muster. "Pardon me," he muttered, and Molly Weasley and the Weasley girl stepped back to let him through. Potter had a tentative smile on his face. "Severus," he said, and reached up a hand. Dumbly, Snape took it. The black markings of the dark mark looked awkwardly out of place on Potter's pale face. It was whiter than he remembered. He realized that, in his mind, he had envisioned Jonathan growing old with him. The hair should have been streaked with gray, and the eyes darker. But they glittered with the unnatural greenness that belonged to no one else but Potter. A beeping sound came from the opposite wall. Snape let go of the hand, feeling his face grow hot with a flush. He wondered, too late, what the others would make of it. Perhaps Lupin was feeling tormented, he thought spitefully. "Hello, Minister," said Granger. "Granger," Rufus Scrimgeour grunted. He had entered with Mad-Eye Moody on his right, and a vaguely familiar man in his 20s on his left. He and the Weasley girl exchanged greetings. Snape supposed the man must have been an ex-pupil. The minister stepped forward and gave the room a cursory glance before resting his gaze on Potter. He seemed to change his mind a few times before saying, "At last, it's been a few years, Harry Potter." "Minister," Potter said in an even tone. His gaze slid to the person standing to the minister's right. "Alistair." The sound jarred in Snape's mind. He felt himself jerked back 25 years, to stone wall corridors and the rush of emotion, but he found himself aware, also, of how different this Potter was from the man of 5 years ago. This Potter sounded downright cold. Had he never noticed it in his memory, even after having known the truth? "I expect you'll want to have some time for yourself to recuperate," said Scrimgeour. "Very glad to have you back, though. I think I can speak for everyone in saying that we are all extremely grateful." Potter inclined his head. "Thank you, Minister." Scrimgeour grunted and stepped back. "There's a lot of familiar faces in this room," he muttered. "Yes," said Granger, "and with Alistair here, I believe we're complete." She smiled. "Even Albus is just next door." The minister grunted again. "I don't suppose I could address him as the leader of your order anymore." He turned to Fred Weasley and cleared his throat. "Granger, I believe, would be the most suitable for the role of leadership, if indeed you are looking for one, Minister," Snape said before Scrimgeour could open his mouth. Fred Weasley did not move, or even seem to hear. "All of us can attest that she worked more closely with Albus than anyone else." He paused. "Except for perhaps Potter." "No, I couldn't," Granger said, demurely stroking her belly. "Being the head of the Department of Mysteries is a task I would like to commit myself to fully." She paused. The minister grunted in assent. Something had happened, Snape was sure, glancing in turn at the minister's wooden face, the thin-lipped expressions of the Weasley siblings, and Granger's waiting look. "Yes, Granger, your demonstration of the independence of the Department of Mysteries was most effective," Scrimgeour growled. He turned to Fred Weasley. "You would be surprised at the amount of paperwork Hogwarts headmasters have," Rufus Weasley said with equanimity. I'm not surprised that my predecessor declined any ministry position. Snape frowned. He felt the beginnings of understanding uncurl in his mind. Apparently quite a lot had happened while he was lying in a cold stone cell, his mind clouded by Crackle. The minister cleared his throat. Well then, I doubt the Order of the Phoenix will have much activity in the future, Granger interrupted. Voldemort is as dead as he was 4 years ago. My magicists and I checked with every possible tracker. But if you insist, it is my opinion that Harry should be the leader of the Order of the Phoenix. I second that, the Weasley girl said. Me too, said Tonks. Granger looked around. Then I believe the matter is settled. That is, Snape said dryly, if Potter is willing to take the position. Potter stirred. Sorry, but I don't quite understand, he muttered. His gaze darted from one face to the other, like a will-o'-wisp. If Voldemort is dead, I don't see the point of keeping the Order going. Albus always said that it should be disbanded in times of peace, he added. Snape felt the expectant gazes in the room turn to Fred Weasley. Molly Weasley and Lupin, however, looked as confused as Potter. Snape curled his lips, so they were almost as ignorant and ill-informed as he had been a few months ago. And apparently Weasley was hiding his tracks from his family. But it was not Weasley who answered. There's never a time of peace, Potter, Moody growled. He unhooked the flask from his hip and took a swig of it. Constant vigilance. Yes, Potter said, sounding slightly exasperated, but that's why we have Aurors. Do you think Voldemort is truly dead? The silence that fell glittered like small crumbles of glass. What do you mean? Molly Weasley rasped. Her face was ashen. Alistair is referring to the fact that vestiges of Voldemort still remain in this world, but, Granger raised her voice momentarily, which turned out to be unnecessary, that is expected. We have discussed this more than once. And I have talked to you about this at least once, Minister. She paused. Voldemort managed magic profound enough such that the eradication of his soul was not sufficient to undo its effects. His failed attempt to use Harry as a Horcrux is an example of such an attempt. A little bit here, and a little bit there, Moody growled. Molly Weasley looked placated, and Tonks and the Weasley girls seemed only slightly uncertain. Snape found himself wondering how much it was due to Granger's lying, and how much was to their own. Granger, he thought with a pang of irony, was a suitable heir to Albus with respect to sugar-coated falsehoods. But there was really no way to breach the truth, that the souls of Potter and Voldemort no longer truly existed. There was now only a dark in-between, whose only light had come 25 years ago. A memory floated to the surface of his mind, a reminiscence that tasted like the slick of old oil. Not long ago, he had been the only one who believed that Potter, or Jonathan Frost, was still alive. How long ago had that been? More than a year ago. Before he started frequenting the dens. 2 years. Time felt slippery, a haze of cold November mornings. Images scattered like embers on a mirror. Granger admitting that she no longer thought Potter to be alive, the diary of Kristoff burning in the fireplace. Lupin no longer trying, leaving Hogwarts, and everything that had kept him tethered, that had kindled the incentive to do more than merely exist. The emptiness of his den. And now, this. He glanced at the stubbornly furrowed brow, the soft lower lip, the shape of the jaw, realities that hollowed memories with despair. Damn Potter for undoing what had taken 25 years to do. Was it some joke that a still sane Albus was playing from behind curtains? Now he had to contend with a man that he loathed and abhorred, who had betrayed him, who had commanded more than half his life, whose memory he had clung to and fought against for more than 2 decades, and who was still the best memory he had. It's your business, Scrimgeour said gruffly. He stepped back. I would give a press conference if I were you, Potter, he said. And soon. Good day to you all. Good day, Minister, said Granger. The other murmured in accord. Moody tapped the wall with his wand, and the cavity opened. One by one, the 3 men stepped in, and disappeared. How nice of them to drop by, Granger muttered. There was a pause in the room. Harry, how are you feeling? Potter stirred. The others leaned forward, and Snape tensed at the feeling of being surrounded. All right, said Potter. He attempted a wan smile. Everything's a bit hazy right now. Memories, and things, I mean. You must live with us, said Molly Weasley. It's been ages since the last time you did. No, I couldn't possibly impose. The house is too empty, she interrupted, and I can't cook for just Ginny and me. And if you feel obligated in any way, there's always the garden you could gnome. Potter looked up with a hint of desperation in his face. Snape felt Granger's gaze on him. He caught it, and saw her glance at Fred Weasley, and then back at him. As much as I am aware of your desire to impose yourself on Molly, Mr. Potter, I'm afraid I'll have to borrow you for a few weeks, Snape said smoothly. Some observation would be advisable, I believe. Molly Weasley frowned. Surely Ginny and I could do that. Yes, I am sure you could, Snape said, as amicably as he could, but there are certain particulars that would be most easily achieved with Potter in my vicinity. He paused. Poppy handed his hospital records to me, he added. And there are certain potions that require the near constant presence of the patient. I see, Molly Weasley said. She sighed resignedly. Well, Severus, I hope you won't mind if I sent you some food parcels. Snape smiled thinly. I am not planning on starving the man who defeated Voldemort. Snape, Lupin muttered warningly. Snape looked down at Potter. The disturbingly green eyes met his. It's up to you, Mr. Potter. Yes, Potter said, looking around the room. From his position, Snape could see him swallow before speaking. That would be the best thing to do, I think. Snape clenched his jaw, and cursed his heart for pounding so madly in his chest. It was nothing, and at the same time, everything, just as it had been before. The meeting ended soon after that. Tonks was the first to go, citing Auror duties, and Fred Weasley, from headmaster tasks. Everyone else, Snape noticed with a bit of annoyance, was reluctant to leave, even though no one spent much time actually talking to Potter. They seemed perfectly content to loaf in his presence, as though he were a Muggle radiator on a cold day. Snape was thankful no one tried to engage him in conversation, particularly Lupin or Potter. Finally, he stalked to where the Weasley girl was listening to Molly Weasley's maternity conversation with Granger, and interrupted it. Yes, Professor Weasley, he said in a low voice, I would like to ask of you a favor. She gave a glance to the two other women, and then stepped aside. Do you remember the boy from Zabini Manor? His name was Niles, I believe. The one who opened the door. Yes, I have an interest in him. He may be important, not just to the White Knights' operations, but to Potter as well. Strictly, it was not a lie. If he has been taken by the Aurors, I would appreciate that you inform me. The Weasley girl frowned. I can do that. I don't think he was taken, though. No, Snape said grimly. But you will inform me of any developments. The Weasley girl nodded. Severus, Granger called. I have some of Harry's old things. She glanced at the bed, where Potter was engaged in a halting conversation with Lupin. You can drop by and pick them up later. Snape scowled. He felt suddenly as though he were once again the dreaded potions master, forced to care for broths he would rather see minced into ingredients, and once more twice Potter's age. He turned half an eye to where Potter seemed to have warmed up to the werewolf. Even seeing the dark mark scrawled over the pale face, Snape found himself reminded more sharply than ever of Potter's father. He tried to bat the thought away. James Potter had not entered his thoughts for a long time. Severus. Ah. Lupin. Snape narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. What is it? Lupin's gaze shifted to Snape's left, where the two Weasley women were chatting with Granger. Just take good care of Harry. Snape snorted. Rest assured, Potter will receive no more damage than is necessary. Lupin's face tightened, but he excused himself and disappeared through the wall without further ado. Snape could feel the three women's gaze on him, and Potter's eyes, in the moment that he met their gaze, had a masked look about them. Snape gave an inward sigh. It seemed his fate to eternally be dealing with Gryffindors. Harry, you're always welcome to visit the Burrow, Molly Weasley insisted half an hour later. We'd love to have you for dinner sometime. Mum, he knows, the Weasley girl muttered. You too, Severus, and Hermione, don't you dare go buying baby clothes. You won't believe how warm Bill's baby jumpers are. Yes, said Granger, with a smile. Roger and I are deciding Harry's clothing schedule. He'll be a Weasley on Mondays and Wednesdays, and a Pickering on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Don't believe in those muggle things. Arthur insisted on buying one for Charlie, and he nearly caught pneumonia when he was 3. Harry, do you think you'll have time this Saturday? Mum, the Weasley girl said, exasperated. Come on, Mum. Bye, Hermione, bye, Harry. Flow me if anything comes up, Granger called. I'll have Ginny send you a few scones tomorrow, Severus. I doubt Potter will go hungry. After all, he has gone 4 years without food. Severus. Bye, Professor. Granger stood, arching her back. She looked at Harry with a half-tentative smile. I'm so glad you're back, Harry. Take care, Severus. Snape nodded. You too, Granger, he said. He put a hand on Potter's shoulder. We're apparating, Potter, he said curtly, and steadied himself. In another moment, he felt the surge of magic swallow him and blur the world before his eyes. They appeared in the empty sitting room. The darkness was a relief from the blinding sterility of the hospital walls. Snape shut his eyes. He felt suddenly exhausted. A headache was pulsing somewhere in front of temples, and was slowly digging its way behind his eyes. Well, Potter, he said, letting go of Potter's shoulder. This is my flat. I do not believe you have seen it before. Potter did not answer for an unusually long pause. No, he said at last. No, I haven't. Snape grunted. Tibby, he barked. The house elf appeared with a pop. Snape opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Tibby tensed and jerked away from Potter. Tibby. The house elf's voice was more of a whimper. Tibby is sorry. Is this Master Snape's guest? Snape nodded. Potter's face looked hard, but also unsurprised. Is something the matter, Tibby? Tibby shook her head. Snape had to strain his ears to make out what the house elf was gibbering. Magic not F-friendly, not belong in a home. This is my guest, Tibby, said Snape. I swear he will not harm you. He glanced at Potter, who was staring into space, and pointedly cleared his throat. What? Oh, Tibby. Potter lowered himself into a squat. The house elf shrieked and jolted backwards. Guess not, Potter muttered. Well, I promise not to hurt you, Tibby. I swear, he added hesitantly. Prepare arrangements for a guest, please, said Snape. I would also like dinner now. Something light for me, and for Potter as well, I imagine. Yes, Master, Tibby squeaked, bowed hurriedly, and disappeared. I thought you were good with house elves, Snape said. Potter trailed off. I used to be. The pause strained the air. It was as though Potter had brought something darker into the room, something that was now waiting to spring from the voluminous layers of shadow. The kitchen is this way, said Snape. He glanced at the clock. The hour hand was nearly pointing to 12. An uncomfortable trickle worked down his stomach. His bedroom was too small for 2 people. And Potter would not ask it, probably, and he would not allow it. The chair he had summoned for the boy Niles was still there. Potter lowered himself into it and clutched his arms around his elbows. Snape frowned. Are you cold? Potter nodded. Just a bit. You are wearing too little, Potter. He held back on pointing out that Potter was actually wearing his robe. Wait here. I believe I have some clothes that might fit you. He left the kitchen to the hallway and then his own room. The smell of it was familiar and strange at the same time. He wondered how much of a difference 2 days of absence made. Snape swung open the wardrobe door and held up his wand with a muttered, Lumos. The wand sputtered. That was another thing he should have mentioned to the Weasley girl, he thought. His wand. He returned to the kitchen with a jumper that Albus had given him towards the beginning of his teaching career, before Albus knew just what sorts of Christmas gifts he could appreciate. The food had appeared on the table, and Potter had begun eating. This should suffice, Snape said. Thanks, said Potter. So, when's Hermione going to have her baby? He asked a few moments later. Any time now. She's naming it Harry. Snape nodded. Potter seemed neither, or perhaps both, pleased and unhappy about it. His next words were more hesitant. What about this order thing? He paused. I mean, I don't see why it's still around, or why Hermione hasn't disbanded it. You missed quite a lot while you were in the ice, Snape said dryly. The order was disbanded as Albus would have wished. However, not long after, Fred Weasley started his own order. From what I know of it, it is something of a private vigilante group. He paused. It is perhaps unfortunate that Weasley is the current Hogwarts headmaster. Fred's headmaster. It is a surprise, I know. I always thought. Potter trailed off. Snape waited. Well, you, for one, Potter mumbled. I couldn't really see Fred as headmaster, although I guess he changed after George died. Snape grunted. They were silent for a few moments more. I don't remember a lot, Potter said. Snape waited. Or anything at all, really. Potter frowned. The place where I woke up, where was that? That is something of a long story. I assume you are aware of the nature of drug cartels. Drug cartels? You mean, like, Potter paused. Cocaine, marijuana. Yes, recently, there has been a flourishing of magical equivalents. One of the results of this Muggle-wizard hybridization, he let his lips curl in disdain, but only briefly. You mean, wizard crack? That sort of thing. I believe so, said Snape, not entirely sure what crack was. One of the more prominent leaders in the drug trade is a figure who calls himself the White Knight. Potter snorted. Sorry, sounds corny. Indeed. Snape paused. He supposed that ultimately it would be futile to hide his business dealings from Potter. But it was no one's business besides his own. Regardless his choice of name, he is not to be underestimated. The White Knight managed to include an agent in a ministry mission to discover a thing of power. Snape smiled at the taste of irony. Which happened to be you. Me, yes. Using certain devices that Granger and her magicists invented, it was discovered that you have 500 times the magic of Hogwarts. Potter sat back. He appeared stunned, but there was something else as well, something in the paling of the face and emptying of those unnaturally green eyes, which made the lines of the dark mark show more strongly. Snape found himself wishing that Potter would pull the glamour over the hideous black lines, just as he had as Jonathan Frost. Snape continued. There was a struggle, I believe, between the Ministry and the White Knight. The White Knight temporarily managed to gain possession of you, as a block of ice, and hide you in Zabini Manor. Appropriate, as the White Knight is really Blaise Zabini. Zabini, are you serious? Yes, Snape said dryly. Potter rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. Damn, he muttered. A lot's happened while I wasn't around. I would say the happenings during the first 20 years were considerably more substantial. Potter let his hands drop to his sides. Snape clenched his jaw, but forced himself to remain calm. The kitchen was lit with garishly white lighting, which Granger informed him was taken from Muggle living spaces. It made the pallor of skin look closer to that of a corpse. How did you find out? Albus always knew, Snape said. His voice sounded cold, even to himself. And Granger figured it out herself. So, you know. Yes, I know, Snape snapped, lacing the last word heavily with sarcasm. Potter sat very still. Though not everything, I'm certain, Snape finished, voice cool. There was a silence for a few moments. Albus has gone insane. Potter looked up, this time genuinely stunned. What? A year after you disappeared, he began deteriorating, Snape said. He is insane. Mungo's now. In fact, he was next door to where our meeting was held. But, how'd it happen? Albus was old, Snape said coolly. He felt an inward stab of irritation at the naked bewilderment in Potter's expression. It was the first completely unmasked emotion that he could remember seeing on Potter's face since his awakening. You may visit him, if you like. I am certain he won't mind. Look, I'm sorry. Snape frowned. Their plates were nearly empty now. It was now even more difficult to think, to impose any clarity on the tired tumult of emotions in his mind. 4. The word came after the barest hesitation. Everything. Potter was looking at him, meeting his eyes with that unyielding green gaze. That is a highly generic statement, Potter, Snape said. There was a pause, held by the cold, fluorescent silence of the kitchen. It gives no indication of whether or not you are even aware of what you are being sorry for. There was an element of pleading in Potter's gaze, but it was a dim shade of what he remembered, clouded somewhere behind the inscrutability of green. What do you know of what happened to me? What do I know? Snape felt his lips twist into an ironic smile. I am afraid that what I know does not amount to much. He paused. Does how sorry you are depend on how much I know? No, Severus, please. Snape swallowed. The voice was still the same. He felt as though a chord inside his chest, dormant and untouched for 20-odd years, was suddenly vibrating with uncontrollable intensity. But the ripples of that motion had changed, and were now chafing painfully against the expanse of wounds that time was too slow to heal. I'm sorry. I suppose it does not matter much, given our present situation, Snape said as neutrally as possible. Voldemort is dead, he shrugged. There is justifiably little space for complaints. No, what I did to you was wrong, I shouldn't have. Snape gazed critically at the other man. You could have changed the timeline. Potter's face widened and closed on itself like a collapsing tent. How did you know? Granger told me, Snape said curtly, and I verified her arithmancy. It was not difficult, Potter. You did a poor job of covering your tracks. Potter groaned. Snape felt a fevered touch of satisfaction, rising like the last remaining beam of a house that had burned itself to ashes. There was nothing to take satisfaction in, besides the cheap substitute of itself. He felt exhausted. If only he had some mort. Look, I'm sorry about that. It seemed like. Potter stopped. I don't know. I can't explain it. Snape raised an eyebrow. At least you are becoming more truthful. Potter said nothing, only rubbing the bridge of his nose with his forefinger. Snape glanced at the clock. It was well past midnight. It's late, he said, getting up. I'm afraid you will have to make do with my lack of a guest bedroom, Potter. You may sleep in my room tonight. Where will you sleep? Said Potter. Snape paused. They were standing in the hallway. In the sitting room. He waved his wand, and the lights in his room brightened. The bathroom is that room, Snape said, pointing. I shall leave you to your rest. Please come to me immediately if there is a problem. He stepped swiftly out of the room and closed the door behind him. He stayed frozen in that position for a moment, recovering. It had never been so difficult to close a door. He felt as though he had directed a massive lead weight onto his chest. There were things he still had to do before he could sleep. It would probably be a good idea to check the wards. Zabini might not be a proficient wizard, but he had more than proficient resources. Snape reminded himself to ask Granger or the Weasley girl about his wand first thing the next morning. He tried to remember, and failed, whose wand it was that he had. The door in the hall opened. Snape sat motionless in the sitting room chair. Footsteps, and then the low buzz of the bathroom fan. Water running. Snape got up and began the arduous process of transfiguring the chair into a bed. He wished the wand he was using were not so stiff. It gave the pillows a distinctly wooden texture. From the hall he heard water stopping, the light switched off, footsteps. A silent moment, and then the soft thud of the door being shut. Snape got up and walked to the bathroom. Chibi had provided a second set of toiletries, he noticed. He finished quickly and returned to the shadows of the sitting room. He was grateful for the fire. It was a cold night. He lay unmoving under the blankets, wondering how long it would be before he could fall asleep. But exhaustion flung a mantle over his mind right after he shut his eyes, and he was lost in uneasy dreams in a matter of moments. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.